Okay, good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. This is Jonah Bolt, and welcome to the fourth day of the Extraterrestrial Disclosure Webinar 4-day event. It has been phenomenal so far. I hope everyone was able to catch all the amazing speakers we've had so far. This is presented by portal2ascension.org. And at some point today, Neil will join us and give us an update on Portal to Ascension, what they have planned, some upcoming webinars. Portal to Ascension is basically a one-stop shop for all sorts of information, from ET disclosures to free energy to all types of topics. They're also going to be doing a lot of educational stuff coming up soon. So it's really exciting. We'll hear a big announcement from Neil later on today. With that, thank you all the participants for coming on. If you have any questions during the talk, Dr. Lynne's going to be our first guest. Please put your questions in the Q&A section, and I'll ask Dr. Lynne when she stops or has a moment, and we'll try to get as many questions as we can answered. And anything else, questions for me or for Neil, you can also message us through that, and we'll get the show started. Again, check out starseedradio.com as well, my radio show, or starseedsociety.org. And with that, let's welcome Dr. Lynne as our first guest for day 4 to the webinar. Dr. Lynne, can you hear us? Oh, you're muted.
Hi, I'm muted?
Nope, now you are. You're good to go.
Okay,
Yes,
how are you?
I am great. How are you?
Thank you, Jonah and Neil, for letting me join in with this wonderful webinar. And hi, everyone out there in webinar land, to really share something really important today. The Phoenix Lights has been hailed as the most witnessed, most documented, and most important mass anomalous sighting in modern history, if not all history. And I happen to be the only one with 35 millimeter evidence that cannot be explained or denied. And we're going to share not only the hard data today, but also get into a very important consciousness component of these anomalous aerial phenomena.
Excellent. Well, that's why we have you on today, because you are the specialist in the largest, recorded sighting, and you're going to give us a download, I'm sure, of tons of good information. So thank you so much for your service, Dr. Lynne, and for all the work you do. We really appreciate it. I appreciate it, Neil. And the floor is yours.
Okay. Now, how do I start getting? I have to tell me.
If you want to share your screen, there's a green button. Share screen. And then
there we go. Is that good?
Correct.
Good? You can see the. Okay.
Yep. You're live.
Okay, I'm going to, again, be sharing so much with you today, and I hope you can buckle down and buckle your seatbelts, because this sighting is just so amazing, not only in the hard data, as I mentioned, which I'm going to be sharing today, but also in how it affected participants, experiencers at a very, very deep level. And that's one of the components that's dear to my heart, actually, because I am a witness, close up and personal, as we'll be talking about. But I put up this little joke to just show how far-reaching the Phoenix Lights has become. I mean, worldwide, people now are seeing similar phenomena, these orbs, information, or these massive triangle or V-shaped craft, and looking up and say, wow, there's the Phoenix Lights. And that's pretty cool. But it's not a joke. And that's one of the main reasons that I came forward personally as a medical doctor, as a scientist, as an experiencer, and as an educator for over 40 years. My background is adult and youth community education on the reality of vital health issues, like AIDS, teen pregnancy, substance abuse. I started in '76 on NBC in Philadelphia, and continued with a syndication and NBC here in Phoenix, and then USA Cable, and started a company in '85 to try to wake up kids to the reality of different health issues like AIDS and teen pregnancy and substance abuse, which are currently being distributed by Discovery Education. And once this topic fell in my lap, and I knew nothing about this topic before, my husband, who's also a physician, and I had a very close sighting to our home 2 years prior to the mass sighting. And I captured 35 millimeter photographs, which I'm going to show you in a sec. But as I said, this is not a joke. And that was one of the main reasons that I came forward after pushing my entire medical career aside, after thousands of people saw what I had been seeing, and wanted to get to the bottom of it, wanted to find a logical source and meaning for what I had witnessed and photographed, 20 years later in March. I have not found it yet. What I did find really opened up a whole new world to me, and I'm going to be sharing some of that with you now. In fact, let's go to the next one. Okay. In fact, my data has become so important and so riveting that the top Chinese physicist and UFO expert Fan Jin came to Phoenix last year to meet with me, to see my data. And not only was he duly impressed with the 35 millimeter that I had extensively researched and extensively analyzed at university and military level, but he also showed me pictures in China of the same exact phenomena. This is a worldwide phenomenon. We're going to talk about that today too. But as I mentioned, I'm going to get beyond the Phoenix Lights today as well. And we're going to be talking about how these phenomena really affect, at a very, very deep soul level, the experiencer. Again, my name is Dr. Lynne Kitei, pronounced like a key and a tie. And I urge you also to please, there is so much data involved with this, and we tried to make it simple and put it into the website form on the Phoenix Lights Network, which is www.thephoenixlights.net. There you're going to be seeing the pictures are up there on the photo page. There's news, TV news reports, as well as the GAP page. We're going to touch on that a little bit today. Geospatial animation project of the different craft that were seen on March 13th, 1997 during the mass sighting. But I share this with you because we have come such a long way. I mean, just with the Hubble and the Kepler telescopes in just the last few decades, now we know there are trillions of other galaxies along with ours. And each galaxy has their own stars with their own planets around those stars. And as we know, stars burst and actually send out stardust. We are made of stardust. And even astrobiologists who won't admit that we're being visited here, but will say, I mean, they've coined the phrase panspermia. Doctors at Arizona State University, Paul Davids and others, he's postulating actually that we were seeded here from Mars. And when you know that, number one, our one galaxy, our Milky Way galaxy, is about 14 to 16 billion years old. Our solar system is a very young solar system. It's only 4 to 6 billion years old. So when you look at that picture, not only that in itself, okay, is poignant, but with all the other trillions of galaxies out there, and we know the building blocks of life are also out there. We know that oxygen and hydrogen and amino acids and living particles are out there. We're made of stardust. There are now scientists postulating that there could be sentient, intelligent beings out there billions of years ahead of us. Now, I'm going to come back to Earth so I can give you some points so you know from our vantage point. We live pretty high on a mountain in Paradise Valley. One window of our bedroom is, one wall of our bedroom is a window. So we see whatever pops up out there, and our view looks at, this is South Mountain. And these are important topography points because I'm going to be bringing them up consistently, because back here, a few miles back, is the Estrella Mountain Range, and they intersect at this point right here. Now, I put this picture on because this is a car coming down the road, and cars reflect their light onto the road. You're going to see that the unknowns, the true unknowns, don't reflect light. It's self-contained. That's why I call them an orb. You're also going to see in these pictures consistently these skylights in a house down the road. Now, we're also going to be talking a little later about coincidences. There are so many serendipities that happen, particularly after the mass sighting, and I really share them all in the book, but I'm going to share a few of them with you today. In fact, one of them, 6 months before the mass sighting, I was invited to the Gila Bend Indian Reservation, which is in the basin in between South Mountain, right here, and the Estrella Mountain Range. And they needed some help with their substance abuse problem, and I showed them my substance abuse program, and I got friendly with them. They usually don't talk to outsiders, but after the mass sighting, 6 months later, I noticed, as you'll see today, that many of these pictures showed that these phenomena were popping up right in that area where South Mountain and the Estrellas intersect. So I called them and I said, did anybody happen to see strange lights on March 13th? And they started to giggle. And I said, is that funny? And they said, are you kidding? We've been looking up at them for centuries. We call them sky people, light beings. That blew me away. It's part of their culture. I had no idea. That was the first I had heard of that. And I learned later that when I started to investigate this poignant point, that indigenous cultures worldwide believe that there are other intelligences visiting us. In fact, the Hopi right here in Arizona have protocols to invite them in. And they also said that the Estrellas, that's how it got its name. It means star in Spanish. And the Spaniards of the day either saw these orbs, these same phenomena, or actually heard the myths from centuries and named the Estrellas the Estrella Mountain Range. Also, they believed in that area that there is a portal or a gateway right there. And again, when you see my pictures, and I can't obviously be definitive, but over and over again, these phenomena keep popping up right in that area. They also showed me petroglyphs that were on South Mountain, and this was shot by a fella, Walren, that goes out into the mountains and finds these petroglyphs. But this one really, Jeff Waldron really caught my attention with this one, because these are in the same exact formation, 3 orbs in a pyramid or triangle formation that my husband and I saw right outside our bedroom window. Let me explain. Again, a little coincidence. It was the night before my birthday, and I was literally taking a bath in the other room, and my husband was at the window, that one wall that's a window, and anything that pops up out there. And we're used to seeing planes and helicopters and street lights and car lights and so forth. Well, he was on several medical and state boards. Nothing ever ruffles his feathers. And he sounded alarmed. He says, get over here quick. What the hell is that? And as I ran out of the shower, dripping wet with a towel, I noticed 3 amber orbs in a pyramid formation. Again, one on top and 2 closely aligned underneath. And it was like, what is that? And it was a little below us, actually, over a very treacherous desert landscape with cacti and all that behind a gated home. I mean, this is a gated community here. We're kind of nestled in the mountains, and absolutely zero chance that it was military. It was a no-fly zone. And I thought to myself, I wanted to get a picture of it, but anybody out there that's had an experience, and a paranormal experience, will know that you don't move. You try to take everything in. And I tried to take the shape, the color, the size, and so forth. They were about 3 to 6 feet each. They were oval shape, like an egg on its side. And the color within each orb, and again, I call them an orb because the light did not extend outside the edge. They were self-contained. It was a uniform amber color throughout. And I noticed immediately that it didn't glare at all. Every other light out there glared. And I thought, if I don't get a picture of this, nobody's going to believe it. And I go running to the closet to grab my 35 millimeters that I keep handy for our beautiful sunsets here. I collect sunsets. And my husband calls me back. He says, get over here quick. One of them is disappearing. And as we watched, the top orb, without budging, started to implode very, very, very slowly. And I have to say that it was like shrinking very, very, very slowly, as if there was an intelligence behind it. It was mechanical. And even after it disappeared, it still felt like it was there. Where did it go? And I stepped out on the balcony, got a quick picture of the 2 lower orbs. And that is this picture right here. Again, these are the skylights on the house down the road. And we're going to talk about these lights a little bit later, because this was analyzed. My first and last picture from this very close sighting was analyzed by Dr. Bruce Maccabee, Navy optical physicist, who came to a very, very stunning and riveting conclusion that he shared at the 1999 MUFON, Mutual UFO Network, symposium in Washington, D.C. But anyway, as I'm standing on the balcony, after I took this shot, I have to admit that as intently as I was watching these 2 lower orbs, it felt like something was watching me. And going through my head, I was thinking, who are you? What are you? Do you know that I'm here? I'd love to meet you. The next thing I remember, the left bottom orb started to implode like the top one did. And I quickly shot a picture of that. That's the only thing I remember from that sighting. But I did get a shot of it. Here it is. I got one half disappeared, which is miraculous because I was using a Canon Instamatic camera. But I actually caught one half disappeared and one still there. But I didn't even know who to show it to. I knew nothing about this topic at all. I knew no one that was interested in it, and wondered for 2 years what this advanced technology was doing outside our bedroom window. And being so busy with my business and with 2 young boys growing up, I never really looked into it. And then 2 years later, and I have to say I didn't see anything even remotely close. This was February 6, 1995. Fast forward to January of 1997, and I noticed 3 orbs in a line far west while I'm in the bedroom, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, they're in a line formation, they're totally equidistant from each other, they're amber, huge amber balls, they seem strangely similar to 95, and I watched them each implode from right to left, and they were gone. Mentioned it briefly to my husband, and he blew it off. And the next night he was at a medical board meeting, and I'm at the window, the sliding glass door that's perpendicular to that big window, and I noticed the same 3 orbs are now in front of South Mountain. And I thought, okay, enough. I'm getting my video camera, and I ran downstairs, grabbed my camera, get out to the pool, get about 18 seconds worth, the battery goes dead, and it was charged. Okay, so I go in and I hook it up, I run outside again, they're gone. About a half hour later, my husband comes up the drive, and I walked outside and I said, honey, remember I told you about the 3 lights that were far west last night in a row? Well, about a half an hour ago, they were right in front of South Mountain. And as I'm pointing like this, they reappeared in the same spot. And I thought, oh my goodness, I've got to get a shot of this. And again, it was serendipitous that I had my video camera, which actually is not as good as 35 millimeter at all. In video, they look much smaller, they're white, they flicker, and 35 millimeter can be analyzed. So I ran upstairs, and I didn't know that at the time, but I grabbed my 35 millimeter, I got out on the balcony. Just as I'm ready to shoot the 3, suddenly 6 pop up on top of the 3. It was unnerving. I started to shake. And here's the first picture, and you can see it's wavy because I was shaking. I mean, not having an explanation for 95 with the closed sighting, and then having this massive span over a mile wide pop up at a distance, it was unnerving. I mean, is this a mothership? Is this a fleet? What's going on here? But I started clicking away. And the second picture is really, really important because it shows 5 lights in a V with 2 underneath. But what people described 2 months later during the mass sighting is 5 lights in a V formation with 2 trailing. Now, this was shot 2 months before the mass sighting. And as I'm capturing this phenomena head on, turning into a V shape, I'm clicking away. I thought, I've got to tell somebody this. I ran in, I called the Arizona Republic. I said, you got to get somebody out there quick. There's some strange lights in front of South Mountain. Please tell me what they are. By the time I finished my sentence, they were gone. Well, the next morning, I woke up and I thought there must be a logical explanation. So I called the Arizona Republic again to ask if anybody had called, and the operator said, no, nobody called. Well, I know I called. And I said, well, you know, it must be something. I mean, somebody's got to have to see this. It was massive. She said, well, sometimes they send off experimental maneuvers from Luke Air Force Base and they don't tell the public about it. And I figured, that sounds reasonable. And I called them up and I tried to be very professional. My husband and I are both physicians. We live mountainside in Paradise Valley, and we saw some strange lights in front of South Mountain last night. Can you tell me what they might have been? And from the get-go, she had an attitude. Well, they didn't come into Luke Air Force Base and they didn't come out from here, so we had nothing to do with it. And I said, well, be that as it may, we did see something. I did capture something on film. Who can I call? She said, well, you said it was near South Mountain, so maybe they saw something at the airport. I immediately called the airport, FAA, asked them if they had seen anything, and luckily there was a group of air traffic controllers that saw the same thing at the same time. One of them who's a meteorologist, and he got on the phone, and he's a really low-key guy. I met him later, was very excited that I saw them too. He said, did you see the 3 lights that popped up at 8 o'clock, and then there were 6 lights at 8:30? I said, yes, that's why I'm calling. He said they actually popped up over Class B restricted airspace. This is really important data because there's a 30-mile radius around the center of the airport. Anyone that comes into that radius, particularly 1,000 feet altitude, must call into the tower, and no one did. So they got alarmed. They looked on radar, did not show up on radar. They took their binoculars to look, and in their own words, they said there were 6 points of light, totally equidistant from each other, massive span over a mile wide, that seemed to be attached to something, but they couldn't quite see what it was attached to. And you would hear this again over and over again 2 months later. Some people just saw these orbs, these balls of light that seemed to be attached to something or had a force field in between, holding them in rock solid equidistant formation or craft. But he mentioned that it turned against the wind, and he was a meteorologist, as a unit, then elevated slowly and moved behind South Mountain. So I said, so what was it? And there was silence. And then he said, beats me. I said, you're air traffic controller. You're supposed to know what's in your airspace. They had no idea what it was. They ruled out every earthly possibility, from flares to balloons to Chinese lanterns to even any conventional craft, or even skydivers with lights. And I kept in contact with them. I continued photographing these things up until and including March 13th. And I'll tell you much more about that night, because there is so much detail. Whatever you've heard, if you haven't read my book, then you haven't heard the real details, because there is so much mis and disinformation out there. It's enough. It's enough with the ridicule and the snickering and the jokes. I mean, this is not funny. This is something really happened here. It is monumental. But what also happened was a transformation, as I mentioned at the top, not only with the witnesses, which we'll get to, but also with the media. And you'll see how Dateline NBC treated this. It really has been a positive transformation ever since 1997. So let me show you this. This will give you an introduction. By the way, there was no investigation, no explanation for months. There was nothing. After thousands of people saw a mile-wide, either these orbs in a V formation or delta formation or boomerang formation, glide right over their heads at 30 miles an hour. Some people saw it take off at tremendous speed without even displacing the air, totally silent. This is what was so eerie to so many people. This was so massive and at rooftop level and totally silent. Some people saw these orbs detach from the main object, go out into the environment, and then redock with it. Incredible technology, to be sure. There is so much more to the story, but there was no investigation, no explanation. And even our former vice mayor, Councilwoman Frances Barwood, tried to just mention it, to raise the question in May. This was March 13th to May, and she was plastered by the media. I mean, there was so much ridicule and snickering at the time. And then it wasn't until the day after, June 18th, June 18th, from March to June 18th, nothing. And then a big spread, front page spread in USA Today, opened up our sighting to international scrutiny. We were deluged from media from all over the world. And they too, when they would talk to the witnesses, their descriptions were so detailed and so heartfelt. They were saying, why isn't there an investigation? Why isn't there an explanation? The very next day, it's so interesting how this story unfolded. Our former Governor Fife Symington calls a press conference, an unscheduled press conference, to reveal the culprit of the lights over Phoenix. And people took it seriously. And you'll see what he did. And then you'll see what he did 10 years later in this very fine, professional TV report by NBC, Dateline NBC. Also, the former governor mentioned that there was hysteria. There was no hysteria with the witnesses and the experiencer. In fact, there has not been one, and we'll get into this, not one report of harm, threat, or abduction associated with the phenomenon known as the Phoenix Lights. To this day, 20 years later, the hysteria was within the government and the military when the front page USA Today article came out, but I'll let you see it for yourself.
Our next sighting even got a governor in on the act. He tried to make a joke of it at first, but ended up admitting that he just couldn't explain what he saw. But that didn't stop the military from trying. We have saved the best and one of the best known UFOs caught on tape for last. It is our #1 close encounter.
March 13th, 1997, everyone was out under the night sky to get a glimpse of the Hale-Bopp comet, which was passing over.
But there was something else passing over the sky that night as well.
It was awesome and amazing. It originally started out as the 6 points of light in a mile-wide span. I grabbed the camera and I got outside. By the time I focused the camera, 3 had disappeared, and I caught the 3 above the city like a giant triangle.
What Dr. Lynne Kitei and thousands of others saw that night would become known as the Phoenix Lights, one of the most famous and well-documented UFO sightings ever.
The footage does not do it justice, okay? In the footage, they're much smaller, they're white. I call them an orb because the light did not extend outside the edge, and the color within each orb was a uniform amber color throughout. It didn't glare at all. These were very mesmerizing, very soothing. And as I was watching these, I have to admit that it seemed that there was an intelligence looking back at me.
While Dr. Kitei saw lights moving in formation, others throughout the state reported seeing something even more otherworldly.
This very large delta-shaped craft flew 200-mile course and was witnessed by hundreds, if not thousands, of people.
It passed right in front of us. 5 lights that were a V.
You're not going to believe what I saw.
And he was amazed by what he heard.
We opened up a newspaper. You could not block out the object that we saw.
And these are very unambiguous, up-close sighting of a craft, not lights, not flares. This is the craft that flew directly overhead people. One of the kids I talked to said he could have hit it with a rock, it was so low.
Whoever did this wanted to be seen.
And they were seen by Dr. Kitei again and again and again, nearly a dozen times over the next decade. But after the initial mass sighting in 1997, everyone wanted to get to the bottom of those mysterious lights. Everyone, it seemed, except the authorities.
For months, there was no investigation. There was no explanation. They just blew it off.
But then Governor Fife Symington announced he would launch an investigation, and at an unscheduled press conference claimed authorities had uncovered the source of the Phoenix Lights. The public waited with bated breath for the governor to reveal the evidence. Okay, it turns out the investigation was really just the governor's idea of a joke. And the evidence, that's just his aide, dressed up as an alien.
This almost hysterical environment that was building. I just decided that this is a great opportunity to go add some levity to the situation.
Who says you can't trust the government?
It really offended many, many, many people.
And Arizonans still did not have an explanation to the lights until
about a month later, the flare theory emerged.
The military revealed that on March 13th, a National Guard unit had been undergoing a training mission that involved the dropping of flares. Try telling one of the eyewitnesses that all they saw were military flares.
That's not what we witnessed or documented. I mean, flares cannot keep information. They drift with the wind, they float haphazardly, they have huge smoke trails that are illuminated by the flare itself.
I'm not saying it's an alien spacecraft, but don't tell me it was a military flare, because that's an insult to everybody.
Speaking of insulting eyewitnesses, it turns out that the governor may not be as skeptical as he appeared at that press conference.
I met with Governor Fife Symington. He said, you know what? I saw that thing too.
Wait, he what?
It clearly had a shape to it, and a big shape, and it was a constant shape. And you can't control flares that way. There's just no way they were flares.
So the ex-governor, who was also an ex-Air Force pilot, saw the craft that night in Phoenix, just like all the other eyewitnesses. But does his pedigree carry any clout with the skeptics?
Fife Symington is an interesting case. Obviously, he's a thoughtful, intelligent man and a responsible person and a pilot, so he knows what he's looking at.
I think the fact that thousands of witnesses have come forward to date saying we saw this craft, I just don't think we can dismiss all that testimony.
I saw these things up close and personal, and no one can say that I didn't see what I saw. It cannot be explained or denied.
again, well, what's really interesting is that when you not only look at this whole picture, that the former governor not only made a mockery of the mass sighting, which, by the way, really offended many, many people. People took it seriously. The press took it seriously. Witness took it seriously. That he really was going to talk about something of substance, and he comes marching out, one of his aides, in a giant alien head costume, especially parents who were with kids were very offended. And it's quite interesting that he did come forward 10 years later, bravely, to say that he saw one of the craft, and we're going to show one of these craft to you because that he might have seen, because there were 9 or 10 different craft. Again, whatever you've heard before, there is so much more to this story. First of all, the sightings, the mass sighting day, and besides the fact that it was seen for days before and weeks before, not only by myself, by others as well who were documenting them, but on March 13th, 1997, the mass sighting actually began at 3 p.m., daylight sightings. 5 o'clock hour, they were seen by Native Americans in New Mexico. 7 o'clock hour, they were seen by many people in California. And of course, the bulk of reports came in from 8 to 10 in Arizona, because that's when everybody was outside looking up at the sky at the Hale-Bopp comet, which is very interesting because it seems like whoever did this wanted to be seen and knew that people were looking skyward. But they continued on. Not only was there a report at 11 o'clock hour by 2 commercial airlines that were passing over Las Vegas. One of these mile-wide craft was hovering over Vegas, and their story is really poignant in and of itself. I share that in the book. And then at 3 a.m. the next morning, and these sightings continued. At 3 a.m. the next morning, there was a call to the National UFO Reporting Center, Peter Davenport, by an alleged crewman from Luke Air Force Base, who reported in great detail, and we have part of that in our internationally award-winning documentary, part of that recording, saying that jets were sent out from Luke Air Force Base to intercept and get gun camera film, which we heard they did, of one of these mile-wide craft hovering right in the center of Phoenix at 7th Avenue and Indian School. And as they got close, the lights dimmed, and then the whole craft blinked out. And the crewman said that he was one of the people to help one of the pilots out of his own aircraft because he was so shaken up by it. But these continued. The last report, and this was told to me personally by a Boeing crewman, was at 5:30 that the whole crew, the Boeing crew, was coming into work at Sky Harbor International Airport and saw one of these mile-wide craft over his tarmac. Now, there was a 12-year study, compilation of thousands of reports from the National UFO Reporting Center in Seattle, Washington, to Frances Barwood, Councilwoman Vice Mayor Frances Barwood, she got over 1,000, to Arizona MUFON, Mutual UFO Network, as well as Village Labs, which was a computer lab here that actually analyzed the videos and so forth, and they also got hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of reports. And after 12 years of compiling, if 2 or more people saw the same thing, then they were put into the study. There were 9 separate craft that people saw, and one came forward just last year, an additional one, so there were 10, a boomerang craft that covered Prescott, which I'm going to show you later. But the point is that whether it was one craft that could morph, or the perspective from where the person was standing, or a parade, which ultimately is what the investigators concluded after studying this data for 12 years, because even just here, between the 8 and 9 o'clock hour, there were multiple things happening at the same time. People were seeing orb formations as well as a different craft. And the different craft were very different, by the way. In fact, one of the triangle craft separated in 2 and then shot up in the air. And if you look on the GAP page, GAP, the Geospatial Animation Project, on the Phoenix Lights Network website, you'll see them all, and they're also in the bonus features of our documentary DVD. But
this is a forensic recreation of the Sky Harbor Triangle that was first reported near Carefree around 8:15 and was last reported near Sky Harbor at 8:40 p.m. The path of the craft has been pieced together by combining reports of similar objects. We begin with a view from the intersection of Lone Pine and Scottsdale Roads, 2 miles away from the craft as it hovers 1,000 meters over Lone Pine and Pima. The craft, depicted as 2 miles wingtip to wingtip, proceeds east down Lone Pine Road. The view moves to the intersection of Jomax and Tatum Roads, 3 miles south of the next sighting at 8:26 p.m. at the intersection of Lone Pine and Cave Creek Road. At this point, the object began a heading change and turned to the south. At 8:28 p.m., a report from a material site on the East Cave Creek Road put the craft halfway through the turn. This view is to the west from a point above Jomax and Tatum, roughly 3 miles from the center of the craft. At 8:30 p.m., Max and Shala Saracen reported the craft near Cave Creek and Pinnacle Peak roads. This report included UFO occupants seen in the windows of a triangle which they described as at least 2 miles wide. At 8:35 p.m., the craft was observed from the intersection of North 32nd Street and East Shea Boulevard, proceeding south towards Squaw Peak, where it was last seen entering the Phoenix Metropolitan Valley. At 8:37 p.m., the craft was observed by Terry Mansfield and members of her hospice group on the south side of Squaw Peak. The next vantage point is the first publicly shown recreation of what then Governor Fife Symington would have seen as the object flew over Squaw Peak. At 8:40 p.m., the craft was reported from 36th Street in East Washington, where it hovered short of the northern edge of the airport perimeter. The final view is a recreation of what the tower crew would have seen had they been looking due north. Some reports have this craft departing directly vertically, a truly astounding conclusion to a truly astounding series of observations.
I wanted to share this with you because this shows just one of the craft, but it was so massive and so spectacular that I mean, it's been 20 years. We haven't seen anything that comes close to this technology. Not only the massiveness of it all, but also the fact, as I mentioned, that these craft could take off at blink speed without even dispersing the air. Some people saw the wings actually fold in and take off. As I mentioned with Luke Air Force Base, as they got close, it just disappeared. And some people even saw these orbs detach from the main object and go into the environment and redock with it later. Just incredible technology that in 20 years we even had seen a hint of this. And you would think with all the precarious occurrences around the world, if we did have this technology, wouldn't it be great to be able to show our own prowess and technological advancement? Anyway, going further, as I mentioned previously, there were people that were seeing these things for days before. One of them was Steve Blonder. He was photographing these orbs, and when you look through a telescope, and some people did, I mean, they stayed in one spot without moving, and even the moon moves. These would just hover and look like spinning balls of energy. Also, what's interesting is that the videos that were taken, now keep in mind, because people ask me all the time, why didn't more people take pictures? Well, some people tried. Now, who carries around their camera? I happen to have mine in the corner because I have been documenting these things for weeks before. But number one, Kristen, who shot the Boomerang, happened to be working on a new camera when this popped up. Steve Blonder, who captured these for days before, called MUFON to his balcony that night to see what he had been seeing for days, and actually they caught this arrowhead, this delta-shaped formation of orbs that cannot be denied. If you see the video, I mean, these orbs either are attached to something or have a force field in between. And these were 5 lights that cannot be denied. They were gigantic. My video of the 3 endpoints of a V or triangle, and I captured this off the video itself, have become very poignant, not only because they were also confirmed the next morning, because I called the air traffic controllers and they confirmed once again that a group that was there, and we had a briefing that I talk about in the book, that were there 2 months before, were also there on March 13th, and saw the same exact phenomena as I was photographing it in the same exact location over Class B restricted airspace, about 1,000 feet altitude. So that's confirmed by air traffic controllers. That my data and my video, by the way, is the only one that has been confirmed as a true unknown, but was really poignant as well. is that I was contacted by an Orion constellation specialist, and Gary Davis, and he not only showed me that my video was very close to what the Orion's belt looks like, but that we also know that there are Earth artifacts all around the world that mimic Orion's belt, the Sumerian and Egyptian and Maya pyramids themselves. And then in mythology, it states that the gods descended from Orion and Sirius and initiated the human race. And those who came from the stars started civilization. Is it coincidental that my video just happens to look like the Orion belt? Well, Gary David actually took great lengths to measure the time and all the horizon and the azimuths and degrees and so forth, to show that as I was shooting the video, which was before 10 o'clock, and by the way, that's another important point, because my video and Steve Blonder's video, and where the MUFON people were also witnesses, was captured before 10 o'clock. The boomerang videos, and there are two of them, were shot after 10 o'clock, and that might be a very important point. But at this juncture, right before the news came on, they were giving a promo. It was about 10 of 10, quarter of 10, 10 of 10. He estimated that at 9:49, Orion's belt was directly above where I was shooting my video. Coincidence or connection? And this again is the boomerang video. And this video has been really the only one that has been badgered and tried to be discredited for being flares. And just recently, if we have time, I will show you a new study that confirms that it couldn't possibly be flares. And just the formation itself is really, really compelling. But what I want to show you now, once thousands of people had seen what I saw, I had to get to the bottom of this, and I pushed my whole medical career aside to really find a logical explanation, which again, I have yet to find. But as I kept compiling data, more and more data, I started finding such incredible, credible material, one of which is NASA's been taking photographs of similar phenomena. I'm going to show you a TV report of that. Also, a month before the mass sighting, there was a couple that caught daylight footage of these orbs. And then the last one was a program that tried to totally discredit this boomerang video. In fact, they, as you'll find out, they did some strange things to the footage that really spoke to why are they doing that, to make the point that it was flares. Because it was months later. I mean, after the USA Today article came out, and then Symington had his press conference, I called every military base, and I have some of their conversations in the book. They're very comical, actually. They were more curious in what I had and showing them, which I did not, than giving an explanation for it. They had no idea. They were just as curious. A month later, I get a call from the head of the Air National Guard, and she came to a very, very interesting conclusion. I'll tell you that after you watch these videos.
What you're about to see is amazing. It was taken from the Space Shuttle Columbia during a mission last December. So far, everything's normal. Then, the unknown objects start appearing. In higher speeds, look at what they do. They converge. And they form a triangle of light. The astronauts were sufficiently interested in these three objects that they went and zoomed in on them. Jim Delatoso thinks these objects are intelligent and could be related to the lights seen over Phoenix back in March.
New footage of those lights, and it's daytime video this time. Jim Schneebelt shows us the exclusive pictures and the story behind them.
More lights seen in the sky near Phoenix, but these lights appear in the daytime, about a month after the massive sighting over the city. This sighting shows two brightly lit objects hovering in the evening sky. One light blinks out, and another one appears, jumping around, while a third object tracks across the top of the screen at a very high rate of speed. Even UFO critics have a hard time explaining this sighting as bombing flares over the Barry Goldwater Range. For one thing, this sighting was made in the daytime when flares aren't used. And for another thing, this sighting was made in this direction toward the Estrella Mountains. But from here in Rainbow Valley, the Barry Goldwater Range is that way. The mystery of the lights was reignited by a 1-hour TV special last week on the Discovery Channel. In that program, a California optics lab compares Kristen's nighttime video to the same scene taken during the daytime. Their result shows the lights above and beyond the mountains seeming to disappear as they fall out of sight over the bombing range, supporting the flare theory.
And he really stretched the imagination here to bring this thing in.
Kristen watched the program and questions it. He thinks the lights were lower and in front of the mountains. So we test the footage ourselves. It's a simple test using daytime and nighttime footage, both taken by Kristen using the same camera at the same location. We compare positions of the lights.
This is the first time I've seen this, and it didn't take long to do this at all. And just going from matching the shots up, going from one to the other, lights are in front of the mountain.
Why the discrepancy between our test and theirs?
He changed the positioning of these lights so that they would coincide with this peak over here.
He actually altered the footage?
How else could he do it? This light was always here, remember that?
If these are flares, are they over the bombing range? Or has the footage been altered? And by whom and why? The mystery continues.
Other sightings over Phoenix earlier that night also remain unexplained.
Of craft ever. They have never explained that at all. What I was going to share before. Now, first of all, if you look at this was the original footage. There was a light here, and this really gave it away when it was analyzed after this Discovery program, which also played on Travel Channel. It was Anatomy of a Sighting, and they really, they beat it. With showing it over Thanksgiving weekend, over the Christmas holiday. They really wanted this out there, that it was flares, and people fed right into it. People were looking for a logical explanation. I get that. I'm a healthy skeptic myself. But when you look at the data, here's the boomerang being formed. There was one lone light over here. It's very interesting that was there in the original footage, but in the program, it was over here. So you can see where this may be altered to conform to the mountain. Judge for yourself. But anyway, I got a call from the Air National Guard, one of the heads of PR, and she says, "Oh, Dr. Lynne, I think we know what those lights were back in March." And I was thrilled. I said, "You do?" Because I was looking for any logical explanation. She says, "Would you believe that nobody ever looked at the log for visiting Air National Guard, and the Maryland Air National Guard was in town sending off flares in Operation Snowbird," which I later found out meant in military terms diversionary tactical maneuvers. And she said, "That must be what some people saw." And I said, "Now wait a minute. When was the Maryland Air National Guard in town?" She said, "March 1st to the 15th. I said, "Were they in town in January?" She said, "Oh no." I said, "Are you sure?" She said, "Absolutely not." I said, "Well, I happen to have photographs, 35mm photographs, they're in the negative, of the same phenomena in the same location 2 months before the mass sighting as during the mass sighting, confirmed in both instances by air traffic controllers at Sky Harbor International Airport the very next morning as hovering over Class B restricted airspace at 1,000 feet altitude." And she says, "You never told me that." And then I said, "Well, wait a minute, besides that, you're trying to tell me that flares," and by then I had learned that flares cannot, keep information, that they drift and drop with the wind, have huge smoke trails that are illuminated by the flare itself and illuminate the area around it, which not one witness to the mass sighting described, traverse the entire state in a rock-solid, equidistantly spaced, mile-wide V formation for hours. And she says, "I have a call coming in. I'll get back to you." Well, I'm still waiting. Anyway, just to really extinguish the flare theory once and for all, this is my 35mm photograph of what people described during the mass sighting, but 2 months prior. Here's the boomerang, these are flares. I mean, it can't be denied. By the way, 2 years later, the former Vice Mayor, Councilwoman Frances Barr, which was running on a platform 3 years later to get answers as Secretary of State. She was running for Secretary of State to get answers for the lights over Phoenix, for the Phoenix lights, and asking for a reenactment. Actually, all of us were. I mean, look, myself, I knew I had pictures from before the mass sighting, and I also was taking pictures after the mass sighting, and during the mass sighting of the same exact phenomena appearing in the same exact location. Hey, if it was them, shame on them for denying it for months and going over people's heads at rooftop level and so forth, even a public safety issue. But hey, you know, if they can reenact it, I'm a show me person, do it again. Well, finally, 3 years later, right before the 3rd anniversary, on March the 7th, we got an announcement that 3 National Guards were coming into town, New York, Michigan, and California, to show everyone the Phoenix lights. You decide.
3 years after the 1997 sighting, the Arizona Air National Guard staged this demonstration, saying the lights were military flares.
We all got calls asking where our aircraft were that night, and we all checked, and none of our aircraft were in that area. But as we looked onward a couple months later, we found out we had visiting aircraft.
But the demonstration didn't settle the debate.
And I have to say that it just didn't make it. For anyone that had seen the true mass sighting, it was a joke.
Flares like these put off smoke, and witnesses say there was no smoke associated with what they saw. So now, more than a decade later, the lights remain a mystery, but one that Kitei says deserves a closer look.
So the data speaks for itself. I just urge people to look at the data, and that's one of the main reasons I came forward. If I can be a credible voice so that people actually look at the data, then I've done my job.
But there is so much more to the story. I mean, the history of these phenomena that I had no idea, and it blew me away from the time of primitive drawings. Prehistoric animals are etched in caves in Peru and Pakistan, and here there is a UFO in the sky that we would say is a UFO today, or even a helmeted man that's coming out of a UFO. I mean, it's just amazing when you look at Sumerian writings, India writings, even the Bible, Ezekiel's wheel, and so forth, that are references at the time to what would be UFOs. And then you fast forward 15th and 16th centuries to frescoes and pictures with people on the ground looking up at UFOs with beings in the UFOs, as well as 100 years before our mass sighting, actually in 1897, in Kansas, California, Washington, and Canada, there were reports of a massive airship with removable lights. Sound familiar? That was 6 years before the Wright brothers took flight. And then we have what they called Foo Fighters, these orbs around each ship during the World War II. And each country thought somebody else had this spy technology. It wasn't until after the war that everybody found out that no one does. And we have a 93-year-old French pilot that actually saw these and reported them. That's in our documentary bonus features. And then we come to the flaps, the Lubbock lights in the 50s and the 80s and 90s. We have Belgium. We have, who by the way is a model for what should happen, because they join forces with the civilians and university and scientists and military to find out what's going on, to investigate these things. That's what should happen. And of course we have UK and on in the Stephenville sightings as well. But one of the sightings that really caught my attention was 1 month before the Arizona mass sighting. And again, it was more far-reaching than that, but we have the mass sighting on March 13th, 1997. A month before, in February, there was another mass sighting. But this one was in St. Petersburg, Russia, and a couple of people got video. And what blew me away is that this video is of a craft that each light had 3 lights on it. And why that caught my attention? Because one of the craft that was actually illustrated by Larry Lowe and described by many witnesses that traversed the entire state and beyond also had, each light had 3 lights in it. Here's another video that was captured during the St. Petersburg 1997, February 1997 sighting. And by the way, there were air traffic controllers during that sighting as well that reported that these craft were right over their tarmac. This one blew me away, not only because one of the other craft that is illustrated on the GAP page, GAP, and the Geospatial Animation Project on the Phoenix Lights Network website, also I caught on video in 2005. Coincidence? And I always say, keep looking up. Now I'm going to get to really some very interesting and riveting data that most people aren't aware of. Not only the hard data, which I just showed you is really important, but the fact that when I say keep looking up, it's really a double entendre. Not only to look up in the sky, certainly, but while I was interviewing witnesses, there were a number of witnesses that shared with me that they also had near-death experiences as children that was reawakened by the mass sighting. And I found that really poignant because I did too. And we won't have time today, maybe another webinar, I'll get into that to describe it, but I do describe it in detail. Changed my life forever at 8 years old, way beyond my years as an 8-year-old after that. But nonetheless, I started thinking, my goodness, could there possibly be a connection between all unexplained phenomena, whether it's near-death experience, out-of-body experience, or unexplained aerial phenomena that has a mystical light associated with the experience? And lo and behold, I started finding such credible data at university level, the Omega Project at the University of Connecticut. It's like 4 inches thick by Dr. Kenneth Ring, and of course, Whitley Strieber and Dr. John Mack at Harvard were forming the same opinion, and in their studying that there is indeed a transformation. I start calling all unexplained phenomena ups because they are an up, a positive transformation after someone experiences an up experience psychologically, in the media. Well, I'm going to describe that as well, and educationally, and certainly psychologically in real time. What's really interesting, 6 months before the mass sighting, the movie Independence Day was real popular, and we delve into this in the documentary, that I mean, we have been so inundated with fear, and threat, that as Dr. Gary Schwartz, who's the head of the Consciousness Study Department at the University of Arizona, states in the documentary, if you're inundated with something that's fearful, and then you see that something, how do you think you're going to react? And I have to say, the children that saw this mile-wide V coming towards them were initially scared. They started jumping up, Independence Day, Independence Day. But as it came closer, a calmness came over everyone, not only children, but adults as well, a connectiveness to the phenomena, an awakening. Again, not one person in 20 years has described harm, threat, or fear associated with the Phoenix Lights phenomena. And quite the contrary, a connectiveness, a positive transformation, even over time, not only in real time, but also long term. We have witnesses to the Phoenix Lights that have shared with me that they are now so much more aware of our environment, that some of them went into the peace movement, environmental movement, some changed their eating habits, won't eat meat anymore. And then certainly the media, as I shared with you, Dateline, and the media is in small steps coming around. I mean, this has been happening for a good 50, 60 years, but now more than ever with social media and being able to share these phenomena and a split second after you see them, the local media, and I have to say this, and Arizona has really been transformed. When I came forward in 2004, it was very interesting because I had done medical communications work at NBC here. in Phoenix. And many of the people in the early 80s that I worked with were just starting out. And when I came forward in 2004, now one was the head of the news department at Fox and the head of production at CBS and so forth. And the Village Labs used to call the person that had the picture Dr. X. So when I came forward after 7 years of anonymity, and there were very few people that knew who had these pictures, they said, you're Dr. X, well, come on over. And they have been so kind and so credible. They don't laugh. It's not a joke. It's not, they're really a model for what should happen. They take sightings seriously. And there have been sightings here that have been weather balloons or have been flares. And we show people. Right before the 10th anniversary, they sent out a line of flares. And I said, this is such a great opportunity because so many people were calling, what are these lights in a line? Well, they weren't really in a line. If you really look at them, they were drifting and dropping. And we taught the public the difference between the true unknowns and flares. And here is one report that not only you're going to see how credible the media has taken this, but also how it affected the witnesses.
This is the way the lights looked over Phoenix at about 10 o'clock last night.
She came in the house and she said, Mom, you've got to run out and see what's over Camelback Mountain.
March 13th, 1997. Sue Watson joined her 2 daughters and 2 sons in the front yard of their Phoenix home just south of Camelback Mountain.
We came right in the front yard and we saw this huge aircraft coming over, probably covered half the mountain.
What they saw was eerily similar to this animation of a boomerang-shaped aircraft described to investigators that night.
The kids, I go, this is beautiful. I mean, we're going to know later what this is because, you know, it's big. When you cover that much of Camelback Mountain, it's big.
This is the picture Sue and her children drew after watching the craft float silently over their home.
I saw the big one.
And according to Sue, this couldn't be flares or balloons.
Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, we literally up in the sky. And it was almost like the boys were waiting. The structure was beautiful. It was like a mall. It was like a huge mall floating over your house.
There are actually 8 or 9 different craft that people saw.
Dr. Lynne, a Phoenix physician, waited 7 years to reveal what she saw that night.
I have no idea what they were, but I know that they were.
And soon, Kitei was sharing what she learned after interviewing hundreds of witnesses.
It wasn't 1 or 2 events. There were many events over many, many hours.
The first images of their kind based on an actual UFO sighting. The massive UFO comes to life.
The Phoenix Lights became famous world over. In 2010, they were the subject of this National Geographic documentary.
March 13th, 1997.
What have we got here?
On this one night, hundreds of alarmed residents reported unexplained objects and lights in the night sky.
Eyewitnesses reported lights from unidentified aircraft moving south along a 300-mile-long stretch from Nevada to Tucson.
At the time in 1997, the vast majority of the media and throughout the community would snicker and laugh, oh yes, right, sure. But that's not happening anymore.
Kitei has written a book about what happened that night, and she has produced a documentary that's shown every year about this time at a Harkins Theater in Scottsdale.
I felt it was too compelling, too important not to share, and let people decide for themselves. The data speaks for itself.
What I remember is it being right above. It was above Camelback, yes. But it was maybe right over here.
Kevin Watson was with his mother, brother, and sisters that night too.
It was huge. It was silent. It was very stealthy.
And according to Kevin and Sue Watson, it wasn't flares or balloons.
When we looked at it, there were no stars in the shape.
You know what? We saw what we saw, and we know what we saw. We did not see 10,000 balloons connected. We saw a structure with actual structure lit up underneath, illuminated like yellowish. And you know what you see when you see it. Don't tell me what I saw.
Like you said, it's etched in our minds forever.
Oh, yeah. It will forever be up there.
And that's the truth. I mean, people had such a life-changing experience. And when you talk about an up, an up is really a connection between all unexplained phenomena and between all of us. We know the entanglement theory talks about subatomic research that shows the interconnection of everything, a universal oneness. And human beings have been talking about atonement. I call it at-one-ment, and the Phoenix Lights are part of that. And the up experience really makes us not only connected to the experience itself and to the phenomena, but a feeling of being connected to the universe and to our planet and to each other very, very strongly. In fact, and I apologize, I've been fighting a cold and I'm getting a little hoarse now, but just let me illustrate here, just the connection between near-death experience and UFO connection is so similar. The experience itself, and certainly the after effect, the positive transformation, but the experience itself, and I lay it out very simply in the book, but mystical light associated with the experience, an out-of-body state, feeling that you're in another time and space, as I did when I went out on the balcony. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Timelessness, seeing light beings, as I did in my own near-death experience. Actually, I saw beings in glowing white robes above the earth, similar to what people describe worldwide in ancient writings as the Watchers. Telepathy. People that were witnesses to the Phoenix Lights had telepathic messages sent to them, and I experienced a oneness in their experience. And when people have a near-death experience or an out-of-body experience, many times they're told that they have to go back, even though they feel that they were coming home. But when they come back, they have a certain knowledge and a knowing that everything is connected and that we're not alone in the universe. So just to sum up, we have that positive transformation. The person that comes back, and I'm just the perfect example of it, embraces life to the fullest. If you look at my bio, I've done a lot of stuff. In fact, I was, besides being on Broadway and national touring companies with giant stars and understudying Barbara Eden and Sound of Music, and I thought that's the reason I came back. I also played the part of the mother in Raising Arizona with Nicolas Cage and Holly Hunter and John Goodman and Frances McDormand. And there is a reference, I won't ruin it for you, a reference to my character 10 years before the mass sighting and UFOs by the Coen brothers. Anyway, a sense of urgency to wake people up, as I have tried to do, to wake people up to what's really happening and to our Earth and what's important here while we're on Earth. And also a belief that love and knowledge are the only things that you take with you. And I'm going to give you something to take with you today. 3 things that I came out with after my near-death experience that I treasure every single day is awareness, being awake. When something comes before you, when a person that you meet, to me, it's there for a reason, and I try to take advantage of it. Or do you blow it off? Just be aware, be awake. Attitude, positive attitude, and I've seen it in medicine. Positive and negative attitudes really affect our bodies, our minds, and everyone around us. It's like a pebble being thrown into a pond. It is very far-reaching. And think positively, you're going to attract positive things. And also giving out positivity sends out that positive energy. I have to say, and again, I've seen it in medicine where people are negative and they draw that negative to them. Appreciation, the old adage, a man cried because he had no shoes until he saw someone who had no feet. And when you really think about it and appreciate every day, in fact, at the end of the day, I write down what I appreciate from that day, whether it's a person you speak with or just appreciate the earth. I mean, I asked Jim Delatoso, one of the major investigators, why do they visit here? And his answer was, because it's a vacation planet, which may sound funny, but our planet is so beautiful. and really is so rich in so many ways, to be able to just appreciate each flower and cloud, and just appreciate the life that we do have, and the gifts that we've been given. I do go into much more of this in the book, so I hope that you'll take the opportunity to check that out. But now I'm going to go into, because with the time we have left, again, coincidence or connection. And again, I don't believe that there are any coincidences. They're the anonymous gift from beyond. And one of the first, again, I collect sunsets. And in this particular...
Dr. Lynne, I just wanted to tell you, you have about 30 minutes left, so there's no rush.
Oh, good. Okay, that sounds terrific. Thank you so much. Give me a heads up when I have about 5.
You got it. Okay.
And I apologize for my voice. I didn't know if it was going to hold up today. So can you hear me okay?
Yeah, if you want to take a break and grab some water or something, we can do that.
I'm okay. I have something here. I just want to...
You got it. Then the floor is yours.
I want to get this out for you guys. At any rate, I had about 5 rolls of film, November and December in 2000, and I noticed when I got the pictures back in the negative, right here. This was in November, and this was in December. Was the same rod-shaped object in the same space. This is the same exact location. So I had these analyzed, and as you can see, there's like 2 little things coming out the side here. I mean, this is not a bug. This is something real, and it's huge. And what was postulated is either this is a side view of one of the craft, or maybe even its own craft, a cylindrical craft, which, by the way, many people, particularly on the Navajo Nation, and we have Arizona Navajo Rangers, law enforcement, who are studying these phenomena. They actually speak at our event every year. We put on an event at the Scottsdale Harkin Shea Theater, and we show our internationally award-winning documentary, which we're so proud. And then afterwards, we have them speak. And it's riveting to hear the stories that they tell. But they do speak of these rod-shaped, massive rod-shaped craft that appear there and have orbs or craft coming out of it. Even in the Superstition Mountains here also have these rod-shaped objects over the mountain there. Well, this particular one, let me give you a preface of this. 1 year later, after the 9/11 attacks, which, I mean, really devastated so many, our consciousness was really shocked and jolted. And about a month later, I'm watching the news, and we're talking about the new anthrax scare and also nuclear possibilities. It was really a scary time, and I hadn't seen the lights since actually '98. The lights came back, but I haven't seen them since then, and this is 2001, and I'm thinking, where are you? Do you know what happened here? I was really heartfelt looking out the window and thinking, if you're real, why haven't you shown yourselves? And I'm talking in a beat. There they were. Now, I would like somebody to tell me, and this is in the same spot again, I would like somebody to tell me what that is. And that's my favorite picture, because that cannot be denied. In fact, on our homepage, on our website, if you scroll to the bottom, there is a picture that was shown from Colonel Stevens' collection at the anthropology exhibit at ASU, along with my pictures, and they put his picture of a 50s shot, a daylight shot of discs right next to this, and they're almost identical, and we morph that shot, the daylight shot, into this shot at the bottom of the page if you want to take a peek at that at the phoenixlights.net website. About a year later, our son was home. Now, Dan, who is now a neurologist, was in medical school at the time, and down in Tucson, and he came up for one night a month to go to classes or have testing the next day here in Phoenix. And we were watching TV, and they were talking about this new crop circle. And I don't like to really put anything out there of what these other intelligences might look like, because I don't know. I mentioned that I don't know what they are. I don't know where they're from. All I know is that they are. And it's time we get this topic out in the open, we address it, we accept it, and we study it so we can move forward and not only find out who's driving these things, but also move forward in our own evolution. But at any rate, this crop circle was formed, and it was interesting because they were talking about, it was Jim Delatoso, one of the investigators here, was talking about the binary message that was in this orb or disc that was in the crop circle itself. And the message said, beware the bearers of false gifts and broken promises, much pain, but still time. Believe there is good out there. We oppose deception. The conduit is closing. And my son says, why can't I see the Phoenix Lights? Now, he was the only one that read my 750-page journal, which I actually had compiled after I pushed my whole medical career aside for 7 years, and I meticulously, every day, wrote down everything that I could find, from the history to witnesses to military, anything that I could find, and ended up with a 750-page journal that inevitably, after much soul searching, I must say, because I did not want to come forward, but as an educator, as a scientist, as an experiencer, as a physician, to let people know they're not alone, they're not crazy, how could I not come forward with this material? I squeezed it down to 250 pages and finally came forward in 2004, but Dan was the only one that read the 750-page journal, and I asked him, I said, what am I supposed to do with this? And he looked at me, he said, Mom, you've got to come forward. This is too important not to share, and everything you've done has led up to this. And I have to say, from the mouth of babes, I kind of knew what to do with what I had, and which has brought me here to you today. But as he was watching this television program, he turns to my husband and I, and he says, I wish I could see the Phoenix Lights. And I knew it was so heartfelt. And I, too, was looking out at the sky thinking, why can't Dan see this? Why, if anybody would appreciate it, he would. And not just one or two. But if there's three, what could that be? And as soon as that report finished, there they were. Again, here's the skylights in the same spot where South Mountain and the Estrellas intersect. And I have to say that both my husband and Dan ran outside, and I grabbed my camera and went out there, and it was comical. I mean, on the video, you can hear them, oh my God, what is that? And Dan tried to do a differential diagnosis. It's not flares, it's not balloons, it's not planes. It was really exciting to see them excited. And he came back, another coincidence, a year later in 2003, for one night to study for a test that he had the next day. And my husband was asleep already. He came upstairs about 11:30 at night, and we went out on the balcony. And that day, we had put down our prize German Shepherd, who he grew up with. And it was really devastating for the family. And we were hugging each other and crying. And Dan says, Mom, look. And we look up. And there they were. And he whispers in my ear, Mom, they're here to comfort you. And I get choked up every time because I have to say, coincidence or not, it was really comforting. And again, this is in the same spot. Well, anyway, I was speaking in Italy, March 25th, 2006. Another little coincidence, that was the day of my mom's passing, March 25th. And I happened to see Jaime Musan, who had a very in-depth conversation with me that I share in my book, was speaking along with me, and he was showing the same crop circle that Dan had seen when he saw his first sighting. So I thought, that would be cool, let me take a picture. And I took a picture of it, and I checked it to make sure that I got the picture, and I noticed that there was an orb here that looked very similar to this orb. But what was interesting when we had it analyzed, not only does it look like there's a binary message in there, and it also is dissected in the middle, as this one is. And if anybody out there knows binary code, maybe they could analyze this. But what really caught my attention, which never did before, call it another coincidence, but an important one, is that in the original picture, there's the same three orbs in a line, equidistant line, that I caught on video during the March 13th 1997 Arizona mass sighting. Coincidence or connection? And this was the most recent that I actually took a picture of. I have seen some before, and certainly they're happening worldwide. But I'm sharing this one with you because not only was this pointing, again, in the same location, but that when I looked at the photographs, and I took several of them, and I hope you can see this, right here is an orb, and you can see the tail. It's actually moving. I mean, I actually caught an orb moving in front of the camera because the next shot, it's not there. And again, here's the shot, and then the next shot, it's not there. But there is much more to the story. And this really gets into the nitty-gritty of something that I didn't share till the latest edition of the book came out in 2010. It was, I couldn't wrap my head around it, and it was just so out there that I kept it private. But I decided to share it at this point because, first of all, time as we see it is primitive. Past, present, and future is our concept of time. And maybe this data will open the door a little more if scientists actually look at it and show us that time really isn't what we think. Also, and let me show you here. Now, here's the first and the last picture from 1995. Again, here's the first picture of the two bottom orbs. Here's the last picture. Now, not only did Dr. Maccabee, who I sent this picture to as an afterthought, you'll see in the documentary that we had a sighting in 1998 where 4 of us, north, south, east, and west, I had alerted them that I had seen the faint orbs through a fog, which is really eerie here. It doesn't happen in Phoenix. I mean, the humidity is usually 10, okay? But that weekend preceding this sighting was a dense fog. You couldn't even see beyond our street. My husband would joke that they could be there watching us and we don't see them. But nonetheless, it was a unbelievable sighting of straight lines, mirror images. The final thing was a giant triangle that 4 of us captured. And I thought, wow, that's great at the same exact time, unlike March 13th, which, as I mentioned, a couple of us videotaped very different video before the mass sighting, and the boomerangs were after mass sighting. And it's also interesting to note that that's exactly what people were seeing, okay? They were seeing the V, the triangle, the delta shape, the boomerangs, and that's exactly what we captured around 10 o'clock on video. But nonetheless, now we had, at the same time, 4 different people, north, south, east, and west, that Dr. Bruce Maccabee, Navy optical physicist, could analyze. Also, as an afterthought, I stuck in the first and last picture of the 95 sighting, the close sighting, and he called me a couple weeks later, and he said, "You said that sighting was only a couple minutes." I said, "Right." He said, "Are you sure?" I said, "That's what I remember." He said, "Ask your husband." Interestingly, now I was outside, he was inside. When I was taking the pictures, he wouldn't talk about it. He would get a little agitated when I would bring it up, so I didn't. And he said, "You have to confirm," which I did. And he just confirmed, yeah, 2, 3, 4 minutes long. And when I said that to Dr. Maccabee, he said, "That's impossible." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, first of all, these did move, okay? Also, he saw the same exact phenomena, and he tested these in the same exact location. Again, here are these skylights, disappearing while we were seeing the close orb." So you speculate that there were 6 across, as I saw 2 months before the mass sighting and during the mass sighting. And as these were disappearing, so were these. But he said, "But that's not even the most important point." I said, "Okay." He said, and I would have never noticed this in a zillion years. He said, "There are many lights on in the first picture, groups of lights that are off in the last picture." I said, "Okay." He said, "That doesn't happen in a couple minutes." He said, "I want you to do an experiment." He was so meticulous with this. He even took both pictures to show what groups of lights were on in the first picture and off in the last picture. And he did it again a couple of years ago for the National Geographic program, and with better technology, and found even more groups of lights in the first picture that are off in the last picture. He said, "I want you to go out in the balcony, stand approximately at the same spot, look out and take pictures of the skyline every 15 minutes, and we'll see when the lights start going out." Well, I usually take a bath when I'm home between 7 and 8. My husband called me out of the bath originally, so let's be conservative and say 8 o'clock for the starting point. Well, the lights start going out at 9. The last picture is indicative of 10:30, 11. And he asked me, can I present this case at the upcoming 1999 MUFON International Symposium in Washington, D.C.? I said, hey, this is your baby, Dr. Maccabee. I would have never noticed this data. Just keep my name out of it. Please keep me anonymous, which he gratefully did. And he presented the case in 1999. His conclusion was that there were hours between the first and last picture, not minutes. And it's the first authenticated photographic evidence ever, and as far as we know, ever, of missing time. Now, again, the reason I'm sharing this is hopefully science will take a peek at it, and it can open that door to show that time isn't really what our concept of time, but also quantum physics and quantum mechanics has come such a long way with the string theory and bubble theory, that there are 10 or 11 different dimensions out there. Well, if there's other times and spaces along with R, then why is it such a leap to think that there might not be other intelligences in those other times and spaces that we get glimpses of if we're open to them or invited? And that's why I'm sharing this data now. And I hope that it will be impactful. It's out there now. I don't believe in coincidence anymore. So it is what it is, and people can decide for themselves. And as Dr. Maccabee said, perhaps the most important result of the Phoenix sightings is that they turned Dr. Kitei on to do things, the book, the documentary, so forth. And I'm now working on a curriculum for kids that she never would have done if this hadn't happened. And I have to say that's the truth. I would have never done this in a zillion years. But the most important thing is that I am a messenger. And there is an important message that not only I impart, and that was imparted to me, which I'm going to share with you shortly, but there's other people worldwide that are getting messages, and I'm so grateful for them as well coming forward. And I was contacted by a fellow who was a truck driver in Sedona, and I get emails all the time, and I welcome them. I say in the documentary, and I mean this wholeheartedly, even if you just share with one person, it's healing. When somebody keeps a paranormal experience, even though most experiences and anomalous experiences can be explained, only a very small percentage cannot. But just because we can't define them yet definitively, it doesn't mean they're not real. We may be looking on the AM dial for an FM frequency, but when someone has a paranormal experience, it's real to them. And if they don't share it, it festers. It's not healthy. So even if you just share with me, go on the website, contact me, or go on Facebook, Phoenix Lights Network page, message me. I take confidentiality very seriously as a physician. Even if you just share it with one person, it's cathartic, it's healing. And this person happened to share his illustrations with me, that he was getting these messages, and he needed to share them. He was told to share them with me, and he sent me this one picture, and I'll read real briefly. I hope we have time for this. Hello, Dr. Kitei. I recently purchased your Phoenix Lights film and was very excited and impressed by you and the rest of the cast. In December of 1996, I began receiving images and information from various off-planet visitors in the Arizona area. As I was watching your film for the first time, I heard faint audio sounds in my left ear as I was looking at your photographs. After viewing it multiple times, I began receiving transmissions from it. One of them is a transmission directly to you. This transmission are multi-dimensional interplanetary Federation broadcasts. Now, I don't know if anybody out there believes in the Galactic Federation, but this is what he was sharing with me, and are always running, repeating themselves every 15 minutes since the original transmission date in 1995. These patterns were left here on the ethereal level for all individuals involved and can be accessed through meditation or through direct contact. And by the way, I give ways in my book, 10 ways to connect to these other phenomena, to these intelligences if you choose. And he goes on, which is how I receive them. The hand-drawn codes are written in a universal, multidimensional telepathic language, which is understood by every living being, including animals. The broadcast is direct transmission from the Interplanetary Alliance to you. one of the primary contactees and ambassadors in the Southwest area, and he talked about my former rank and involvement and whatever. Also, all who saw the craft and those who, like me, who will receive remote communications from it were destined to see it, or should I say contacted on some level to be part of this amazing experience. Anyway, I thought you might be interested in the images, as it will add another dimension to your work and understanding. Thanks, Brien. Well, he had no motives, no ulterior motives. I look at this and I thought, geez, this kind of looks like a crop circle. So I contacted Chet Snow in Sedona, who is a crop circle specialist, as well as Colin Andrews, a UK crop circle specialist. And almost simultaneously, they emailed me so excited. Oh my goodness, Brien DeFlores is famous and he's wonderful and he's amazing. He closes his eyes and gets these messages, and with pens in his hand, he starts drawing these incredibly complex illustrations. But what was really amazing is that Chet happened to be in UK a couple weeks later, and after he had first sent this to me, and he sent me these pictures. He actually walked in these crop circles that were formed 3 weeks after I received my first communication from Brien, which was pretty amazing. And Colin Andrews spoke with me at Dr. Stephen Greer's conference a couple years ago. And while he's telling me that these orbs appear over crops before the crop circle is made, excuse me, and someone took a picture, and there is an orb. Coincidence? Excuse me. And Brien kept sending me pictures and telling me that if you actually meditate on these, and you do, you get some kind of vibration, and please go to the website. They're on the website, as well as in the DVD bonus features.
BrienDeFlores.com.
Pardon me?
BrienDeFlores.com, I think it is. Brien's amazing. I have some of his work.
He is. I am so sorry.
That's okay. We have about 10 minutes left, Dr. Lynne, so if you want, we could do a question or two.
Well, I'm not finished yet.
Okay, keep going.
I can get through this. Somebody, excuse me for 1 second. I do apologize. I'm going to show you, not only was this sent to me, and it's just like what we saw, but we are masters of our own universe, and we have free will, as I have, to do this document. It's the curriculum I'm working on for kids, or documentary, which has won over 12 International Film Festival awards, and the book, which has a message, and I'm not going to be able to read it to you. I apologize. But here is what I shot before the mass sighting. I'm going to try to read this. I don't know about other living creatures in the vast universe, but questions keep permeating my mind about the ones who are trying to get our attention now. What if these beings are as advanced spirits as we are technologically? What if they want to share this beautiful and wondrous future with us? And what if they already met our spirit world and know firsthand that the essence of who we are is pure? They may be only trying to help us recognize the positive spirit deep within and teach us to know ourselves for who we really are before we destroy our world. Each and every one of us is a powerful being with the strength and wisdom to deeply appreciate our earth and every living creature on it, and view ourselves in a new light. This can begin by searching within ourselves for goodness and love, so that the consciousness of humankind can elevate spiritually above petty differences, envy, greed, lies, hatred, abuse, violence, and fear. That is our destiny, but only if each one of us chooses to look within our own soul for the answers. They are there. It isn't too late. Humankind can begin this very moment to learn and grow, so that our future will benefit from our newfound knowledge, not be pulled down by our self-serving primal ignorance. It is so very important that you look within yourself and believe in yourself. Judge yourself each and every day. There will come a time when you will judge every moment of your own life, the good, the bad, the kindness, and the wrath that you and you alone have brought to other human beings, to other living things, to our earth. You will feel what it felt like to be on the receiving. Near-death experiences have told us time and time that when we die, we go through a life review. God does not judge us, we judge ourselves. Maybe we should judge ourselves now. Think clearly about how we treat others, the energy and dedication we put into our relationships, especially our family, as well as our relationship to other living things we touch in this short but precious existence. So when our time does come, we won't have to endure pain and sadness, but rather we'll be drenched in our own ecstasy of our own love in the magnificent light of love. And if each of us truly looks deep within, the positive energies emanating from the goodness each one of us possesses will be shared around the world. Then our beautiful journey to a new reality will have begun. And I have to tell you that this message was given to me 1 month after the mass sighting, in the middle of the night, after an unbelievable experience happened, a paranormal experience that I share in the book. It was so mind-boggling that thoughts that I never had were just streaming in, and I had to go write it down. And I ran downstairs, picked up a pen and pencil and paper, and just started writing off the paper with my eyes closed. And it wasn't until the morning that I read it, and I read to you exactly what I wrote that night. And that sent me on the journey to try to find out what it meant that has brought me here to you. And I hope, as the Phoenix Lights touch one person at a time, I hope that this presentation today, when you look up in the sky and you see all the wondrous possibilities out there, all the wondrous positive possibilities out there, that you too will think of the Phoenix Lights, and it has touched you, and that you'll keep looking up. Thank you so much for letting me share this with you today. And if you'd like me to answer some questions, again, I apologize. I have been fighting this infection, and the show must go on. So I wanted to make sure that I got this out there for you today. So thank you for.
Yes, you're a trooper, Dr. Lynne. Thank you. You're definitely a trooper. Pushing through. We have one question. Dr. Lynne, thank you for the wonderful information. With the recent information, we know that our governments since the 1950s have their own crafts. Do you think the Phoenix Lights is an extraterrestrial craft or a human-engineered aircraft?
Okay. As I mentioned earlier, we haven't seen any of this technology in 20 years. I would hope that if we had this kind of advanced technology, that we'd be using it now against those that are really threatening our civilization, number one. Number two, I don't know what they are, where they're from, if they're maybe here. I mean, this is something that I really explore in the book. I hope that you'll pick up the book. Again, it was 750 pages, and I explored all these questions on the possibilities, and certainly there's rumors abound. But when you're looking at 10 different craft that people described traversing Arizona, New Mexico, California, Nevada, and that we're still seeing these phenomena worldwide, and other countries are much more open to these phenomena as being unearthly. Even our own governor came forward after the 10th anniversary as a military and pilot to say that he saw one of these craft and it was otherworldly. There is just, it's not even a belief anymore. And as you heard from the witnesses themselves in the piece that I showed you earlier in the report, balloons and helicopters and even holograms don't affect people the way that the Phoenix Lights has affected people at such a deep level. Whoever is doing this is not only trying to wake us up to their presence in a very gentle, non-threatening way, but also to wake us up to the positive potentials we have as human beings, and they are. I can't tell you how many people have shared with me that it's not a belief, it's a knowing that we're not alone and that we are stewards. And Dr. Edgar Mitchell, astronaut Edgar Mitchell, who's in the documentary, says this, that we are stewards of our planet. We need to take care of our planet and each other. And I hope that, you know, as the Phoenix Lights are touching each person, one person at a time, at a really deep level, I hope that my presentation, and certainly once you read the book and really delve into the rest of the story, there is so much more to the story, that you too will be touched at a deep level, and that it'll really give meaning to what the Phoenix Lights are all about.
Excellent, thank you. There's so much information out there, Dr. Lynne, as you know, and so many people coming forward, many governments disclosing their UFO files, Mexico, different countries in Europe, around the world. So it's amazing to see that. And Dr. Lynne, another question. I'm curious about the missing time phenomenon. Where's a good place to look further into this topic? Any suggestions?
Actually, I go deeper in the book. If you want to pick up the book, I do get into the missing time even in more detail, and certainly my near-death experience, which is also very riveting. And, you know, if you look into Dr. Alan Hynek's works and Dr. John Mack's works as well, you'll see some of this mentioned as well. And I have to, as a little aside, Dr. Alan Hynek was plucked out of being the head of astronomy at Northwestern University to head the only public study of UFOs, which was Project Blue Book. There were other studies behind the scenes, Grudge, Sign, and so forth. But Project Blue Book, as he admitted right before his passing in '85, is that anything that could be explained, they got out there. And he coined the phrase swamp gas, and also close encounters. He was in Close Encounters. And he said anything that wasn't explainable was brushed under the rug. And he made a very poignant statement as well, that science happens in threes. The first stage is complete disbelief. The second stage is, well, it might be so. And the last stage is, I know it all the time. And I think that we're coming closer and closer to that final stage. And that's why I felt it was really, really important to come forward with the data. People can decide for themselves, because you have to keep in mind that everybody comes from a different background, a different upbringing, a different belief system. Some people can't deal with this topic. Some people don't want to, and that's okay. Everyone in their own time. But now we have the data, the book, the documentary, which you can hear from the witnesses themselves. You can hear from the experts themselves, from astronaut Edgar Mitchell, from a 911 police operator. The Phoenix police said they only got a few calls. Well, she came forward after she retired to say they got hundreds of calls, and her disclosure is amazing. There is data out there now, and I'm working on a curriculum, a comprehensive curriculum for youth from 4th to 12th grade. If anybody's interested in learning more, please message me on Facebook, Phoenix Lights Network page. We're working with incredible teachers, Kate Hooker and a Disney illustrator, Mark, who is just amazing, who we're calling it Out of the Box, The Adventures of Sue, F-O, Field Observer, and Hugh, H-U-G-H, Hugh, F-O. And this is groundbreaking, because there is nothing, there's absolutely nothing in the classroom. And that's what prompted me to do the documentary, because I had gone back to work at the Arizona Heart Institute as the head of the Wellness and Imaging Center, the Heart Test, and the Arizona Heart Institute, and working 7 to 7 and doing Barnes & Noble and on the weekends, presentations, and doing interviews like this into the night, Coast to Coast, and others, of course. And I was approached by filmmakers once I came forward in 2004, and I didn't have the time, but I certainly wanted to do something visually. And Steve Lance, who bravely said, I'm bringing my equipment in May. His parents live here. His dad's a physician that we know. And he said, we're going to start filming. I said, whoa. I said, I stayed anonymous for 7 years. I don't know if these people will come forward. professors can lose their grants from universities if they come forward. And certainly I take confidentiality very seriously. I don't know if these people would like to come forward. And everyone I asked said that they would. That was the first sign. The second sign was parents that had seen me at a Barnes & Noble presentation invited me to a middle school to present there. And I walk into 200 middle school students. You could hear a pin drop. Children thirst for this knowledge. And it was the first time that I realized that there is nothing, we're talking about nothing, in our history books and certainly in our schools. So this is a project that's very dear to my heart since I've been producing video workbook curriculums on vital health issues for 40 years. I am working on this one as well, and really welcome feedback from people if they're interested, and we'll keep you posted because we're getting closer and closer to the release of this groundbreaking curriculum.
And Dr. Lynne, if you could click the button and stop sharing your screen, and then we can go back to full screen with you. And there we go. And a lot of people have been thanking you for this. And before we go,
thank you for putting up with my throat.
Oh no, you're a trooper. You're a true trooper. So thank you. And before we go, Dr. Lynne, I just want to play a short clip for you. And I'm sure you've seen this, but for all the viewers out there that haven't seen this, I wanted to share this. And we'll just take 2 minutes and watch this. This is from BBC News, as you know, the CNN of the world in the UK.
Hello and welcome to Sophie & Co. I'm Sophie Shevardnadze. Paul Hellyer served as the Canadian Minister of Defense in the 1960s, shaping the country's armed forces for years to come. It was only in his retirement that he says he made a life-changing discovery. He became the first cabinet-level politician from a G8 country to publicly state that there is extraterrestrial life present on Earth. Is this an elaborate fantasy? Are aliens science fiction? Or is there something to claims of their existence?
Extraterrestrial life. For ages, humanity has wondered, is there anything else in the cold darkness of space? Skeptics say there is no proof, but there have always been those who dared to dream. And some even claim to have seen things with their own eyes. Do aliens exist? Are they already here? Do they pose a threat or a chance for salvation?
Honorable Paul Hellyer, former Minister of Defense of Canada, and he believes that life forms from space exist and are present on Earth. It's great to have you with us on our show. Why do you say that UFOs are as real as the airplanes flying over our heads?
Well, because I know that they are. They've been, as a matter of fact, they've been visiting our planet for thousands of years. And one of the cases that would interest you most, if you give me 2 or 3 minutes to answer, is during the Cold War, 1961, there were about 50 UFOs in formation flying south from Russia to across Europe. And the Supreme Allied Commander was very concerned and about ready to press the panic button when they turned around and went back over the North Pole. So they decided to do an investigation. And they investigated for 3 years, and they decided that with absolute certainty that 4 different species at least, had been visiting this planet for thousands of years.
And that's it. But that's the former Defense Prime Minister of Canada. I'm sure you've heard him talk before.
Oh yeah, he's amazing.
He is. He's all over the place talking
that's what it's going to take, Jonah. Credible people, and I mean, I really fought it, but come on. It's just being a messenger, and if people listen because somebody comes forward like Paul Hellyer, then we've done our job. If they look at the data, and that's all that I'm asking you, just look at the data, make up your own mind.
There you go. Thank you, Dr. Lynne, for your service and for all your work and for everything and for pushing through like a trooper today. And again, if anyone has any questions for Dr. Lynne, please visit her website. And I'm sure we'll have you back soon on another webinar and keep spreading the truth and light. Thank you, Dr. Lynne.
So, yeah, we have the 20th anniversary coming up, so more on the way, and keep looking up.
There you go. Thank you. All right, and then we're going to jump to our next guest here, and I believe he is ready. Let's see if he's ready on the back end. Is he ready, Neil? And this next guest is one of my favorite to download some information from. I've heard him speak many times, Mr. James Gilliland. He'll be joining us, and I think he is now with us. Excellent. And James, good to see you again, and thank you for joining us on the Extraterrestrial Disclosure event and for all your work. And without any further ado, I'll let you have the floor here. And if you want to go a little back and give the backstory a little bit for the viewers out there that aren't familiar with who you are and the ranch, that would be great. And thank you again for your time and for coming on. Look forward to hearing you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me on your network here. There's some pretty amazing things happening right now. There's so many things. It's like I don't even know where to start. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the travels with some of the elders over there in Australia that we had. They say Australia over there. They don't say the else. It's kind of interesting. But I was hanging out with, we started a group called East Eddie Australia with Peter Maxwell Slattery and Solrita and Tara. And we got to hook up with some of the elders there, and some amazing information came forward. And as far as East Eddie, I've been doing this for over 30 years, about 36 years. And been involved in contact, not just with the ETs, but higher dimensional beings. And here at the East City Ranch, we have a vortex, and it's like a portal. And so, things are happening here. People are filming ships constantly here. They're filming beings. They're getting pictures of beings like Kuan Yin and Mother Mary and Babaji and things of that nature are happening here. We've got the fairy kingdoms and the elven kingdoms. We've got Bigfoot hanging around here. There's so many things going on here. It's just really exciting. Some people, it freaks them out a little bit when they first come here and hang out for a while. But if you stay out of fear and learn to just have fun with this stuff, even if anything negative comes to you, you can also clear that, which we'll talk about later on. There's tools and techniques to clear any unseen negative influences. But right now, that's almost a must, because the veils between worlds are becoming very thin. The portals are opening, and it's getting pretty interesting. It's going to get real interesting as time goes on. So, but anyway, I've got several books out. I've got Reunion with Source, Becoming Gods, The Ultimate Soul Journey, and the latest book is Anunnaki Return, which we'll cover in the talk as well. Boy, I think I'm just going to go and get into it and make sure this all works. I want to start out with
James, do you have a presentation to show? Do you want to share your screen? Do you have anything you want to show the people?
I do, and I'm going to put that up right now.
So hit the little green button at the bottom, share screen, and then just pick whatever files you want to share.
Okay, hang on just a second. I think at the bottom green, there we go, share screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've got it. And
then you'll be able to pick the files. A window will pop up.
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay.
We're going to just go into, this should be it.
No, we still see you.
How about now?
The CIA has released their own experts online that documented sightings of
stop that and try hitting the share screen again. There you go. You got to double click. All right, you're good.
I'm a bit of a skeptic, so our next guest is going to have to do a bit to convince me, but to discuss all of this and tell us about his own
This is the mainstream news in Australia when I came there.
Lecturer, author, and UFologist. I love that. James Gilliland, welcome to the show, James. Oh, thanks for having me on the show. It's great to have you here. Now, why have the CIA released their documents after all this time?
Basically, they have to, because disclosure is happening not just from the skies. I mean, ships are showing up everywhere. At the same time, all the disclosure movements and everything else are bringing out all the files, and hundreds of government eyewitnesses on the highest levels are coming out with their testimony. So it's like, it's almost embarrassing for them to continue to try to keep the cover-up going. They did a poll in Texas. They had a huge flyover. A lot of ships flew over Texas, and they did a poll to see if people believe in UFOs. 99% of the people said yes.
But the government has always maintained this kind of secrecy because they believe that the human race can't handle the truth, that we'd all be moved to panic if they were really aliens.
Yeah, it goes deeper than that because these beings have free energy. They have the cure for most diseases. They're extremely advanced beings. And so for them to come here would topple the corporations, the war and disease profiteers and things like that. So,
James, we're going to have to cut you off there because this is not just someone seeing a Frisbee photograph in the sky or a hot air balloon that's reflecting the sun. This is a guy saying that these beings have free energy. Like, how do you do that?
Well, I've had face-to-face. Yeah, I've had face-to-face contact with them. Well, they look very much like you do. They're very genetically refined. They're very beautiful. And they're very spiritually
alien-esque.
Yeah, there you go.
I didn't know.
Well, you know, we are. Yeah, it's like we are. They're our ancestors, and they're returning. Yeah. And they didn't have to go through all the start overs like all the pole shifts and disasters on the earth. They continue to evolve, so they're extremely evolved. They're very spiritually, very technologically advanced beings.
Now, your ranch near Mount Adams, which is around Washington.
Yeah.
You say that that's a bit of a hotspot because it's on a sort of an energy vortex.
Yeah, and Kenneth Arnold, who coined the word flying saucers, actually saw the ships land on the western slopes of Mount Adams, which is actually my front yard.
So this is from your ranch, this footage, is it?
Yes. There's a real long history of UFO activity there. It goes back to the Native Americans.
Yeah.
And they know all about, you go to the elders of the Native Americans, they'll tell you all about the UFOs and who's on them and their ways and everything. And they used to take their sick and wounded up to a certain place on the mountain where there's a door that opened up, and they would come back out a week later totally healed with broken bones and things like that. But that stopped because our technology got a little too advanced, and we were kind of messing with them, so they kind of closed off communications.
Now, Robbie Williams comes out to your place and stays there for weeks at a time. So everyone knows Robbie, but can the average person come and stay at your joint for a couple of weeks?
Yeah, we've had all kinds of famous people come there. But I always tell people, rather than believe me, come and see it yourself, because it's not something we're trying to prove happened in the past. It's still happening. And so almost every night we go out there, and we've seen at least 12 to 13 ships, sometimes 250 ships come over. And we have triple PhD Boeing engineers, works people, Lockheed engineers, Air Force base commanders, pilots, air traffic controllers, all testifying that these are unknown. They're not anything that they know of, just by the way they act,
And lastly, there was a sighting of a cluster of UFOs flying in unison over Moscow.
Yes,
the video has been declared authentic by experts. So what do you think it'll take for me and the other skeptics out there to finally believe that UFOs and aliens are real?
Well, the whole key is you have to want to know. So you see with your brain. Your brain actually chooses out of billions of bits of information what is your reality. So when you really are sincere and you come out of pure intent, an open mind, and a loving heart, then you start having contact. So it's kind of backwards to say, prove it to me. You have to be kind of open to that reality. Do your research, and it'll come to you. The universe works that way. It'll bring it to you.
James, you've seen these people.
Yes.
And you say they look like Natalia. This skepticism could be just a cover.
Yeah.
She could be an embedded alien. You reckon?
We all are, basically. Because they're our ancestors. They're returning, so their genetics are the same. We're a mix of genetics from 12 major star nations here on the planet. And so all of these, all of these giant monuments like the pyramids, we still can't do those today.
That's right.
Yeah, and we still can't replicate that.
So enough to get a house renovation.
So who did it? Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much, James. I, for one, would love to come and visit your ranch. It's kind of out there on the beach.
I want to meet my people. I definitely do. James, you're touring Australia this month. You've got workshops, sky watchers, and all the details are on our website, of course. So people out there, get involved. This is super interesting.
All right, so are we still connected? I'm having little buttons pop up here saying that
you're still connected. We hear you and see you.
Okay, great.
The video's frozen, but yeah, we hear you and see you.
Yeah, so I'm going to go to the next one here. What happened was in that shift, they were extremely skeptical in the beginning, And you know, she was saying, you know, you have to make me a believer and things like that. And I'll show you what happened there is that in the interview, I mean, it was rough. I started out, I'm going, oh God, you know, this is going to be interesting. And then she went through a shift, and then I called on these lion beings. I could tell who her guides were, and I brought them in, and you'll see a total shift in her energy patterns, you know, when we did the interview. So this is kind of interesting, but I'll see if we can, actually this is flipped into another footage, but I'll go back into that in a minute. But this is also some things in Mexico that we just threw in off a Mexican webcam to show, you know, some of the ships that are cruising around the volcanoes. They're doing a lot of work on the volcanoes and trying to settle things down. But in just a minute, it'll pop in. But I have a lot of footage from Mexico, just amazing footage of ships and all kinds of things, you know, interacting. And they have ships, and they have little kind of like plasma. The best way I can explain them are they're like a like a little probe or something that they send out to do things, to do other things. So you have the ship itself, and then you have other little smaller units that they send out to do certain things. But I'm going to go through here and show you the shift of energy. So it went from there to there to there. So you can actually see the shift that happens, you know, when you use energy. And you don't, when they start making fun and jokes and stuff like that, you don't shrink back and worry about it. You know, you just keep holding space and holding the energy, and you create the shift, and then it happens. So I want to get into, this is Brendan Murray, and he's the king of the Raven tribe. So we're hanging out with Brendan, and we're doing a lot of amazing things. You know, working on some projects there. If people want to get in contact with me, we're working on a major center there in Australia, but with Brendan. But the what's interesting is while we're there with Brendan, we're sharing stories, and I was telling him my research about how the first colonies came, the ancient Lyrians, and then the second attempt was the Pleiadians that came, and then they brought in 12 other star nations and terraforming processes. But I was telling the story, and he was telling me his ancient stories, and they're identical. And we both kind of filled in the pieces on certain areas with each other. But it was amazing guy. You know, we had an incredible connection there. And I want to go further. And while we were talking that evening, this flew over his house. And to me, that was a major sign. I also had 2 eagles fly overhead, you know, while we were talking. And there's some other signs that happened earlier. So I'm going to tie everything in. I'm going to show you the ships. I'm going to show you the paranormal stuff, and also the, you know, the intense spiritual connections that were happening. But you can see this ship. It's coming down behind the trees. I mean, this is like a pretty amazing ship. But when we saw that ship, there was an energy exchange that happened as well. I'm going to go through this pretty quick.
Look at that.
So here's our initiation into the Raven tribe. What happened here is we went to a place where there's a school where they had a major sighting there, and Westall. And there's a place where the ships landed. We're standing right in the middle where the ships landed. And the ravens started coming. And the locals there have never seen anything like this.
Ever since hanging out with Brendan,
but
the king of the Raven tribe, this is what's been happening to us everywhere.
But it was quite interesting how things unfolded.
Behind us now.
You can see them, they just keep coming. And some of the elders, I saw some of their spirit beings, and I kept describing the spirit beings that were appearing to me, and they were kind of shocked that I could actually see them. And a lot of them are doing like vision ceremony, you know, trying to have an experience with these beings, and so they really welcomed us and shared a lot of the ancient knowledge with us. You can see the ravens coming in.
Absolutely full of it. This is not normal.
I've never seen anything like it.
No, I haven't either.
This is amazing.
And they're staying right here. They're not going anywhere. They're just sitting above us.
We've been here quite a few times. This has never happened.
Yeah.
Nothing like this has ever happened.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
That's Peter Slattery and Sarita and Tara that I was traveling, you know, across Australia with. And this is Uluru. So we're at Uluru, and we're doing a lot of hiking around the mountain and things like that. And we came back after that and tapping into the energy there. And I was playing my flute and things like that at special places. And Sarita's very visual and clairvoyant. She said she saw all the grandmothers come out and everything. And then that night I had the grandmothers come to me, and I had some of the other beings show up. One was the Junabi, which are really interesting. They're about 9 feet tall, and they carry feathers on their back, and their legs are hinged the opposite of humans. They're different than humans, and they're very big beings. And I asked the elders who they were, and they said those are the enforcers, and said they're keeping an eye on things. And it was pretty interesting, but we kept seeing all these things, and I kept getting the messages from the grandmothers. And they're very sad at what's happened to the people there. And they really are trying to communicate with the people and trying to help lift them up. But there's been so much oppression and so much, it's just undeniable they've had their land stolen, they've been murdered. I can go on, but, I don't want to be a downer, but basically that's, if you're sensitive, you feel that energy there. You have the regular places they take the tourists to and things like that, and they go and they walk these little paths and they see the mountain. It's great, but when you're sensitive and you go there, you can feel other levels of what's happening. And so we were talking a lot about how do we clear that energy up and solutions to that. Now this flew right over us that night after we got back from Uluru.
Did you see how big that was? Yeah. Still coming in.
Yeah.
God, that was freaking huge.
Look at it next to the star in comparison.
Still huge. Oh man, I bet everybody's gonna be talking about this. This is right over the town. This one I said.
Look at that.
I'll be the couple up here now.
Yes. So this is right over the town of Uluru, and she'll pan back in a minute. You'll be able to see the town.
Give us one more. I've still got it.
No, it's still there. Still there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, where we were filming was interesting. This guy came walking out, and he was dressed pretty nice, had a big Rolex watch on and everything. And we pointed up at this ship. We go, check out the ship, and he goes, yeah, whatever. And he turned around and walked away. And it's amazing the attitude some people have towards this. I mean, it was an amazing event. It's right in his face, and there's the town right there. But he just didn't care. I guess it really rattled his cage or something. He didn't want to have anything to do with it, which I thought was quite interesting. But I'm going to go on, and I'm going to go through a lot of this. And so actually, we found out through Stephen and Evan Strong, who have done a lot of research on this area. This is the mother tree. And this is when you're going out to Gosford Glyphs. And there's these the glyphs, the petroglyphs, or their hieroglyphs. There's all this. There's star glyphs on the rocks there. I'll go into later. But when you go there, you have to do kind of a ceremony, and there's a blessing you do. And if you don't treat the place with respect, a lot of people get ill and sick there. And one woman just actually dropped dead there. It was quite interesting. I guess, I don't know how that happened or why, but there are protectors there, and there's energy there. And when you go there, there's certain signs, and you have to go a certain way. And if you take shortcuts, it can be, very detrimental energetically. But I'm going to go further into this. And these are the glyphs, and we're all checking the glyphs out here. I'm going to go even more. These are the guardians. They have these big lizards that are standing at the beginning of the glyphs. And what they told us, if these lizards aren't there, don't go in. You're not welcome. So, and these guys just sat there. They hung out. I mean, you can almost touch them. I was like an inch away from them, checking them out with my phone, taking pictures of them. And they didn't even move. They were just watching us, observing us. I'm going to go into some of the video.
Even what's happened here, how people said that they tried to leave with the these rocks, but there was another story to it.
Yeah, those are the ships you can see.
I know they couldn't take these rocks, but that's for sure. This is the whole structure. This used to have a roof under the tank, from what I know.
Yeah. It almost looks like someone standing at a desk or something.
So these glyphs have been deciphered by some very famous Egyptologists, and you can see at the top of them are star glyphs. I'll go further into that, where they have the ships that come in. And then what they do is they actually show a pattern of DNA, and then they had a man that they believe is called the Denisovian man, that they added their DNA to him and created the hybrid that we hear about. And so this is the story about the first Anunnaki, and they think it was about at least 650,000 years to 450,000 years ago when this occurred. And they tell the story very clearly in the star glyphs. The second glyphs are hieroglyphs, and the Egyptologists could read those very easily. And what they said was that there was two pharaohs that came to regain the knowledge. They lost the knowledge, and so they came back to Australia to regain the knowledge. And one of them was bitten by a snake and died, and the other, the ship was crashed because they tried to steal the knowledge and take it back with them. And the elder said, no, you can't do that. They tried to do it anyway, and anyway, that's kind of how spirit takes care of things sometimes. But it tells these stories, and you have both star glyphs, hieroglyphs, and other glyphs that tell the original story of man. Now, what else I'm going to tell you is going to be very controversial. The Aboriginal people are the original people. They are the original beings that were here on the earth, and they were jumped up genetically. And all the science is pointing in that direction. And there's another thing too. It's not just that. The genome experiment points in that direction. The gold that they had in Egypt came from Ballarat in Australia. So everything is pointing back to Australia. So man didn't originate in Africa. Actually, it originated in Australia, and from there it went out, into the other continents. So all the history is recorded there. The stories are there, and if anybody wants to do the research, you'll see. And this is going to piss off a lot of Egyptologists and a lot of scientists and people who have written books. And so I'm not really concerned with that. I'm just concerned with the truth and getting back to our true ancestry, our true heritage, and so we can understand, what's happening here on Earth. I'm going to show you some more footage of these glyphs. These are more of the glyphs. You can see, like, there's a Celtic cross. There's all these very ancient symbols. There was a swastika there. There's
oh yeah, UFOs. There's another one.
Yeah, here's the UFOs. This is the Pleiadian side.
Another one of you? Definitely.
And they actually call them Pleiadian glyphs.
This is called marks or something.
What's that called?
And when you see these glyphs, you can tell they've been there a really long time. Somebody came and tried to put some new glyphs over it, and you can tell they don't. The rock isn't weathered. It's there's no lichen in it, and basically what they've done what they're doing is they're trying to discredit these glyphs. And actually, the Navy was going to shell this area and just blow it to smithereens. And somebody stopped them. Somebody that was part in high up in the interior said, "No, you're not going to do that," and stopped them. So they've been trying to get rid of this information for quite some time. This is the Denisovian man, a picture of him, and this is the one they believe was jumped up genetically, which are the Aboriginal people, and then it went from there. So this story goes further, and I'll go more into that later. So that was the first attempt at colonization on the Earth. The second attempt was the Pleiadian colonies of Atlantis and Lemuria, and they brought in 12 other major star nations and terraformed the Earth, and they brought their plants and animals and as well as their own human genetics as well. And we're just a big mixture here. And that's what's so important about the Earth, is that the genetic diversity on Earth is nowhere else. You're never going to find this kind of genetic diversity. We're a big biological zoo, and it needs to be preserved. We need to take care of this planet. It's very important, and that's why they're here. Now, this is some of the daylight stuff that happened at Peter's house where I was staying. We come out in the morning and these ships are just flying right over us. So there's extreme UFO activity there, and I think it's because one, the Anunnaki are back, and the ancient ones are back, and this was their origin. So they seem to be appearing here, in larger numbers and just right in the open, flying around, right in daylight constantly. We have a lot of activity here on the mountain, but not as much daylight activity as they do in Australia. There's just tons of activity going.
Going by the side of the sun.
That's Peter Slattery. You have to get them on your conference next year. They've got a great presentation. Okay, this is Mount Buffalo, and what happens, the Aboriginal people, they go up there and they do ceremony to the Star Nations at Mount Buffalo. And so we went up to the Mount Buffalo to check it out, and there was probably the worst chemtrailing we've ever seen. And the locals, everybody, they said they've never seen anything like it. We almost got our own special dose of chemtrails, but they did everything they could to block out the sky, but the ships, actually, you can see they came in very low, and sometimes just above the trees. We had some equipment failure. We had some below, treetop level, massive. And Peter had some equipment failure, unfortunately, and missed a couple really good ones. But other than that, you can see some of them that we caught there. And that's Peter Slattery with the background music. A lot of this information you can get from ECETI Australia. If you just go to ecetiaustralia.org. We also have ecetijapan.org and ecetiireland.org, and soon we'll have eceticanada.org. I'm going to cut this one a little short, but there's lasers. We're shooting lasers up to it. You can tell it's getting brighter. Okay, and this is one that Peter filmed right over his house.
Watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it.
And you can see the size of these objects, and how low they are. And this is right over Melbourne. This is the suburbs of Melbourne, where this is happening. So it's a pretty common thing. We're going to go through these kind of quick because this was in Sydney. So Rita filmed us. I was playing my flute and Peter was playing his guitar. We're just messing around and we didn't know she filmed it, so we ended up putting it on the background music. You can see there's quite a large group there. But everywhere we went, we had large ships come over, and we were using the Heavens Above and other apps, phone apps, to make sure these weren't satellites or rockets or the space station or EvaSat or any of the larger objects that are visible. But they just kept popping in over and over. Then the ships just kept coming. And everywhere we went, we had a lot of activity. Okay, I'm going to cut that one a little short just to... And this is Seaford Beach. Now this is interesting because we had drones, we had helicopters following us. And what's interesting is they dropped flares and tried to get us to film these flares and say they were a flare. Now that's a UFO, you can see it powering up and then going behind the cloud. actually the IFOs, they're identified flying objects. We actually know who's on them, and we know a lot about their culture and what they're up to, but we can go further than that later. But I want you to see this flare they dropped. It was quite interesting. To the naked eye, it looked very authentic. It was bright pink. It was incredible, you know, but right away I told people that's a flare. You know, it's a flare. When you looked at it in the night vision, you could actually see the smoke trail. You know, so you can see the little smoke trail above it. You can see how bright this is. You wonder, why would they be dropping these giant flares, you know, during our events? But with the naked eye, you couldn't see the trail. You couldn't see the smoke trail. And it was big. I mean, it was huge. So there's a big difference between a flare. You can tell the difference between a flare and a UFO. They actually end up giving us credibility when they do these stunts. We bust them every time. If they try to fly a drone or drop a flare or whatever, we always catch them. Here's the black helicopters that were following us.
There's a black helicopter now.
Everywhere we went, we had black helicopters, you know, flying over us at each event. And this, I want to talk a little bit. I'll go more into this a little later, but we had a person there with the PIP technology, Harold Oldfield's technology, and he was one of the foremost people in the field, and he was taking pictures. And this is when I said the golden energy, the golden goddess energies are coming in. You can see the film shows that the golden energy is coming into the room. Each time when we brought a different group in, you'd be able to see the different color changes. So there's a lot of evidence. There's a ton of evidence that shows that, you know, when we're doing these sessions and we talk about what's happening in the session, it actually shows up on the footage, on the film. And these descriptions are what the technician saw, and they're his descriptions of what's happening there. All right, so we're going to go out of this one and hopefully bring up the second part of this presentation. Hopefully this is working all right. I'm technologically challenged. So, I mean, there's a whole list of people that we didn't talk about. This is Dan Aykroyd, but, you know, Robbie Williams, everybody in the UFO community, all the Disclosure Project people have been here. I can go on and on, you know, Dolores Cannon, Lisa Renee, Renato Lungato. There's Chief Golden Eagle. I could go on for a long time talking about a lot of famous people that people know in the field, but most ufologists have all been up to the ranch and have seen the ships and that know they're real. We've had triple PhD Boeing engineers, Skunk Works people, pilots, air traffic controllers, all testifying as to the authenticity of the ongoing events here. So I don't know at what point, people keep asking me, when is contact going to happen? And I said, well, we give you the exact time and dates, that the ships are going to appear, which was documented on Paranormal State and a lot of other Fox News and things like that. Your cameras are rolling, the ships appear exactly when we say they're going to appear. So what do you need, to establish contact? So it's almost funny when people give dates. Oh, they're going to contact us in 2025 or whatever. The bottom line, they've been contacting us for 650,000 years. And the people who have stepped up to the plate and risen spiritually are the ones that are having the contacts. And there are low-level contacts. There's been a lot of experimentation going on, but that's a whole different story. I'll go into that a little bit later. But I really want to get into what's going on at the center of our galaxy here. We're having these huge energy bursts, and these are X-ray and gamma ray bursts. Gamma rays are seventh dimensional consciousness, and so the whole Milky Way galaxy is going through a huge shift. We're moving through a highly energized place in space. As you can see, the cosmic rays are off the scale, and cosmic rays create DNA changes. Whenever you have light entering a system, the light has consciousness that comes with it, and it creates changes. Dr. Emoto's work, who took over Dr. Nemo took over Dr. Emoto's work, they found out now that you can take a laser or any kind of light and send it through an egg, of a frog, into a salamander egg, and the salamander egg will become a frog. So you can transfer DNA with lasers and light. And now they're finding out that water holds the pattern of DNA. And so water is very integral right now in the shift that they're going through. We need to be drinking a lot of clean water. You can program your water. You can ask for your water to be programmed for you. There's ceremonies. The Native Americans have been doing it for a long time where they program the water. And it's very integral in the work that we're doing right now. But NASA's finally releasing this information. The sun is reacting to these changes. It's throwing off huge solar flares right now. When these flares hit the Earth, it's a huge influx of energy. And what that does, first it creates social changes. It goes into your fields, into your energy fields. And Stanford research did research with monkeys. And when they exposed them to fluctuations in the magnetic fields, people were doing everything from comatose to, the monkeys were going from comatose to self-mutilation. But, and we've seen later people doing crazy things, and they're also getting very tired and lethargic. It's because of these energy waves moving through that are affecting us. And so when these flares are hitting, you can program yourself for them. You can adjust to them. You can take naps when you need to. You can do clearing, energies. You can realize this isn't yours. It's just a process, and learn how to process these energies, which is what basically we teach here. But I want to go further into this. We're getting a lot of help. These are some of the ships. These are NASA photos of ships sitting right in front of the sun. When these flares go off, they've actually blocked a lot of kill shots that a lot of the psychics have seen in the past. So, people go, what do UFOs have to do with us and society and everything else? Why do I need to know anything about UFOs? Well, basically, you wouldn't be watching this presentation right now if they weren't intervening, because the whole grid would be down. And so if you don't think they're helping on our behalf, your ATMs wouldn't be working, this screen wouldn't be working, most of your technology would be on the garbage pit right now if they weren't involving themselves. I can go further than that. Now, this is a photograph of the sun, and NASA was talking about it. They called it the Great Chicken God because it was this big coronal hole that looked like a chicken. But what they didn't see is the being right next to the neck of the chicken god. You can see a light being, very clear. He's got eyes, nose, a mouth, hair. It looks like kind of wings in the back. There's all these other figures in this picture. And what I'm saying is that people see, you see with your brain chooses what you see. If you have a spiritual nature, you're going to see this amazing light being there. If you're going to just go with the chicken program, all you're going to see is a a chicken, basically. So it's all about your consciousness on what you're going to experience, in the days to come. This is Sakajawara, and it's going off over there in Japan. And look at the photographs of these beings. And these are, a lot of people talk about Pele and things like that. I've connected with these beings when I was in Hawaii, Pele and Haleakala and things like that. And they are real, and if you have an interdimensional mind, you're going to have interdimensional experiences. But this is pretty undeniable. You've got the eyes, the hair, the nose, the mouth. It's very well defined. It almost looks like a photograph of a woman, and so this is going on. This is another event that happened in China, which the elders were waiting for to move forward. And, they're waiting there's a huge phoenix that appeared also. And these are the signs that it's time to release the massive amounts of wealth, and gold and the interest on the gold for humanitarian purposes, which finally is being released. It's finally being broken loose and due to some very brave souls, some white hats that are getting involved now. But it's been blocked over and over and over again, and now it's finally going to come forward. But there's a lot of things I can't talk about that I know that I have to just wait and let things unfold. And there's some things I can talk about, but we are going to go through a complete shift, especially an economic shift, where things are going to be much more fair, a lot less enslaving, and we are going to go through some abundant times because we need to turn this planet around. We can't keep operating under this draconian grid that's been holding us down for so long, and we need to shift into the 5th dimensional grid. And so a lot of these elders are assisting with that. So they're going to be bringing in the treasury. They're going to be creating treasury notes. They're going to be backed by gold. The Federal Reserve note will probably be traded out 1-to-1. It won't be a problem, but they are going to get rid of the Federal Reserve and the cabal and the banksters and those that have enslaved us, and the war and disease profiteers are going to come to an end. And the higher dimensional beings are all behind this, and they're starting to appear here. And this goes up right now. We're dealing with 11 dimensional beings that are involved in this, and it goes all the way back to the source itself. So, I hate to burst some people's bubbles, but there is a creator, and creator does delegate. And so there's a lot of different beings involved in this process, and they're here to liberate Earth and restore it back to the original intent, which was to be an Eden that would evolve naturally to its highest potential. And so we're in that process right now. I would highly suggest becoming a part of that process and surrendering the old wounds and traumas and wrong conclusions from past experiences, and start operating under universal law, because that's what's coming in, and it's unstoppable. So, everybody goes, what's universal law? They didn't write the book yet. It's written in your heart, everybody's heart. It's written, and it's basically what it is universal peace, brother, sisterly love, individual freedom and prosperity for all. It's unity consciousness. That's what universal law is. And so that's what's pressing in, and it's taking down the old draconian network. And we can talk more about that. This is the events that happen. This is Mount St. Helens and being rejuvenated. You can see the energies there. This is Haiti, where they're using HARP technologies right before the quake. So there are amazing spiritual things, and there's some psycho people behind some pretty amazing technology also that are capitalizing, and creating their own urban renewal programs by totally decimating, whole countries, with HARP and other technologies. They're creating tornadoes and weather patterns never before seen on the planet. I want to go into the spectrum here, the light spectrum. Hertzian is the world we live in. It's the physical world. Infrared is where things go bump in the night. In the low infrared, it's the astral world. In the mid-astral world, it's everyday people incarnating on the wheel of life. The high astral level, you'll have guides and teachers and masters, but they haven't, gone into unity consciousness. And so they are guides. They can help you. They are teachers, but they're still stuck because they have some religious or cultural belief that creates separation. They're not aligned fully with unity consciousness. So you have to get past the veil and past the psychic barrier and get into the higher dimensional ultraviolet, X-ray, gamma ray, and all the way to the void. You have to get into these higher dimensions if you're going to be operating out of unity consciousness. So I disagree with some people that say these 13th dimensional badass beings are coming to turn us into human pilaf and things like that. You know, once you hit unity consciousness, there is no war. You know, there is no, why would you, you know, you're one with creation. Why would you fight against something else? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So when you know how the vibration continuum works, you understand this. But there's a lot of stories out there, and everybody has a new story, and they have to keep people captivated, and they have to keep the money flowing and the people coming to their sites. And so, you know, I would be aware of that. You know, we have to develop our own inner sensitivity, our own BS meter, and see if things feel right to you, and drop your victim pattern. You know, people just get all the victims. Oh yeah, they did this to us. We're all victims. You know, you're not victims, you're gods. And I'll explain that later. But we have the DNA of the gods. It's just not activated. And if we're playing the victim role, it's never going to be activated. So we have to step into our power to help activate this energy. I'll go further. Einstein, I love what he said. He made it very clear, you know, that there are worlds, you know, hidden, you know, which we're not aware. And so there's worlds within worlds, and there's other Earths that are just out of phase from this Earth. And when we do a lot of our practices up here, Qigong practices, some of us phase out and we totally disappear. And that's part of this process.
I think it's almost a foregone conclusion that they're out there. Take a look at our galaxy. There are 100 billion stars in our galaxy. Now take a look at the galaxies of the universe. We can actually count them. In the visible universe, our telescopes have the range to see 100 billion galaxies. Well, how many stars are there in the visible universe? Count them. 100 billion times 100 billion. That is an astronomical number. You have to be supremely arrogant to believe that we are the only ones in town.
But that's just the visible universe. According to Michio, intelligent life might also exist in other dimensions.
Okay, so that's the key. Intelligent life might exist on other dimensions. It does, and I'm glad he's finally pointing to this. I also like what he said, it'd be supremely arrogant to think we're the only ones out here. And it is, you know, I don't know how else to say it. Okay, this is interesting. I don't know if this is showing up on your screen sometimes it's harder to see, but you can see this is actually a possession in process where just above the woman there's a being. It's an astral being. And this is a discarnate spirit that died of a drug overdose in this building. When the woman came to us, I told her you have a hitchhiker, and we got it off her, and she got well instantly. She was very sick, and she got well. She went to her husband and said, I don't, you know, her husband goes, I don't believe in that. That was just power of suggestion. And so he got his film back, and it shows this guy's face hovering above her. And he went down to the police department and asked if anybody died in this building. They said, yes, a young man died of a drug overdose in this building. And he showed him the picture. He said, yes, that's him, you know. So, you know, here's physical proof and evidence and witnesses all tied together showing that there are astral beings out there. They can affect you mentally and emotionally. They can make you ill. You can have accidents. You can get all spaced out. You can go into fits of grief and rage and all kinds of things, because these entities have a mental and emotional body, and they can tie into your fields. So as the veils become thinner, it's very important that we learn how to heal these unseen negative influences and maintain our own self-authority. So, you know, a lot of people, I want to stress something, that it is completely irresponsible to say, you know, all ETs are good. It's almost like saying, you know, all humans are good, and all humans are not good, you know, and at their core, maybe they are good, but there are some acting out some pretty nasty things. And so it's as above, so below. And so there are, on the low astral level, there are some grays and reptilians and serpent beings, and that are not in your Heisenberg biscuit. It's best not to engage these beings and do not work with them, because there are consequences. And there are people that are going around and actually inviting these energies in and telling people not to use discernment, not to trust your own inner sensitivity. And so people are being possessed, and they have these entities all over them. And they come here all the time, and we tell people, you know, look, you need to develop your own inner sensitivity. You need to learn how to heal unseen negative influences. and stand in your self-authority. And we have a saying, if you don't like what you're feeling, do a healing. So I would strongly suggest you keep in your discernment. And if you have somebody telling you that there are no negative ETs and pushing that agenda, there's a good chance that they have already been taken over by these ETs, and they're actually, following that agenda. And also do some research into the history of these people and look who their mates are. If they're hanging out with the Rockefellers and the Clintons and the other people, and odds are that they're dancing at Bohemian Grove right alongside of them. So pay attention. Pay attention to what's happening. Look who is sponsoring these people. Look where the money's coming from, and you'll see there's an agenda going on. So there's planned opposition. It's replete throughout the UFO community, and there's a lot of people that are knowingly participating in this, and some are unknowingly participating in the nonsense and keeping everything dark and fearful. There is a dark side to ufology. You can stay on top of it. All you have to do is remember who you are and learn how to do some simple clearing techniques, and you can move through that. I'm going to go through this real quick. You've got the Greys, best to avoid these guys. You've got the reptilians and serpent beings, best to avoid these guys. You're going to see some dark hooded figures. You may never see their face. Very seldom will you ever see the reptilian or serpent beings. You'll see the Greys maybe, or some of the other ones, but these guys stay in the shadows, and not very often do people see them. And people go, oh, well, I had an affair. My reptilian lover did this and this and this. And I said, well, what happened when you said no? And, they go, well, all hell broke loose. And I said, exactly. So as long as you're participating, giving them what they want and everything else, you'll get all these benefits. And there's people that do rituals to these beings, and they sell their souls, basically. And they move up the ladder, of power and wealth. It might be through the music industry, the TV and movie industry. It might be through the political programs. It might be through the religious programs, but there is a lot of ritual being done to these beings, and, satanic ritual and things like that people need to be aware of. And to be, brutally honest with you, some of it includes human sacrifice and children. So that's being exposed right now. It's being cleaned up, and there's some amazing people that are actually stepping forward and putting an end to this nonsense. The ETs are also putting it in. This was Obama's bodyguard, and you can see he's definitely shape-shifting into reptilian being. People go, where's the reptilian story in the past? People go, that's just a bunch of fear and nonsense. Here it is in stone. Here's the reptilians. Here they are in stone again, standing right next to Marduk. And basically what happened is, Enki and Enlil, I'll go further than that. Enki and Enlil, Enki was the creator god. He was all loving. He loved his creations, wanted them to go forward, kept enhancing them. Enlil was the warring god. He wanted the experiment to end. And there was all kinds of turf wars and feuds going on with the Anunnaki on the earth as to who took over what territory and things like that. And actually Marduk stepped up and invited in the reptilians because he wanted total supremacy over the earth. And we've been dealing with that mess ever since. So, if you find out, you watch some of the people, look at these organizations, like the Bushes, or they call themselves the Sons of Marduk. There's a good reason for that. So we need to pay attention to what's going on and know our history and know who's pulling the strings here. This is more that, the Anunnaki, the very tall beings. Now, the good side of this is the benevolent Anunnaki returning, and this is Inha, and she's about 8'3". Beautiful being, and she's been appearing to me, and she said they're here to right a wrong. There's a massive recall going on, and they're actually pulling the fallen Anunnaki before the councils and saying, why have you stepped outside of universal law? And so there's a major cleanup with this process. So the Anunnaki that are coming back now are benevolent, and they're actually putting an end to the tyranny and the other nonsense that's been going on. They've also been helping out clean out a lot of the reptilian energies and some of the other energies, the serpent beings and things of that nature. But and this is some of the hybrids that are happening. And some of the Anunnaki have the cone heads, they have the big heads. These are the hybrids, and the hybrids actually excelled further than some of the Anunnaki because something about the human energy and the desire to serve and the love match with the you know, the technology and the Anunnaki actually somehow they started jumping and going further than some of the Anunnaki. And a good example is Enlil was furious when Noah was a hybrid, because Noah actually excelled and went further than Enlil could spiritually, and so he was very upset about that. And it's because, you know, he wasn't a warrior. He wasn't going around killing people and destroying things. You know, he was tapped in and in service mode, and he was subject to the higher dimensional energies, and that's how he went further than actually Enlil. So we have that ability ourselves to do that. We have the Anunnaki genes within us, and we can all excel even beyond a lot of them. And so that's why they're very jealous, you know, and that's where you hear that jealous, wrathful God nonsense and things like that. It's from these events in the past. I'm going to go further. Almost all your religions where you have a bearded God, in these religions, almost every religion where you have a bearded God stems back to the Anunnaki. But these are just some of the ships that are appearing at the ranch, the higher dimensional ships that are coming in. This is the intention experiment. Lisa Renee was there, and we did an intention experiment, invited the ships to come in. You can hear the group energy when it comes in.
What is that?
Okay, so this is a blow up of the ship, actually, and this is a Palladian light ship that came in during the conference, and I think there's probably 300 people plus there that were at the conference to see it. These are some of the ships stepping down in power, and when they step down, you can actually see they're organic. These ships are actually alive, and these are tied into some of the Palladians. And the Palladians, when you, like, this is Legit, who's a regular here. She's about 340 years old, and she's coming back 2 million years to assist us. And so she's a master teacher. And when their energy comes in, it's a very cool, graceful energy. It's a beautiful energy. And so when you talk about Palladians, you've got some old Palladians. You know, in one of my lifetimes, I was an old Palladian warrior, you know, and now I'm here now. But they had time travel. And so, you know, not all Palladians are the same. And so some were warriors, and actually they're being employed right now to assist us in the planetary liberation process. There's a lot of them that are just really giddy. Their energy is extremely high, very loving, really giddy. War is not even a part of the reality. They don't even understand lying or deception or harming anything. It's just not part of the reality. And so they had to actually get help from some other beings. And so they had to go back in time and bring forward some of these other Palladians, you know, that were still, you know, in the fourth dimension and things like that. So there's a lot of energy going on. And I'll go further into that about the planetary liberation.
Check him out.
This is your ship. It's more of a Merkaba.
I got him. Check him out, man. He's going. You should see the field around this guy.
Okay, let's go further. And these are some of just the pure energy ships that are appearing over Mount Adams. Just last weekend, we got some amazing giant light ships and cylinder ships, and we're going to have those up on the side here real soon. We got some great ships. This is the Orion Council of Light ship. This is Malia's ship, and I'll go further in here. This is the sound, and I'm going to play this sound. If you just have a regular computer, it's going to be very hard to hear. But if you have a bass hooked up, because it's such a deep bass, a lot of the computers won't be able to play it just because it's a very deep, deep bass. But it's actually on our site. If you go to eseti.org, you can find it and listen to it there. But make sure that your speakers, that you have a bass speaker, because it's very, very low. It's very, very deep. I'm going to go further into this. This is Malia, and my first experience with Malia was actually in the bathtub, and I was meditating, and I said, you know, I don't care if this kills me. I want to know what my part is in this. You know, why are all these ships flying over the house? You know, what's going on? The next thing I know, the beam of light came through the wall, hit me in the chest, and 3 gold balls of light came down this beam, and the next thing you know, they pulled me up on the ship. And so I asked her, you know, first I asked her what the headdress was, because there's 2 gold bars floating above her. And she said it's a spiritual form of technology where we initiate people. And I told her I wanted proof, you know, that this is a real event. And she said, you have all the proof you need. You know, it's been transferred to you. And she told me I had to go back. I couldn't stay there because it would be too hard for me to adjust back to the earth frequencies. And so she sent me back. And the 3 gold balls returned all of my memories. And so all of my past life memories, both here on the earth and off-world, were returned to me so I can continue in my mission. And I told her I wanted physical proof, and when I got out of the tub, I had this. And so I had this big burn mark in the middle of my chest. And it morphed into a triangle and then into a heart shape, and then a gold film came over it, and it went away. And at the time, Joe Burks was here, and he was with CSETI, and he's a doctor, and he said, boy, it looks like a radiation burn. You know, are you sick? Are you ill? And I go, no, I feel great, you know. And there was actually no complications from it at all. So that was one of the experiences. These are some of the little guys, the ET guys. If you see on the left, you'll see an orb. There's a being wearing robes, and there's a little orb on his shoulder. And these are the typical Spielberg ET guys, and they'll create a plasma field. Now, these guys are very, very ancient. They look bizarre. They're very ancient. They're very wise and very loving, but you have to master fear, because when they appear, most people run. You know, it freaks people out and they run. So you have to master your fear and, you know, learn to stand in your own self-authority and send energy to these beings, you know, rather than, you know, you can do clarions and healing work and call in your own guidance and your own protection, and then sit around and have a conversation with them and see what happens. But most people by nature will actually run, you know, or get out of Dodge when these beings start to appear. These are some of the cylinder ships, and these are some of the metal ships. You know, everybody wants to see the metal, you know, at the ranch. These are some of the metal ships that are coming there. These are the ships that hovered over the Baptist church during one of their jamborees, which is another story. After that happened, I went over to the church, and they were kind of really giving me some static. And so I asked them, I said, hey, did you see the ships, you know? And I talked to, there's a couple girls there, and they said, yeah, we saw them. And I said, what do you think? And she goes, we can't talk about it, you know? So they're instructed not to talk about it, which was interesting. Okay, here's the gate. Now, in front and the bottom of this picture, you'll see I'm going to enhance this a little bit. You can see there's a prayer circle. It's a Tibetan prayer circle there, and there's a real strong plating energy there. You see these 2 little purple orbs flying around to the right, and then right in the middle of the mountain there, that's the Stargate. That's this gate that opens to the inner Earth, and so the ships come in and out of that, and so we have a lot of footage of that opening up and down, and just tons of footage of that happening. To the right of that is a cave. And we're going to go into this. This is the cave. And you can actually see like a Buddha statue carved out in front of the cave. And to the left of the Buddha, you're going to see a face carved into the wall. And there's several faces if you look close. They're anatomically correct faces. They're undeniable. And they're actually carved into the wall. And so they're all around this. And we also have footage, I think it's coming, let me see, I'll bring some footage up of ships actually coming out of the cave. But these are some of the landings on the mountain of the beings coming out.
Right. 13 miles away. It's weird, one is just going out.
You can imagine how strong this is. Again, this is 13 miles away.
There they are. There's 3. I'm straight in on this guy as far as I can go.
Now this is an Arcturian ship, and they actually took care of a gray ship earlier and just kind of blew it out of the sky. It came down in pieces, and now they're down picking up the pieces. So the ship morphed into 3 or 4 ships, and it just kept moving all over the place and picking up the pieces.
It's 3. No, it's 2 now. I see. I can see. It's totally doing this. Whoa, whoa. Check it out, man.
They have some pretty extreme technology.
It's doubling. It's
They can take one ship and make, you know, several ships out of it, and each ship will have the same crew on it. So you can imagine what that would do to your psyche, you know, to meet several of yourselves. You know, you have to either really like yourself or get away from your fear of death or duplication, you know, but it's pretty interesting.
There's two.
See, these are some of the ships just recently.
There's two lights up there way up on the mountain.
Now, this is up in the wilderness area. There's no hiking. There's no cars that can be up in this area. These lights are popping in all over the mountain.
I just got it.
Now, here's the pyramid. Can you see the light pyramid?
Special night vision camera.
This is really bizarre. We had a light pyramid appear on the mountain.
It's third generation. Whoa, the whole mountain is lighting up. Look at that. Look at that.
Whoa.
You see that? Yeah. The whole mountain just lit up. It's still lighting up.
So there's a whole nother dimension to that mountain. And if you're sensitive, you can go up there and you'll start experiencing all these other beings up there.
The whole middle of the mountain just lit up.
It's just a whole other world up there that exists on another
But there was no like beam. It was just a huge.
And this is actually a little light probe that came out of the door. There's the doorway on the mountain opening. There's another light. We're filming all the different lights are popping up on the mountain. Here it comes. You'll be able to see the fields around this. Amazing fields. You see an orb go by really quick. This is an orb going over underneath it. Now here's the object. Here's the door opening. Here's the object that came out of the door. So we were shooting lasers at the door, and this was the response. They sent out a little probe to check us out and see what we're doing.
Wow.
Okay, this is we said Japan come up here quite a bit, and we had a landing up there while they were here. And some of this footage, when you blew it up, you could actually see a saucer type object in the middle of these lights that are going off up there. And again, that's 13 miles away. That's not. There's no vehicles to get up there. That's all wilderness area, and the candle power is off the scale, you know, of what's happening up there. A lot of people say those are campers' headlights, and I said, you know, at 13 miles away, you're not going to see anything. You're not even going to see a flicker with a camper headlight, even the most powerful ones. Okay, so now here's one of the, this is coming out of the cave, and you'll see, they're going to slow it down here so you can see it. And this is an object coming right out of where the cave is. There it goes. And this is on my birthday. On my birthday, I was meditating, and I said, "Hey, can you guys just fly over and just fly over the house nice and low?" And I said, "That's all I want for my birthday." And so we came out that evening. There's a group of us, you know, and as soon as we walked outside, I grabbed the camera and I started.
Oh yes, he's powered up. Whoa! Look at that! Look at that! Whoa! Whoa! That was an incredible one.
And that's your.
That
typical,
was a nice. I got it all on film.
Your typical power up.
I got that one on film.
And also,
that was a white out your screen moment.
You can go to East Eddy Stargate, the official channel, and there's a lot of new footage up there, recent footage that we filmed. A lot of it's treetop level.
It's lighting up for me, giving me real nice today.
These are the 5 o'clock in the morning shots where they wake me up and I come out and grab my camera. And this is another very low flyby.
huge.
Isn't that like in the wrong direction? What's that?
We're checking out. You can see how low this is. We were checking out, to make sure this wasn't the space station. Or
I got it.
else.
I got it. I got it on film too.
Again, these are so low; they're definitely not any known object.
I did, yeah. It's got to come out the other end here.
Somebody's is there at?
Cheryl Lynne did. I know her. No, they had a partner. They have a falling house. Yeah.
See the laser tracking? Well, it's got two things on it. It's got a double. It's weird. Oh, there we go.
It's bouncing, James.
Okay, these are some of the triangle ships. And I had people that actually worked on the NOS satellite, which was supposedly 3 satellites tied together to spot submarines and things like that. That project was a total failure. They couldn't get it to fly straight like that. It kept turning upside down, and they had all kinds of problems with it. And so whenever people tell you that that's a NOS satellite or that's a government project, and you see the triangles up there, there's only 2 things it could be. It could be like our little I think they're TR3s. We have back engineered a UFO that is a triangle, but the Andromedans also have triangle ships, and they have the massive ones, the really big triangle ships. So yeah, it could be a back engineered one, or it could be an Andromedan one. But again, here's the big, long, elongated triangle ships, and this is the one that was just filmed over Russia that the Australians were talking about. It's a little harder to see.
The fleet star is a lot dimmer.
And this is a typical Skywatch at ambassador training.
Hey, one above us. Over here. Oh, look at that. That's a bright one.
And you can see the activity.
Oh my God.
Oh my God!
But you can see there's a lot of fear there in the group, because when you do the ambassador training, you're actually prepared, and you're people fear the unknown, but once the unknown is made known, then you lose the fear. And so when we do educate people as what's really going on, they come out, they just have a really good time at these events. It's not like a lot of the other programs. I'm going to kind of skip through these really quick. These are just ships, around the world that people are seeing. This is Poland, where there's activity there. This is Russia. I have a Russian girl here that translated this, and I can't even tell you what they're saying, but it has a lot of F words in it. But you can tell they're pretty shocked by it.
Космические корабли.
This is Guatemala. There's a lot of activity down in Mexico. People are trying to say these are geese, and birds. These things stop and go backwards, and the best way to tell if these are UFOs, they'll have a little black dot on them. So the way they fly is they'll have a little black dot that creates a void, and the ships actually fall into the void. But you'll see the little black dot in front of each one, and that's part of that technology that they use. But these are definitely not geese or any other birds. I love this one. Here's a, people want to say this is a goose. Here's a goose laying eggs, in mid-flight, So this is the typical mothership where she's holding a space, a doorway open, and the ships are coming through her. It's funny watching them fly. They're almost playful, the way they fly. Okay, this is Bruce, and this is the first one before they CGI'd it and created all kinds of nonsense. But the reason I'm showing this is because this is the Dome of the Rock near the Wailing Wall and all that. They're cleansing the energy there. All the old psychometrized energy that's in that area on that grid point was cleansed. And so right after that event, we had Arab Spring and a lot of shifts happen because they actually changed the grid in that area. So they're doing a lot of work on the planet, changing the grids and cleaning up a lot of the psychometrized energy in the earth. They have some extreme spiritual technologies that they're using to do this. And they will be helping us clean up a lot of the pollution. They already are. But it's part of the prophecies in the future. They return and help us restore the earth. But we have to do the planetary liberation thing, and we have to all get involved in, standing up against tyranny, basically, is the bottom line. It's not their job to do everything for us. I'm going to go through this quick. This is just a lot of the nature spirits. These are the beings walking around in the field, huge light beings. We have a resident Bigfoot here named Locky, and this weekend a lot of people saw different Bigfoots here. There's a lot of activity here, and that these are the fairy energies that are here. This is the Huichols that I work with when I go down to Mexico. This is the drumming, playing music out in the field. This weekend with Shannon Leisner here, she was doing the Theta Healing class, and we went out and did a circle, and the photographs they got of the circle, a giant pinkish red dimensional door opened up right in the middle of the group, and they got film of it, and a lot of people had some pretty amazing healings. And it was actually a healing circle that people could actually ask, for healing or whatever they needed, and it was, pretty amazing event. But we've got incredible footage from this weekend and the last weekend as well that again will be going up on the ECETI Stargate on the official channel soon. This is during the conferences when we have gatherings here. The whole conference building fills up with energy. This is the field of dreams where a lot of the healing happens, a lot of spontaneous healings. And here's a wonderful man here doing prayer. He has total open mind, pure intent, loving heart, and that's what happens. And these entities, these beings that are surrounding him, have the ability to assist him and heal him, and it's an amazing place for that to happen here. This is the conference building. There's Mel Fabregas on the right, and looks like Brooks Agnew, John Kelly, Renato Legato, Nelia Benz, myself, Tian Jia. It's Neil Kramer, Spencer Barkley, and oh boy, I'm trying to make out the other. He's one of the free energy guys. I keep forgetting his name, but you can see it's a pretty good panel, pretty good group there. Now, a lot of people say that orbs are just camera artifacts and things like that. Here they are in real time. And you can see we have technology. We use infrared goggles, like third generation infrared goggles, and we use an infrared spotlight, and we light the field up, and you can actually see the orbs coming in and interacting with people. So I always tell people that ECETI is where the UFO and orb debunkers come to die, because the evidence here is overwhelming, of the activity here. Okay, this is more of the spiritual side of things that happens here. This is Khan, and he does 21-day dark retreats in caves. This is him coming out of the cave after 21 days. And here he is shape-shifting. He's like phasing out, doing the rainbow body meditation. This is Lily. She's phasing out. You can see right through her. And I'm bringing these pictures in. This is going between a particle and a wave. That was me, talking to somebody. But, basically what happens is we're shifting in and out of physical reality. And at the ranch here, it's very easy to film this and document this, because it's a place where the veils are very thin. And so a lot of people have amazing experiences here. And when you start doing the practices here, the Qigong practices and things, people actually start phasing out and, disappearing and reappearing. And so there's a lot of other worlds, you want to call them, other Earths, but they're just out of phase. They're in a different phase than the Earth we're on right now. Just going out of body, you can see my eyes are closed in the lower body. In the upper body, you can see the bands are spinning. This is a Tibetan technique where I'm actually going out of body. And this is taken by Tom Dongo, who's a professional photographer and experiencer. And he's got all kinds of, he's a remote viewer and amazing abilities. And this is after doing the Qigong and you're grabbing the energy. You can actually see the energy, in the hand. This is communicating with more of an angelic type of energy. They call it the Sohar. And this is where I was having a communication with them. And actually, John Kelly took this photograph. This is at Joshua Tree at Contact in the Desert. You can see the whole place filling with orbs. And I was on stage doing the Sky Watch there. Now, this was at the International UFO Congress. And I thought it was interesting because that streak in the front is the microphone. And I was standing in front of the microphone. And I totally morphed into a light being on this one. And that happens a lot. We're always shifting back and forth. And so they actually caught this on film. I was hoping they invited me back again this year, but they didn't. And that happens every time I go there. I'll go there and speak, and I don't hear from them for 5 years because I upset the apple cart and pissed off a lot of people. But a lot of people want to keep everything nuts and bolts. They want to keep it in fear, and they don't want to talk about the spiritual side or our responsibility to rise to the occasion if we are going to have contact. And so, what happens is I'm kind of uninvited and I don't show up there, and finally when enough people bug them, I come back. And so I'll probably see you there in 4 or 5 years again. It'll be interesting. This is at Contact. And, actually, this is out in the field, but this is Chief Golden Light Eagle. And I was at one of their Star Knowledge conferences in Palm Springs. And this is by Joshua Tree, and this is near Giant Rock. But just past Giant Rock, there's a crystal mountain where they did all the ceremony. And this is where everybody goes to Giant Rock, but you have to go past that to the crystal mountain. And while we're on this mountain, we were doing ceremony and healing any unseen negative influences, releasing any of the native spirits that were there that needed help. And then during the process, the whole area turned into orbs, like wall-to-wall orbs. And then there was like a purple flame type of situation that happened there, during the process. And then the next picture was this. And we had a ship in front of us and a ship over us, an Andromeda ship above us and an inner Earth ship in front of us. And after we did the ceremony out there, you can see we're coming back, we're phasing back in. And all these crystals were stacked up right in front of us, and nobody knew who did it. And they did it to show us that we were actually gone. We had some missing time in the event. And when we came back, we were really having trouble doing time. Like time was really slowed down, and it just seemed like we drove forever and ever and ever to get back. It didn't make any sense. There's just all kinds of weird anomalies happened after that experience. And this is, again, the energies at Joshua Tree during the Skywatch. And this is, we invoked the nature kingdom to join us, and they came up from the earth. And these are the nature energies coming up from the earth. But anyway, I asked Khan to get a picture of Ezekiel, one of the beings I work with. It's known as the God of eternal bliss. But Ezekiel is Ezekiel of old and Cassia, feminine energy, and they soul merged and ascended to the 7th dimension. And the Andromeda is called Ezekiel, the God of eternal bliss. So if you want to be laughing for no reason or tune into that energy, you can tune into Ezekiel's energy if you need a little healing, a little lifting. But Khan actually got a photograph of Ezekiel appearing out in the field of dreams here. And it looks like a crystal city, like he actually photographed into a whole nother dimension. He got a picture of Kuan Yin also out in the field. This is a painting of Kuan Yin with a picture right alongside of it. And you can see it's a very, it's almost like an exact duplicate. We can go further. This is the blue energy. This weekend, a lot of people saw this electric blue energy come in when the Pleiadians came in. And you can see this, one of the beings started to appear. You can see it was a female, very beautiful female. So the next day we asked, when Mary came into the room, and I want to make it very clear, Mary is a universal being. She's not a Catholic, you know, she's not tied to any religion. She's here to help everybody. But when she came into the room, we asked if she could show herself a little stronger, and she did. And Con actually got this picture of her. And that was in the conference building, hovering right above the people. And when she did appear, the women were crying. Everybody felt the energy. It was intense energy. So there was major healing. And she's very clear about what's going on. I mean, she's coming in really strong. The divine feminine is coming in intensely strong right now to balance out this old patriarchal program and to shift things back. Mary Magdalene, the church just finally released a decree that she was not a whore, and that they're releasing her from that program, the judgments around that Mary Magdalene was actually part of the royal family, and she was an Egyptian priestess. You know, she went through the entire Egyptian mystery school, extremely adept, extremely advanced, and the other disciples were jealous of her because Jesus spent a lot of his time with her, you know, which is pretty, you know, pretty understandable. But, you know, also too is that she's very powerful she dances in vortexes and things like that. And she comes around the ranch quite a bit and does a lot of initiations and things like that. But these energies are here. They do exist, and they're here to help and assist us in the shift. There's an old painting of Mary with a shawl and everything on her. This is an old fresco of Mary meditating, and she's praying, and here's this UFO above her sending a gold beam of light right down to her crown chakra. We go further. We had an appearance of Babaji here. We got a photograph of Babaji as well. This is off the shroud. This is the frescoes with ships in the background coming in. And I love this one. This is Jesus being baptized by John the Baptist. And above him is this beautiful gold ship, you know, and theologians are trying to say that's a dove. And I just said, well, you know, all the people down below have hair and fingernails, and they're very detailed, and they paint a dove like a saucer. I don't get it. You know, it doesn't make any sense to me. These are some of the feline beings that have been appearing here. There's 3 levels to the feline beings. There is a humanoid cat type being. They're very beautiful beings. I can go here and show you a picture. There's the 7th dimensional felines, which are the protectors, and they're the lion beings. And they walked right alongside the Anunnaki till they fell. And when the Anunnaki fell and were not operating under universal law anymore, they left. And they said, we can't work with you anymore. The good news is they're back, and they're here with the benevolent Anunnaki to shift things around, to clean up the planet. So it's part of their karma to do that, and the lion beings are here to assist in that process. So anyway, they do exist. They are in stone. You know, there's a lot of descriptions. This is Bagheet. She's a 5th dimensional feline being, and they're humanoid cat-like beings. Very beautiful. They're tall. They're very loving. Very protective too, as well. And she's always been a part of BSETI. I actually went out of body onto one of the ships, and she had her back to me, and I saw this beautiful blonde hair and like a mane coming down, and she stood up and ran towards me and gave me a big hug, and I didn't have a chance to realize that she wasn't totally human, you know. And it was like a long lost brother, you know, like I used to be a part of that experience. It was in one of my other lifetimes. There's a panther type being that also can walk upright. These beings can run either on all 4s or upright. They spend a lot of the time upright. And there's a lion being that the males are about 17 feet tall, the lion beings. And I'll go further into this. This is Narissa. This is the depiction of the lion beings, and they're protecting the gods. And so this is Lakshmi, and a lot of the other gods are around this lion being, and he's using the sword hand mudras, saying, no, I've got this, you know, I'm protecting these people, these beings. This is during the transpersonal release sessions, where they also brought the video technology to show the energy shifts and changes in the room. You can see the bodies actually pixelate into light, and that's when things clear very quickly. And what we do is we start off by healing any unseen negative influences, And then we heal any past lives, and we go into the lives that you need to know about and your off-world lives as well. And we go from age 1 and clear any block or pattern, childhood trauma. And at the end, there's initiation where you're put in full contact with your own main teacher and guide on the highest level that you can work with. But what I love about this is science is actually documenting this energy. This is Mary's energy coming in. It's kind of a pink energy. You can see that again, the body's turned into the pink light and pixelate into the light. Now this is the feline energy. It's actually a green energy. And you see the one with the ponytail there. She's the one that's receiving the clearing. And her whole body, again, pixelates. And the other women are looking behind them going, if they felt something coming into the room. This is a normal aura photograph of my aura when it's normal. And when I call on the entities, they asked me, they took a picture and they said, okay, now call the entities in. So I said, all right. So when I called in the beings, you can see the energy totally shifts. And they've never seen silver before. There's kind of a blue silver light in the aura. And they've never seen that before. And they're trying to figure out what it was. And I explained it to them that was Amitabha, which is the cosmic Buddha, which we've had appear here several times. And so once they initiate you, they're in your fields. You know, they're working in your fields. And this is one of the ambassador trainings. What I think I'm going to do is might just let this play a little bit and open up for questions. Do we have time for questions or?
Yes, James, we have about 8-9 minutes left. So if you want to open up, I do have a few questions for you.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and clear this out, I guess.
Okay.
How's that?
Okay, great. You could just hit the button to stop sharing your screen, and then that will clear that one up.
Okay, where's the stop sharing button?
And
oh, it's at the top.
Yeah, it just hits. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Boom. Okay.
All right.
2 people asked pretty much the same question. Why would you shoot a laser light to a UFO? What is the purpose of shooting a laser at a UFO?
Basically, just saying hi. Basically, you can actually, it's like we send the laser and we go light it up, and they respond. They totally respond to it. So you can use your mind telepathically and ask them to do things, and they'll do it. Or we use a laser actually too to point them out, because a lot of people don't see them. And when you have a laser on, that shows exactly where they are, and so we use them a lot to point the ships out.
Excellent. And also, what events do you have coming up at the ECETI Ranch? Any upcoming events, workshops you can tell everybody about?
Yeah, we do. Just happen to have the paper here. We actually have Labor Day weekend. We've got, actually the next Skywatch weekend is August 25th through the 28th, and we've got Clyde Lewis with Ground Zero Radio. And last time he was here, he had a Bigfoot run right up to him and stop and skid and smile at him and run back. And so he might talk about that experience. But that's a big Skywatch gathering. Everybody's welcome to that. Labor Day weekend, we've got Winston Strout. He's going to talk about solutions in commerce and talk about the shifts and changes in commerce that are happening and how we're going to function in the 5th dimension, So he's going to talk a lot about that. We've got a sound vibration retreat, and we've got Be the Shift retreat with Laura Eisenhower. And then Tashina, who's she lives on the Hopi reservation. She's an elder. We're going to do a galactic medicine wheel together, but all the dates are up on the website. If you go to private invitation, eceti.org, you can find that. Or actually eceti.com, sorry. But if you go to eceti.org, it's eceti.org, you can get all the information as well. Yeah, a lot of events happening. The Galactic Medicine Wheel is just awesome. And the energy is still, we have all the stargates on the medicine wheel. Each major star nation is represented. And when you step into that wheel, into that space, you get initiated. It's amazing. People just have breakdowns and start crying and have major openings, during this event.
Okay, excellent. And another question, have you got into the cave next to the opening in the mountain?
Actually, that opening is not open very much. It's usually covered in a huge amount of snow, and it's very treacherous to get up there. The ground is mostly frozen, and it's shale. It comes right out from under your feet when you try to climb up there. It's very hard to get up there. I think you could probably rappel down from it, but we had some GoPro people go up there, and they got some amazing footage of the ships. They didn't get into the cave. A ship came out and flew right in front of them. They got it all on film, and they refused to release it right now for some reason. But I think it really shook them up because they weren't expecting to actually be successful in filming a UFO on the trip.
Another question from Brandy. I'm very new to this information. Where can I go to get help to keep myself from being affected and learning clearing techniques?
Yeah, the clearing techniques are on the website, and people send us an email. We always send them out. This is how you do it. But there's very in-depth descriptions on who's who, how to clear these energies in the books Reunion with Source and Becoming Gods. It's actually in the Ultimate Soul Journey and the Anunnaki Return books as well, because I had to go more in depth into the healing process, but they all work, and it's a very simple process. I even have it on the back of my business cards, and I give it out to people, and it works very well. But it's just a matter of maintaining your self-authority and calling on your chosen representative, source, or creator, and doing this simple technique, and you can clear them right out of your space.
Another question from Brandon. Can people who have no previous encounters or any paranormal experience come to any of your events? I would say absolutely.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's where they have their encounters and their experiences. And
that's why you have the ranch.
Exactly. That's exactly why it's here. We have debunkers come here sometimes, and it's kind of a pain in the ass, to be honest with you, when they come, because they do kind of ruin it for the rest. People get really irritated being around that energy. Mm-hmm. And they'll try to say, oh, that's the satellite, or that's this, or that's that. And we go, look, we have the app right here. This is not the space station. This is not the satellite. It just expanded and lit the whole field up. Everybody with a heart felt it. And, why can't you? And so we're pretty blunt with some of this stuff. But
and that's the key. It's people are feeling these encounters. They're resonating. Their third eye's opening up. They're physically responding. So I wouldn't have a physical response if I saw a satellite in the sky.
Yeah.
So common sense.
Oh yeah, people feel pressure on their third eye. Their crown lights up. They'll feel tingling on if the Pleiadians are here, the whole left side will start tingling. The different groups have different signals, and when they come in, I know exactly who's on the ships just by the energy signature of the groups. And redundantly, we told them exactly when and where the ships would appear. They have the cameras rolling. And, ABC, Fox News, Paranormal State, all these guys have been out. Danny Dyer did a special out here, and they got amazing footage, of the ships. And they did appear right exactly when and where we said they would.
Excellent. Rachel says, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. She loves you. You have a lot of people also saying thank you. Another question from Morgan. How would you suggest we balance our inner work with any outer work to evoke social and environmental change?
Yeah, good question. I think everything begins with the inner, because everything begins in consciousness, and it moves down the vibrational continuum. It goes from consciousness to light to energy to mass. And so the more we can control our consciousness and shift into creationary mind versus reactionary mind, we can start creating our tomorrow and creating different things. But again, I'm a staunch believer in cleaning up your environment. Here, we have a pretty pristine place. We do a lot of gardening here. We work with nature influences here, nature intelligences, and everything's in harmony. So we're living in harmony with each other and the land in everything that we do. So I think it is important that, people, I really find distaste for people saying it's all an illusion, so you don't have to worry about it, because, what's done here in the physical is going to affect a lot of different levels. And so, it just, is not a good idea to be, hitting people up with these vaccines with Nagalis in them that shuts down your immune system, and, creating polio across the world, and all the food additives and the water. And
get ready for the new Zika vaccine that everyone's going to go run to CVS and Walgreens and get. Oh, I got to get the free Zika.
Yeah, it's just the nukes and everything. We need to clean all that stuff up. And if you're conscious, you wouldn't even do that. And that's the problem, you know. So
one more quick question. What area do you recommend to do to see if there was past alien activity in an area? For example, the Black Forest, where a UFO crashed in 1932.
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of those places, there's always residual energy because all things are happening at once. And so when you are really tapped into spirit, you can walk in there and you'll know. Like at Westall, where we went to where that ship landed, and all the school kids came running out. And John Mack actually covered this case. And the teachers, the school kids, everybody saw these ships. They were running after them and chasing them, and they landed in a couple of different places. And you could still feel the energy. You could feel what was going on, and that's where all the ravens came to us. And we got the initiation into the Raven tribe.
Okay, excellent. James Gilliland, as always, thank you so much, Star Brother, for your service and helping people connect to our ancestral roots. And all the work you've been doing. I've been following you for years, and thank you so much for all the work you do, and thank you for joining us today, and I'm sure we'll have you back soon. And everyone has your information, your website. Obviously, it's easy to find you. And thank you so much, and blessings, and we'll see you soon. Thank you, James.
All right. Thank you so much for creating this opportunity, too, to getting this information out.
Thank you. And Neil and Portal to Ascension. Neil's behind the scenes pulling the strings. So thank you, Neil.
Thank you.
All right. And with that, we are going to jump to our next guest, who will be joining us, Brad Johnson. They call the Reality Whisperer. Brad Johnson is known as the Reality Whisperer. He holds an extensive amount of experience in the fields of channeling, psychic ability, energy healing, Akashic records reading, remote viewing, and metaphysical researcher. Brad has recently been featured in the March issue of Newsweek's Spiritual Living Edition magazine, sharing profound knowledge on the nature of dreams, lucid dreaming, and dream interpretation, which a lot of people have a lot of questions about. I know, I hear that all the time myself. So with that, let's see if Brad is with us. I see Brad's screen. Oh, he is with us. Hello, Brad. Thank you for joining us.
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're coming through crystal clear.
All right, great. Well, thank you so much for having me. And Jonah, it's nice to meet you. I think this is the first time we've met. So.
Yes, good meeting you, Star Brother, and I'll give you the floor and look forward to your presentation. And if you need anything, I'm here to help.
Sure, sounds great. So I'm just going to take a moment, guys, and just maximize my screen here. Okay. Well, again, everybody, thank you so much for being part of the Extraterrestrial Disclosure event today. I have a long history with Portals to Ascension, dating all the way back to 2010, and I'm just amazed of how far Portal to Ascension has come. Neil Gore is a very good friend of mine, and I'm just so happy to see this amazing success with Extraterrestrial Disclosure, the amazing speakers that have been here for the past 4 days. So I'm very honored and privileged to be here today. So I'll give a little bit of a brief background just before I get into my presentation today. I am what's known as the Reality Whisperer. And as a Reality Whisperer, this relates to, again, psychic ability, channeling, mediumship, Akashic records reading, being able to connect with the universal mind. So when you're really looking at the idea of Reality Whisperer, you're looking at someone who is attuned to the reality spectrum and attempting to understand a lot about what reality is telling us. Now, being a Reality Whisperer in that sense, I have an extensive amount of knowledge that can connect via the universal mind, and me being this particular conduit, this channel for this information. So again, I started this back in 2008, and so for about the past 8 years, there's been an incredible amount of information that has been coming through. There is a entity that I channel that is an extension of my own higher self, and this entity is known as Adronis. So if people are familiar with Daryl Anka's work channeling Bashar, or Esther Hicks channeling Abraham, or Jane Roberts when she channeled Seth, it's very much similar in that particular principle. And through these past 8 years of channeling Adronis, there's been some really profound information coming through as it pertains to extraterrestrial disclosure, as it pertains to ET awareness, as it pertains to a lot of the happenings within our own star system, and in neighboring star systems as well too. It's also been an incredible journey looking into the past, into our ancient past, about how much extraterrestrial activity has actually taken place within our ancient past, starting all the way back in times of Lemuria, and even before that, in regards to earlier extraterrestrial colonies. So I have, again, a lot of extensive knowledge that have come through via the channel of Adronis, and of course, also my connection to the universal mind. So that's a little bit of a background on me, but again, you can find out more information on realitywhisperer.com. That is my website, realitywhisperer.com. So I'm just going to kind of give a bit of an overview here today about what I'm going to be discussing. And so with the ET disclosure event, first I'm going to be talking about the origins of humanity. Where did we come from? How did we get into this galaxy? What's so special about the human race? What sets us apart from a lot of other beings out there? And of course, we're going to be looking into human galactic diversity. The galaxy is filled with human and humanoid-like beings. And of course, beings that look nothing like us. But nonetheless, we have an incredible, prolific amount of human beings that are intergalactic. And many of them are visiting us now. So we're going to be looking into that as well. We're going to be looking into the 17 incognito ET races on Earth. There are approximately 17 different races that are not naturally born on our planet that are walking our planet right now. And so we're going to look into this 17, this kind of group of 17, and find out what their mission is here on Earth and what they're here to do. We're also going to be looking into the moon and the solar system frequency veil. There is a lot of activity going on between our moon and between the orbits of our star system that is affecting the planet in regards to how we are becoming a maturing civilization. So we're going to be looking more into the frequencies that are being broadcast and emitted between the moon and the planets and other celestial bodies in our star system. We're also going to be taking a look at the sun's stargate, that our sun is a stargate, and that there are many different vessels that come through the sun as a stargate throughout many, many years. And so we're going to be looking into that a little bit more also. We're going to be looking into what's known as intervention fleets. Now, I've actually not heard anybody else talk about intervention fleets, but we're going to be looking into them a little bit more and find out what their mission is and how you can actually call upon the intervention fleets should you require their assistance. We're also going to be looking into the galactic constitution. There is a galactic constitution that is in the works right now. And within the years ahead, it is looking to reach completion. And so we're going to find out a lot more about what this galactic constitution represents. And finally, I'm going to be going into the channeling state, and I'm going to be communicating with the entity that I channel, known as Adronis. And again, Adronis is a Syrian entity. He exists within the sixth density. And he basically exists as starlight, in that way, starlight consciousness. And so I will be bringing him through, and he'll be sharing some perspective as well, too, as it relates to extraterrestrial disclosure. And then finally, we'll move on to Q&A. And of course, Jonah, if you want to help me out with Q&A, feel free to do so as well. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for being here. And we're going to go ahead and get started with the extraterrestrial disclosure presentation. Okay, so the origins of humanity. Where did we come from? How did we get here? All particular life in this universe has been seeded from other universes. Our particular universe is actually a pretty young one in comparison to a lot of the other ones that exist. Now, it's true that our universe has always been. It simply has been the aspect of a dynamic. So we're looking at a universal archetype as a grid. And this grid simply is, it always is. It's all part of the multi-universal construct. But the idea in that sense is that many different souls throughout creation that formed themselves as oversouls began to create a dynamic through this grid, and that therefore materialized our own universe in regards to a 13 density, 144 dimensional structure. So 13 density, 144 dimensions. And through this 13 density, 144 dimensional structure, there became the archetype in regards to what we would consider to be levels. Levels of being, levels of existence, levels of density, levels of dimension. And so because we have this 13 density, 14 dimensions, there's a lot of room for creation. There's a lot of room for us to actually start playing with our creativity and start creating these different realms of being. So what kind of realms of being do we have before we get into the origins of humanity? Well, we have the physical realm, which is just a rendition of the astral realm, just more of a solid, lower molecular state as it pertains to the astral realm. Then, of course, we have the causal realm, and we have an ethereal realm, then we have a mental realm, then we have a light realm, then we have a soul realm, okay, then we have a monadic realm, okay, then we have a God-isness realm of being, pure creator consciousness. Then, of course, we have ultimate universal nature realm, which again is moving in the idea that God itself would be the child in the sandbox, and everything that represents universal nature is the sand contained in the sandbox. And so really, from my own perspective and what I've received, God is not the ultimate state. It is representing the idea that it is an ultimate creation state or creator state. But there is the idea of creation itself, and that would portray to everything that represents the material and the immaterial, the isness in that sense. And so you could refer to as the isness and the connecting to all that is within this universe, within multi-universe, within all of creation, as what we would consider to be the quote-unquote ultimate state, because it just continues to grow, it continues to flourish from microcosm to macrocosm, even to the point of the 0 point, even to stillness. So because we have all of these different realms, we started to play. And we started to look into different forms of universal archetypes that represented incarnation. Now, incarnation itself is a game. It's something that we are playing simply for the aspect of our own godliness attempting to understand itself. Just like source consciousness, again, will branch itself from the original thought, from the original feeling, and now continue to branch itself out and extend itself so that it can understand more about what it's capable of, what can it create, what can it manifest. And so therefore that was our role that we decided to play, all these different souls coming into the grid and now being able to manifest bodies that have been blueprinted and manifested from other universes, because other universes are coming in here. They're bringing their own particular forms of seeds of creation, and they are starting to develop the playground, developing the sandbox, and actually being able to create galaxies, being able to create stars, being able to create planets, being able to create nebula, star nurseries, all part of this grand game of incarnation, because of all of the network of multi-universal information that is coming from different universal planes. And so we are sharing that space. We are basically innovating ourselves with much of the energy that has come from other different multi-universal prospects. And so one of those multi-universal prospects was the seed of creation as it pertained to the human being, which again can exist in all of these particular realms in that particular way, because it really is just you. But we're going to look into the physical plane. So where did humanity originate from? The humanity that we understand. They originated within the constellation known as Lyra. Okay, that's where our beginnings were in regards to the galactic human. Now the universal human, we don't know. You know, we don't have a name for it. We don't have a reference for it. We don't have a relationship with it. And so that can be a very challenging aspect to give an idea about where did the universal human come from? Another universe, but that's all we know. So all we can do is base ourselves in regards to galactic knowledge, because that's how we're expanding right now. So the galactic human being emerged from the Lyran constellation. And there are many different forms of planetary experiments happening upon that time. And during that time, humanity was starting to grow in this type of agricultural, just very prolific type of society. But of course, other particular races started to interact with the human being, because there were other experiments going on in this galaxy as well too. Other different types of life forms, reptilian, feline being. You have aquatic beings, amphibious beings, insectoid beings, etc. So many different forms of experiments were all sharing the same space. And because they all came from different diversities of universes, they had different personality archetypes. They had different types of polarizations. And so therefore, there were wars that brewed out from Lyra that caused much of the human and feline races to migrate to different stars because of the engulfment of war. Now, that's a pretty big topic altogether about how this war started, so we're not going to go into that today because it would probably take up my entire presentation time. But basically, after this war started, migrations took place to other star systems. And that again, all these star systems were selected based upon the appropriate race to give their own genetic information and encode it with the planet. You can't just go on a random planet and just expect to survive. There has to be calculations, there has to be adjustments, there needs to be certain forms of genetic manipulation that takes place in order for a race to actually thrive and survive upon a planet. It needs to be an appropriate aspect of equilibrium as it relates to the different types of planets that exist within our galaxy. So many of these different races became that of the Sirians, of the Pleiadians, of the Arcturians, of the Andromedans, as of the Vegans, etc. Many different races, again, migrating to appropriate stars that gave them a high likelihood to survive, being able to work together with their own genetics and purify themselves so that they could be a host, an efficient host, on their own new home planet. And so throughout these times, millions upon millions of years ago, all of these particular migrations took place. And of course, there was a lot of different forms of genetic engineering pertaining to human races, reptilian races, amphibious races, feline races, insectoid races, mammaloid races, etc., all different types. And so they began to tinker and combine themselves with different forms of genetics, and this is what we're able to create sub-races. Basically, what's happened is that because of so much genetic obsession taking place with so many of these different races, we were not able to really bring a purity back into the human seed or into the primordial seed of a race. So basically what was devised is that the original creators of humanity set up camp within a certain star system, which became ours, which was the original fifth planet known as Maldek or Marduk or Malona or Lucifer. It goes by many different forms of names. And this original fifth planet was known as a super Earth. And here's some little funky comments there for but basically this is Maldek, and that was where the original experiment pertaining to the human race was going to take place. Unfortunately, there were some corruptors that came into the star system and started to take over this planet, started to take over a lot of the experiment that was all based upon a galactic Tower of Babel, being able to bring unification and pure genetics back into an original template. And so this particular planet got taken over, besieged in regards to different forms of polarity because it was more about conquering. It was more about acquiring territory. It was all about being able to rule and feeling that there was dominion over the entire star system. And many other different forms of neighboring civilizations that were contained on Venus, Mars, Earth, contained on Ceres, contained on Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, etc. All of these particular forms of civilizations that were there forged into an embankment as it represented war. And so there was a very strong galactic skirmish that was taking place within our star system. And this is all millions of years ago. And again, as Maldek exploded, blew itself up in that particular way through a particular war, a war that actually devastated the planet and actually exploded the planet from the inside, there was migration effects taking place. Many of the survivors of Maldek went to Mars. And of course, Mars fell under the same fate as it pertained to Maldek, not exploding the planet, but actually landing it to ruin, actually having celestial bombardment, and actually seeing the Mars planet roll like a ball, and being able to lay waste to a majority of species upon the planet. And of course, before that happened, there was further migration upon Earth. And so Earth started to sustain many of these different forms of civilizations that once existed within this star system and existed within others. But again, after there was a lot of cleanup, there was an intention to bring that Tower of Babel unified experiment to the planet Earth, because this was the only particular planet that was left untouched pertaining to these major wars. So basically you could say that Earth was like a diamond in the rough. It was actually being protected. And so this planet remained intact, and many different civilizations came here, again, from different star systems and even from our own local planetary systems. And there was, again, an arrangement, an attempt to start a new arrangement, being able to, again, fight off many of the particular forms of corruptors, and being able to have genetic experiments taking place. And so there was this particular truce that was forged between 22 different races. And this is basically what Corey Good has also talked about as the 22 different genetic programs, all based upon 22 different allied extraterrestrial races that were responsible for the genetic development of the human race. And so we have 22 of them, and all 22 of them are stationed on the moon, right? So this is how humanity came to be, was through a lot of skirmishes, a lot of fighting, and then of course being able to forge these truces. There began the development of the human race. Well, what was our primordial archetype into making the human race what it is? The answer to that is the Sasquatch. Bigfoot was basically the primordial archetype, the template in regards to making humanity what it is. It is not apes in a particular way. So basically the Sasquatch represented the host template for the 22 different species that therefore made an entirely new universal human body archetype. And that this universal body archetype that contains this 22 different aspects of genetic material from contributing races has actually made us into the most advanced human vessel in all of the universe, because an experiment like this has never been done before throughout the universe. And so we are basically the property of 22 different extraterrestrial races. We also, again, have our own genetics completely aligned in equilibrium with every particular life form that is on the planet. That's how sophisticated our genetics are. We're able to communicate with every form of life that is naturally indigenous to the Earth. You have to have a life form that is comprised of the DNA appropriate for the experiment of the planet that you're looking to put it on. And so this is basically what we have been going through. And there are, of course, 39 different versions of human beings, starting from the earlier aspects of the Neanderthal-like beings, and of course moving ourselves up into where we are right now as the Homo sapien in that way. So this is giving a little bit of our background pertaining to the origins of humanity. I know I could probably go on and on and on, but I want to make sure I can get through this a little bit more quickly. So again, that's an elevator version of the origins of humanity and how the experiment started here. And of course, we can also talk more about that later on in Q&A. But next, we're going to look into human galactic diversity. Once I clear this off. Okay. So with human galactic diversity, why are there so many humans in the galaxy? It's because the galaxy itself represents the feminine archetype to bring forward human as its ultimate state of expression. As we all know that we are the aspects of our expression, that everything around us is reflection, everything around us is mirror. And so therefore it is part of the collective consciousness of the galaxy to initiate its own particular prime aspects as it relates to the life forms it decides to host within its body, part of its engineering. And so part of its engineering is that there is a prolific amount of human and humanoid-like beings. So even though we have reptilians, we have amphibian beings, we have feline beings, we have a whole menagerie of different types of humanoid beings, they often represent a common archetype. And that common archetype usually is a head, a neck, 2 arms, 2 legs. That's a common archetype, even with beings that may not be considered to be fully human. So we have reptilian or reptoid beings in that sense. We have, again, amphibianoid beings. We have feline beings, etc. All these particular beings are different in design, but they still hold a certain form of sentient archetype, which means that if we actually went to a different galaxy, we may see that there's actually different types of beings that could be nowhere near like us. Okay, you could probably have something that would represent a quadruped or quadral arms in that certain way. It just all depends in regards to where you go. But in regards to our galaxy, this is something that represents a common archetype in regards to diversity, because the experiments that are going on in this galaxy are appropriate in regards to the energetic configuration that our bodies are comprised of in order for these experiences to happen, in the way that we are engineered, in the way that there are similarities to different beings. It's just part of the energetic archetype that the galaxy has chosen herself. So that is why we have human galactic diversity. There's something about our origins in regards to being Terrans, us being Gaians, us being Sophians, whatever you want to call us, Earthlings. And basically, much in regards to our star family, those that help to contribute into our creation hold a lot of that human and humanoid archetypes in that way. And many people have asked, well, who are the 22 different races? We don't know. We can get hints here and there. You know, the Syrians are involved, the reptilians, the Draco are involved, the beings that we know as the Greys are involved, the Pleiadians, Arcturians, etc. So we have many different aspects of somewhat familiarity, but a lot of these beings in that sense just do not want to come forward at this time. Eventually they will, but because we're still a maturing civilization, there's still an aspect of information that we're not able to grasp yet. And a lot of people may feel, oh, I know all the 22 different species. That's great. That's a great interpretation. But again, all we can really do is just get hints, get breadcrumbs here and there based upon what we know of the 22 different beings that have been responsible for our creation. So again, we have bits and pieces of information, but all I can say again is that they're all on the moon, and they are under a truce, and they are basically cooperating pertaining to this 22 different genetic program experiment that's happening. So human galactic diversity is all just a part of us reconnecting with our ancestors. That's really the whole idea. And these ancestors, again, do not have to be 100% human. Also, they again can represent reptilian, they can represent feline, they can be of these different types of archetypes that have contributed their own particular genetic stock, which contains memories, which contains emotional states, which contains, again, a whole bunch of different genetic information that shows us capabilities about what we're actually capable of human beings. Again, we're looking at scientists where they say approximately 96% of the DNA within our bodies are junk. No, of course not. And I think a lot of us know that that's BS, right? It's not junk. It's the whole idea that there still is so much upgrading. There's so much advancing. There's so much unleashing of genetic stock contained within ourselves that is, again, going to start to develop over time. And right now, we can refer to ourselves as a fourth density civilization. We can refer to ourselves as a fifth dimensional civilization. We have arrived. We're already in fourth density right now. If you're watching this, then this is giving you an indication that you are already a part of a fourth density Earth or fifth dimensional Earth. We've made it. We've already graduated, right? That's all part of where we are right now. It's not about saying that tomorrow or next week or next year we're in fourth density or we're in fifth dimension. We've already made it. 2016 was the year of fourth density and the fifth dimension. And we have recently come into that threshold crossing where we're now starting to move ourselves in becoming this fourth density race. Well, let me sidetrack a little bit about that and say, well, what's so special about a fourth density or a fifth dimensional race? Well, if we're looking at ourselves here as this circle, and if we're looking into the idea of this being the past, this being the future, as we've moved into fifth dimension, we basically have entered a point now where there are 3 dimensions of space and 2 dimensions of time. So when we're looking into the idea of two dimensions of time, we're actually being able to move sideways in time. What that means is that a perfect example of this is what's known as the Mandela effect, is actually being able to know that there are hosted memories from other particular universes that have now carried themselves over into other people here, and we're starting to remember different things from what the Akashic history of this universe represents. For example, many people are familiar with the Bernstein Bears, right? And if you look online right now, you will notice that it's no longer called the Berenstain Bears. It's called the Berenstain Bears, right? Another particular example that I've discovered recently is in the movie Star Wars, the original trilogy. C-3PO has a silver leg. And so again, looking into these particular forms of discrepancies that have come forward is an example of the Mandela effect. The idea that divergent memory or dimensional residual memory has actually carried itself into a new dimensional universal reality. And we are actually carrying these memories with us as we have migrated from a third density aspect universe into a fourth density aspect universe or a fifth dimensional aspect universe. So that is how we are currently contrived. So again, you have graduated, you have arrived, you have moved yourself into fourth density Earth. This is it. What you're looking at right now is fourth density, right? So fourth density, again, going sideways in time, is having a familiarity, a aspect of understanding that we have different residual memories from different universes. That represents a sideways effect pertaining to 2 dimensions of time. We can also look into cracking a veil. And as James Gilliland has shared, looking into all these amazing forms of craft and different forms of contacts that have happened, that's again all proof of part of this veil that has been lifted. And we're now starting to intersect and connect a lot more with elemental beings, with spiritual beings, with nature beings, with extraterrestrials, etc. That's the age that we live in right now. And you're not so crazy now if you're talking about extraterrestrials, or if you're talking about interdimensionals, or if you're talking about jinn, or if you're talking about fairies or pixies, or all of those particular beings. It's not so crazy anymore because thousands of people that I've talked to over the 8 years have had all of these types of experiences. It's becoming very, very commonplace. So again, not to go off track, but this is representing our human galactic diversity. As we move now into fourth density, we're going to have the opportunity to connect a lot more with the ancestral lines that are on a galactic level. And so therefore, that's the diversity for us having this 22 different genetic programming contained inside our DNA. Okay? So that is human galactic diversity. Next, we're going to be looking into the 17 incognito ET races on Earth. Now, basically, part of the 7 billion human population here comprises of extraterrestrial beings. So again, that look very, very human. Now, how do these humans basically get on this planet? What do they look like? Why are they here? Okay, so let's take a look at that. So we have, again, just other beings that look very similar to us, right? Again, I'm just going with the strict drawings here, but maybe I'll put like a nice little hat here. There we go. Have a nice little sombrero there. But the whole idea is that the human race, in that sense, pertaining to our ancestors, is pretty commonplace. All there really needs to be is just very slight altercations pertaining to the genetic stock containing that of the host to actually come and live upon our sphere, to live upon our planet. And again, through this minor manipulation, they will come here and do a certain form of task. Now, some of them are physicalized human beings, just like us. There are other ones that basically, I'll just kind of do this, that basically disguise themselves via thought form, which means that they have such advanced telepathy that it is so easy for them to hold a thought, and that this thought itself broadcasts a certain type of projection. So you could have, for example, a 10-foot tall reptilian being. Again, that is his natural form, and being able to project consciously this telepathic thought form that actually encases him in a type of shield, and or a type of a holographic mirage in that way. And they could now start to appear as a 5'8", beautiful woman in that form of example, right? That's possible because, again, it's so simple for them because of their advanced mental disciplinary training to actually hold that thought form and actually project that like radio waves. And you're actually being able to swear that you saw, this 5'8" beautiful woman just walking past you, when in fact that was indeed a 10-foot tall white reptilian being, right? That gives an example, and this is what's known as mind shifting, okay? So utilizing the aspect of what many people refer to as shape shifting, mind shifting in that particular way, but how many incognitos will do it, is having one particular host body, which could represent the reptilian archetype right here, and in another reality, have the female archetype right here existing in another dimension. Now that particular being is so used to actually functioning within that female body, they have made it as natural to them as it is their own body. So what they're doing is they're actually siphoning a body from another dimension and imprinting it as a thought form. like a canvas holographically that is being imprinted upon themselves and actually being able to pose as this female being. This is what's known as a light body experience as well too, is that these beings can sometimes be physical, pertaining to their second host body that exists in a different dimension, or it can simply be an astral light body that is constructed through thought, and that they have spent so much time working within this body, it's not alien to them. So this is the process of natural shape-shifting, again, which is referred to as mind shifting. So utilizing the power of the mind to actually construct a light body, or again, being able to impose a projection pertaining to another host body contained within another dimension, and actually being able to holographically insert it into another host dimension. So again, that is known as mind shifting. Again, many beings can do that quite commonly. The third would represent a simple hologram. Okay, so I'll do it like this, giving the indication of a hologram. So a holographic body in that sense. Now this can be projected through consciousness in regards to what many of us could refer to as bilocation or an astral body state, or it can also just be holographic technology, actually being able to remotely connect to a holographically created body where the body itself almost looks like a type of gelatin. If you're actually able to dissect the body, you would actually see gelatin in regards to the body, or gelatin packets that would actually look like a substitution for the aspect of organs. Now, it's not just a simple little, soft hologram that we have where you can pass your hands through it and you can't feel anything. These are, again, heavy matter. This is hard matter in that particular way, or we can refer to it as hard light. They can also be, in that sense, synthesized. They can also be what's known as programmable life forms. And programmable life forms, again, are conduit bodies. Very similar to the movie Avatar, where they're, again, going inside this pod, they project their consciousness, and now they awake another particular type of host body. And this host body, in that sense, mainly can be a clone or a holographic energy body in that particular way. So a clone body can be manifested, a holographic body can be manifested. It's just all part in regards to the preference of the entity or entities that are responsible. So again, this is how the 17 different incognito ET races on Earth operate. Do we know all of these 17 different races? No, we don't. It's just been reported to me through the connection I have with Adronis that 17 different extraterrestrial races are on this planet and actually working deeply involved in regards to helping to shift our planet in regards to moving humanity into a much more positive timeline. There's also what's known as time cores. Now, again, I've talked about this for time core. It's a bit of an off-topic thing. Basically, what this represents is that time core is a group of beings that exists within the late 2030s. So they're basically 30 years ahead of us. And that these particular beings actually maintain timelines. Now, some of these beings are humans. Some of these beings are higher astral beings. Some of these beings, in that sense, are ethereal consciousness. They represent that of what's known as the game masters or the game designers. And that they are helping humanity to sanitize timelines, to prevent any particular forms of incursions, causing any particular type of disruption that would prevent the natural evolution of humanity. Okay, that's the time core. So we can probably look into that when we talk more about intervention fleets. But anyways, the 17 incognito ET races on Earth have a particular form of ground crew job, a particular task that they're here to do. And that these extraterrestrial incognitos will, again, just do something simple. It can be all about a person that you meet down the street, and they're just saying, have a good day, or they're patting you on the back, or they're helping you pick something up. And something that simple could be that of an incognito. There are also other incognitos that work within the branches of governments, also working in the branches of military, working within educational systems. It's vast. They can be everywhere. How many of these 17 incognito ET races are there? Your guess is as good as mine. I would say at least hundreds of thousands, right? Pertaining to working in major metropolises, working into villages, towns, cities. It just all depends in regards to the assignment. But there is a lot of induced intervention taking place upon the planet because humanity right now requires this particular boost in order for us to further as a civilization. And so these 17 different volunteer groups come here on the planet. Again, some of them can represent hybrids, basically the hybridization between the humans and the greys. Some of them, again, can be humanoid, they can be like Pleiadians, etc. Just different types of beings that have come here. Some may not even look at all like us, but are utilizing the idea of mind shifting, or clone bodies, or holographic bodies, or genetic alterations, etc. And they've come here because they've volunteered. They're helping out in certain shapes, ways, and forms to help gravitate us into more of a positive timeline. So they're doing their job as a particular ground crew. And of course, there's us that, again, have been hearing the call and bringing ourselves forward and just being able to spread kindness. That's one of our biggest jobs here, is to be a kindness ground crew, is actually being able to spread love, being able to share empowerment, being able to help others, being able to be solutionists. That's why we're all here. So these particular 17 different incognitos will represent this governing crew to help in their own ways. Some can be very obvious in regards to being in the public eye. There can be actually celebrities that are actually incognitos, from what I've received. Again, there can be people in the military, people in the governments, etc., that can be incognitos as well. Well, Brad, can there be different forms of polarities? Maybe there are some incognito races here that are not so benevolent, that are not so much on our side to actually helping the human race evolve. You're right, and a lot of them are being flushed out right now, right? So it's kind of like there's a silent skirmish happening behind the scenes to actually flushing out many of these different beings, some extraterrestrial, some extra-dimensional, like the jinn, for example, okay? So that is kind of just a brief breakdown on the incognito ETs. They're here to do an assignment. They are the ground crew in that particular way, okay? So now we're going to be talking about the moon and solar system frequency veil. Now, basically, if you were to go to different planets, if you were able to, again, have an engineered body that's appropriate for the equilibrium of the planet that you want to visit, you'll discover that many different planets will have different types of capabilities as it pertains to culture. There are different beings in that sense that are naturally telepathic. The reason being is because they have developed such a discipline and that there has been no duality contained within their reality that would prevent them from understanding that something like telepathy or telekinesis would be alien in that way. So you can actually go onto other planets, again, engineered an appropriate body, and actually just being able to levitate rocks, boulders, trees, etc. Being able to just connect with each other empathically, telepathically, and actually being able to have these instantaneous conversations, these aspects of instantaneous knowing. It's commonplace for many different races because they don't understand the aspect of duality, the aspect in regards to them that there's conflict or doubt or hesitation pertaining to their own natural abilities. Being telepathic and being telekinetic, whatever other particular type of ability you want to put in there, is as natural to them, to us, as breathing. So basically, these particular beings have the capability of what we would consider to be supernatural or extrasensory perception, something that we may feel is beyond our capabilities, but it really isn't. We've all been based in regards to this understanding that, you know, it's all about the five senses, it's all about the physical body, it's all about the brain, it's all about the logic. And that is basically what we have consciously agreed on in regards to the maturing state of humanity. We're actually looking into the very earlier times of humanity's dawning. Many of these particular beings of humans had incredible abilities. Again, being able to focus their mind, going into meditation, astral projecting themselves, being able to levitate, being able to, again, communicate telepathically. We all have that capability, but because there is an immaturity that came through, the idea of warring civilizations, the idea of duality, conflict, the idea of superiority, inferiority that got so bad that it nearly destroyed the planet, well, this needed to be blocked, not taken away, but suppressed by, again, many of the management forces, so to speak, the management races that were helping to govern humanity. And so basically what they did is they utilized the moon and the corroboration geometrically of the star system to create this particular type of field. So the moon would actually power itself in regards to the geometry of how the planets are aligned, in regards to their appropriate alignments. And this would create a barrier. And that this particular barrier represented a suppression effect as it pertains to our capabilities here on Earth. So there are vibrational frequencies that are actually intermixed in regards to Schumann resonance pertaining to the Earth that is actually preventing ourselves from doing these extraordinarily amazing things. Now, there are some people who have been able to bypass that because of, one, genetic manipulation, two, in regards to vibrational immunity, in regards to the shields, or in regards to the veils. Three can also just represent the idea of advancement on a mental disciplinary level. So again, like looking at shamans that can go into a trance state and start to levitate themselves, or being able to move boulders, or being able to emit sounds and actually shatter glass, or again, rip boulders in half, etc. All of that has certain forms of advanced mental capability. It is possible to break past the spectrum of the veil, but of course it does require a great deal of advanced mental disciplinary training. Now, Brad, is it true that we may be a very telepathic race within the years to come? Well, we're already starting to feel that. And basically because of how we're maturing, it's looking at the moon, it's looking at the star system in regards to its conjunctions and retrogrades that are actually organizing themselves appropriately as we continue to evolve. This is why so many people now are becoming so naturally psychic and so naturally empathic. How the new children are coming upon the planet, and they are amazing children. They have extraordinary aspects of memory, of intelligence. It's all part of the effect. So we are going through this frequency veil change right now. Alterations are being brought forward appropriately because we are evolving. We're advancing ourselves. We're starting to see much more of a unification coming together in the eyes pertaining to conflict. So conflict brings people together a lot more. So again, we're seeing that a lot in the modern world. We're seeing that on a larger collective consciousness level. Because of this aspect of diversity, of duality, this is what's bringing us together. We're all forming this big gigantic circle and saying that, well, our governments have failed us. These particular people do not have our best interest in heart. What are we going to do? We're going to rely on each other. We're all in this together. And that's a powerful aspect. That is how you become an advancing fourth density society, is because you work together. All of this chaos that's happening right now on the planet is all part and parcel of creating a unification effect for humanity to come together and filter out all of the corruption, all of the conflict that is contained within many of our systems. And so that is exactly what we're going through right now. And as we evolve into that higher dimensional consciousness, into that unified collective, now this frequency veil, created by the moon, created by the star system, is now going to adjust itself accordingly in regards to how we are expanding, because we're operating in different bands of frequencies based upon this vibratory frequency adjustment of how we are developing ourselves as a unified culture, as a fourth density, pre-galactic civilization. Okay? So that is basically it for the moon and solar system frequency veil. Let's take a look now at the sun's stargate. So again, the sun is not just a big gigantic ball of fire. It is a stargate. Now, basically the water of our own planet came from the sun, because again, many of the astronomers are actually starting to see steam being shot out of the sun. All water originated from the sun itself. But the sun also has another particular secret. It is a honeycomb. It is a honeycomb aperture that contains an indeterminate amount of sunspots or apertures, exit apertures, that are actually spewing out spacecraft. Okay? So basically, there are certain forms of technologies that exist that work together in an aspect of singularity, either natural or artificial, that actually bond together with the singularity of the star contained within the nexus of the sun itself. And they're actually able to bond together with the singularity, communicate with it, and poof, appear in another aspect of the universe based upon singularity to singularity bonding. And so many of these particular ships that have come out through the sun have been as big as Earth, has even been as big as Jupiter, perhaps even bigger as well too. And that these particular spheres have been coming here for as long as we've been able to observe the sun. Now, the being that I channel, Adronis, refers to these spheres as prisms. And basically what they represent is they are forming a certain geometrical alignment all across the star system, pertaining to different sizes, pertaining to, again, different forms of connections and networks that will form this particular type of grid. And that these prisms represent buffers. And so what they do is they absorb much of the natural starlight that comes from the sun itself. So basically the coronal mass ejections, etc. Actually being able to absorb this energy and disperse it appropriately so that we are not being overwhelmed, or so that we're not being hit with an incredible solar blast that will encompass the entire planet and could ruin our day, basically, right? So altogether, these particular planets, or should say, planetary vehicles, are coming out of the sun and arranging themselves in regards to an appropriate grid network. And that this grid network is surrounding all of the appropriate stars, appropriate planets within our star system, and being able to govern this net and being able to function as this buffer as our star continues to travel throughout the galaxy with us trailing behind. And so again, that's all part of a safety net in that way, through many of these particular forms of vessels that have come through the stars. So again, many of them can be artificial intelligence. Some of them are operated by beings. It just all depends. There's a lot of different ships that have emerged from the sun. There can even be, again, smaller ships, smaller vessels that can emerge out of the water from Earth. They can emerge out of volcanoes as well, too. Some of these can be the inner Earth beings or the Argotha network. Some of them, again, can be other extraterrestrial beings or intraterrestrial beings that are actually coming through the singularity contained in the center of the Earth and being able to phase their vessel and pass through matter and actually being able to go somewhere else. It all just depends. There's a lot of different beings that come and go within our own planet, outside of our own planet, within our own star system, within our sun, throughout our sun. So again, the sun functions as a natural stargate in regards to it being like a honeycomb. So if you were actually able to go inside the sun, it actually wouldn't be hot. That's kind of the funny thing. It's actually more of a cooler. You would actually have much more of a liquid internal nexus pertaining to its capability. So that is the sun stargate. Okay, now we're going to look into intervention fleets. Now, intervention fleets is something I've just actually recently discovered a couple of months back. And again, the Being I channel, Adronis, has talked about intervention fleets. Well, what are the intervention fleets? What do they represent? They represent human alliances. They represent extraterrestrial alliances. Basically, they are spacecraft contained within our own secret space program, and again, other different forms of branches within super federations. And their particular job is to ensure that human beings are able to progress naturally into fourth density without any particular type of free will intrusion. So what they will do is if you feel, for example, that you have been a targeted individual, which basically means that you have been implanted with certain forms of devices where you can't even hear your thoughts anymore. You may actually hear radio frequencies, or you may actually be able to hear voices of another, where your own body in that sense has been going through different forms of experimentation. You know, you may be feeling nausea. You may be feeling, again, this incredible, awful intrusion of free will. And because of that intrusion of free will, provided by often the shadow governments, what will happen is that these intervention fleets will actually come in and help to create a hands-off policy that represents a zero tolerance for free will intrusion. So you can basically say that there is a zero tolerance policy right now for any particular type of free will intrusion. So these intervention fleets will actually send probes. Sometimes they can be thought forms as well, just depends upon the race that responds. And you may find that in the middle of the night between 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., you'll actually have this blue orb or another particular type of orb that will come through and run a scan throughout your entire house and will actually scan you as well too. Sometimes this can even happen in the dream plane, again, just depending upon the individual. And as they are scanning you, they will actually detect where there have been certain forms of intrusion points. This can also function on a temporal level as well too, pertaining to astral implants that have actually been encoded within time dilation rather than the idea of physical dilation. And so they will actually sweep the entire space, they will sweep you, and they will remove or again deactivate some of these particular types of implants that have occurred temporarily, that have occurred astrally, that have occurred physically within your body, that have occurred emotionally. They can be thought form implants. And so basically all of this is being swept out. It's actually being taken care of through these intervention fleets, and you just may not know what happened, but now you're feeling better. Maybe that radio frequency that was implanted inside your head is now gone or deactivated. Okay, Lyrans are involved, Pleiadians are involved, Syrians are involved. Again, much of our own human space fleets, like Solar Warden or Radiant Guardian, are involved as well too. So basically, the intervention fleet's purpose is to help uphold a zero tolerance policy in regards to the intrusion of free will for people who have been hunted, who have been stalked, again, by these particular types of shadow agencies. And so these intervention fleets that are both human and extraterrestrial in design are here to assist in enforcing the zero tolerance policy for free will intrusion. Now, what is this symbol that you can use to connect with the intervention fleets? Well, there's a symbol that I can give you. It's very, very important, firstly, to understand that when you are connecting with the intervention fleets, it is through the idea of urgency. It's not just saying, I'm bored, I'm going to connect to an intervention fleet specialist, and they're going to come in and give me a foot massage. Right? It's not going to work like that. This represents an aspect of urgency. One particular aspect of urgency represents targeted individuals. If you are not sure what targeted individuals are, look it up on Google. Okay? You feel that you are a targeted individual. If you feel that others around you are targeted individuals, you may want to introduce them to this video. Okay? Now, the aspect of how the intervention fleets to contact them is as follows. That's the symbol, okay? So it is basically a triangle that has this slash through it, okay? This is a symbol that was given to me by Adronis and say that this is something that people can use on a common level. It's a generic symbol to actually envision in your mind through meditation or placing it up on a piece of paper before you go to sleep. Again, this is something that represents urgency, okay? It's not meant to be messed around with, okay? Because they just simply won't respond. So if you have a sense of urgency, again, for the example, being like a targeted individual, or again, feeling that you're being stalked or feeling that there's been some incredibly severe aspect of your own free will being violated, you can connect with this symbol and an intervention fleet specialist will respond, okay, depending upon the severity of your situation. Now, again, understand that the intervention fleets have a hands-off policy. They are not here to be your chums. They're not here to be your pals, right? They are simply responding. You've got to think of it as kind of like a 911 emergency call in that particular way, right? You're not calling 911 to mess around because, of course, that can lead to trouble. So the whole idea here is that if there is no trouble, intervention fleet won't even respond. They're actually able to connect with you. These intervention fleet specialists can also represent the time core, okay? So time core can actually on a temporal level, actually enter your space without entering your space, which means they go into a different dimensional construct. They wear a type of apparatus, and the genetic or atomic levels, I should say, is actually shifting on a different vibrational frequency that makes them appear invisible. And they will actually remove these temporal blockages. Now, again, shadow governments have that particular capability of actually being able to plant astral or temporal devices within your own space that can cause a lot of trouble, and there's no known technology publicly that can get rid of this. So again, this is why we switch to assistance with intervention fleets, okay? So that is something that you can look into. Again, looking into this triangle with a slash through it is the idea of the intervention fleet symbol that you can use. Now, some people may also receive another symbol if they're talking to an intervention fleet specialist, which I've heard from a couple of people they have. Sometimes they're given different symbols. But this is just, again, kind of like looking at a bat signal, right? You turn on the spotlight and the Batman symbol comes on. Well, it's kind of like that. But you're basically envisioning this. So you're sitting in meditation, you can just see this symbol and you're requesting assistance. Or again, you can draw this out on a piece of paper, you can write on it and say, I require assistance from an intervention fleet specialist. Put it under your pillow while you go to sleep. You may actually have an interfacing dream with an intervention specialist, okay? Sometimes that can be time core. Sometimes, again, it can be a stellar intervention fleet specialist. Just all depends upon the individual. So I have debuted this through one of my past videos on my YouTube channel when I was channeling Adronis, and I had many people contact me and say, Brad, I had intervention. It happened to me last night. Again, I was asleep. Like this little light probe came in my room, started scanning me like this, and I fell back asleep. I woke up the next morning. The pain in the back of my neck was gone, right? Or again, sometimes interference, something in regards to emotional stress. just poof, goes away, because there has been intervention. They're not coming into your room and saying, hey, by the way, we're intervention specialists, and then just doing this. And again, they're not attempting to be chumps with you, right? It's very hands-off. You just may dismiss it as a dream or what have you, but then you wake up and you know that those problems that you had before are gone because of the idea of the intrusive technology that's there. So again, this is even something you can do. If you're not even sure that you're under a state of urgency, or if it's something's in your space, you can just call upon the intervention fleet. They will do a scan of your space. And again, that's just a part of something that you can be assured of. If you feel that there's been some type of bombardment or intrusion of your free will and you're not sure how it's caused, then again, you can call in the intervention fleets. But again, I would suggest that it mainly be used for a state of urgency. If you're curious, give it a try and see what happens. But again, it is like a 911 on an interventional fleet level. Okay. And finally, before we get into Adronis, we're going to be talking about the Galactic Constitution. So basically, there is a plan right now, and Corey Goode has even talked about this a little bit as well too. He basically referred to it as the Muhammad Accords. Basically, this is something that is in development right now with the 22 different races, also in association with the human race, is that there is a galactic constitution taking place, and that this is attempting to prevent any particular type of free will intrusion upon the Earth from happening ever again. So basically having these rogue groups coming in and basically posing themselves as gods or posing themselves as Messiah saviors, etc., and basically attempting to infiltrate the governments and attempting to infiltrate all these higher levels and higher branches of power, causing this type of corruption. So the whole idea is that a galactic constitution is in the works right now between the intraterrestrials, or we can refer to them as the Argothan network, between the human race and between the 22 different extraterrestrial beings. There may also be a few others involved as well too. But there's a galactic constitution in the works, and within the next 2 to 8 years, we may start to see some progress happening relating to this galactic constitution. But really being able to create a constitution that respects the natural free will of the planet Earth and its inhabitants. And when this happens, and when this is actually taking effect, then everything that we understand as corruption will cease to be. So basically within the next 1 to 2 generations, perhaps even 2 generations, then basically that generation will be completely oblivious as to what corruption is, right? So that's basically where we are going as a 4th density, 5th dimensional society, is actually being able to notice that this galactic constitution is in the works. And again, that there are certain forms of representatives that are here on the planet that are aware of this. Vladimir Putin of Russia is aware of this. The Pope of the Vatican is aware of this. Okay, so there is, again, a particular constitution that is being developed at this time to ensure that free will is maintained upon the planet. So this is what I too had received just recently through the entity that I channel as Adronis. So the Galactic Constitution, once it is ready, so much changes. Adronis has talked about between 2016 and 2024 that these next 8 years is known as the span of change. And between these 8 years, we're basically pulling the roots out of the ground and exposing everything. Everything is being exposed between 2016 and 2024. And we're just in the first year. There's going to be 8 years of this, right? So being able to look at that span of change, we're going to see a lot of incredible transformations taking place. Everything pertaining to corruption is going to be exposed. It's going to be out in the open. Everybody that in that sense feel, or anybody I should say, within that sense that is attempting to win over the masses based upon their own records of corruption, of a lot of dirty deeds in that sense are being exposed. And all of these particular types of political leaders, governmental leaders, etc., that again have been exposed will no longer be in power. And so through the span of this 8 years, we're going to see the ceasing of this particular type of corruption that works on a monetary level, government level, political level, sociological level, everywhere. All of it is being exposed. So between these next 8 years is a great span of change. And we'll be going in through new Earth, part of this 4th density Earth right now, that is going to be completely aligned into something like we have never seen before. So there's a lot of excitement coming in within these next 8 years. Again, all part of this galactic constitution, working within about this 2 to 8 year span to when the peaks of this particular type of constitution can be regulated, enforced, and actually being able to have humanity evolve naturally without the idea of intrusive intervention coming upon the planet and manipulating the human race and taking them into downward spirals of direction. So again, that's why this galactic constitution is in the works right now. Again, the Muhammad Accords, or again, other particular aspects, names that you want to call it. Overall, it's a galactic constitution. Okay, so that is basically the presentation for today. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to introduce all of you to Adronis, which again is the entity that I channel, the Syrian consciousness. Again, I met him back in December of 2008, just as I was starting to do automatic writing through channeling. And I had a friend that told me that I had very strong energies with the connection of Sirius, the star of Sirius. And I was just expecting to connect with a collective because I was connecting with a lot of collectives at that time, nothing in regards to an individual personality. But as I connected to Sirius, by being able to envision the star, I was able to make contact with this being. And this being referred to himself as Adronis, and basically stated that he is a future parallel version of me, 297 years within the future. And he has come back at this time to helping me in regards to my spiritual evolution, and that he stated that while I continue to spiritually evolve, I'll be able to share this information and help others to spiritually evolve as well too. So we're all going along for this ride. And is this something that I wanted to do? And of course I said yes. And throughout that time, throughout that past 8 years, everything that I believed reality was proven not to be. And there has been an incredible 180-degree transformation of how I look at things, and really helping myself to move into that aspect of becoming a reality whisperer. And so Adronis represents this masculine energy contained within the 6th density of Sirius. And as he comes through, you may notice those particular types of changes. So what I'm doing now is just going to be doing a type of standing channeling and bringing him through, and he will share his perspective as it pertains to extraterrestrial disclosure. So like I had my good friend Rob Gauthier in a previous day here on the Extraterrestrial Disclosure Summit, channeling his own particular consciousness of Aradif and Treb, very similar to that as well too, is going into a conscious channeling state, entering the alpha, theta, and gamma wave frequencies to where they're really stepped up and being able to bring forward this entity. So I will go ahead now, and I'm going to do a little bit of light chanting. So if you guys are wondering what's going on, this chant is just helping me to connect with Adronis' energy and helping to purify the connection as I bring him through. But I'm still very conscious. My soul is not going anywhere. It is a conscious state of channeling. So I just kind of get out of the way while this information is being received. So I will go ahead now, channel Adronis, and he will share his perspective on extraterrestrial disclosure. 1 moment. Soul Star. Sirius. Adronis. Here. At this time, we bid you greetings, and thank you very much for the opportunity of this interaction today. I am Adronis of Sirius, sending love, appreciation, and gratitude to all who are tuning in to this particular broadcast being brought forward through your internet collective consciousness. What we would like all of you to do at this time is simply allow yourselves to get relaxed, get comfortable, and tune in to the vibrations of Sirius so that you may synchronize, harmonize, and align to all of the information that we have to share. Also understand that all of the information that we shall provide today is simply that of our perspective, our point of view. For all knowledge, all information, all creation itself resides within your very hearts, beings, and souls. Extraterrestrial disclosure is already happening now. It is not something that you need to wait for. It is not something in that sense that has to be a prolonged period of dragging itself out. The whole idea is that the majority pertaining to the aspect of extraterrestrial disclosure is already contained through the idea of what you know as your grassroots systems, your grassroots media, your grassroots alternative information centers. All of this information is currently available to you, not only through the idea of your grassroots media, but also pertaining to your own inner grassroots. Because many of you are starting to feel that there is something happening throughout your skies. Many of you are starting to sense that there are other particular beings that are attempting to connect with you, to contact you, to communicate with you, simply because you have reached the point within your own dynamic vibrational frequency coherence to actually being able to communicate with these other beings that may be unseen, that may be surreal. Nonetheless, they exist pertaining to thought form telepathy, pertaining to the idea of empathic communication, pertaining to the idea of vision, pertaining to the idea of clairaudience, however it may appear. These particular beings, be it extraterrestrial, be it spirit beings, etc., are all capable of communicating with you. But it's all about you being able to be in the alignment on some particular point, a halfway scale, so that they are able to communicate with you efficiently. But in regards to those that state, well, when is there going to be certain forms of disclosure that will become much more apparent? Again, it is apparent, but it does require a little bit of digging. You are discovering that there is activity existing within your own star system that cannot really be explained. For example, the lights that you see upon the satellite of Ceres that you may not be able to explain. The idea of much of the structures that have been discovered upon Mars, such as pyramids, such as the face on Mars, such as, again, other particular forms of beings that have been discovered through your own, shall we say, land-based photography contained within your own rovers that, again, have been detected. The idea of other particular forms of phenomena of spacecraft that have been discovered through often amateur astronomers that are orbiting different planetary systems, such as Jupiter, such as Saturn, such as Neptune, etc. These are, again, just very, very small aspects of disclosure that you are noticing. But what many people are still asking for is that, will there be a mainstream announcement? Eventually, yes, there will be a mainstream announcement. But again, as we stated, you do not need to wait for a mainstream announcement. Much in regards to this information, this divulgence of data is available to those who seek. And so therefore, as you continue to scour your own internet pages, you will discover an incredible amount of information. There will be a time to, again, yes, where extraterrestrial disclosure will become more apparent. But understand that it is very much like nursing a young infant. Nursing a young infant is that you need to feed bits at a time before they can handle a main course. And this is primarily what is happening right now, is that more so likely in regards to the years of 2040, most likely to 2050, that there will be a much more opportune time for what you would refer to as a global first contact. But the whole idea right now is that there are groups of information. There are beings upon your planet that are forming groups and able to make contact with certain forms of beings that can be hybrid, that can again be extraterrestrial from other worlds, that are making contact with these particular groups and actually helping them along in regards to their own efforts to making more awareness happen as it pertains to life beyond your planet. So again, this is happening. This is being divulged. This is being exposed. The whole idea in that sense is that there needs to be a subtlety around much in regards to what is being invoked, shared, and distributed throughout your own populace. It is not about going into incredibly shocking information before the collective equilibrium can adjust to it. So yes, there will be announcements. Yes, there will be more mainstream aspects as it pertains to extraterrestrial awareness that will be coming, even in your year of 2016. But it still will be, in that sense, subtle in that retrospect, in that way. Because again, it is all part of the collective consciousness attempting to adjust bit by bit at a time to realize that other civilizations exist. So between this year of 2016, between the years of 2017, there will be much more exclusive information on a mainstream level, on a subtle level in regards to those that may consider themselves to be extraterrestrial awareness experts, that will therefore be divulged. So again, that is where you're going as a culture. Extraterrestrial disclosure is all part of your maturation, which basically means that the more that you are able to come together, the more that you are able to work together as a unified society, as people coming together, as being able to take care of your planet, of being able to respect each other, of being able to work with yourself. This is the criteria that, in regards to much of the super federations that are working with you, is actually looking to have happen. Because as there is a maturation, there is the ability now to introduce ourselves through your own cue to do so, which means we are taking our particular form of cue of invitation when you therefore deem it appropriate. So we are not just going to show up on your doorstep. It is the idea that your civilization is maturing and that the events to come are going to entice you individually, on a group level, and collectively to being able to have more curiosity about being able to connect with these other beings, because it will be quite commonplace into understanding what other civilizations may be like and how they can actually communicate with telepathy, bringing in regards to much of your own extrasensory perception science and being able to realize that everything is connected, everything is one. And so as this starts to become much more commonplace within your reality, you realize that as collectively, as a species, you're able to project that intention of invite through many civilizations. And that is how we respond. When the majority of the planet on a collective level is actually placing these calls to super federations, we will respond, because that is an invitation. That is a majority of the planet. 2/3 at least. 2/3 of the planet that actually give that intention of allowing another particular race or a group of civilizations to be met, to interface together. We will respond. It requires a 2/3 majority vote collectively. That's how it works. So where there is 2/3 majority, there is the opportune time in regards to connection, to communicating in that particular way. That is the minimal aspect in regards to the shift necessary for the collective consciousness to come forward and therefore invite us in. And that is when you will have a larger scale contact. That is how it operates. So again, this is coming. This time will happen. Right now, the focus is on yourselves. We basically pose this question: will you be able to get along with the galactic society when you are still having challenges in getting along with yourselves? That's the question we wish to pose you, because if you feel that you are still having conflicts and challenges with your own society, with your own human race, with the diversity of cultures upon your planet, and that there are still wars, there are still racism, there's still the idea of ridicule and prejudice towards yourselves, how do you expect yourselves to function into a vast galactic collective? You can't. And so the whole idea here is being able to work together, coming together, unifying yourselves first. So yes, you will get disclosure about other beings. That doesn't mean that we're going to immediately come forward, but you are now becoming much more aware that we exist, that you have never ever been alone in this universe. It has never worked that way. We have been here far before the creation of your own species, and far, far before that. So the whole idea here is being able to work together, to come together as a species, to come together as a civilization, because all of you are required to make the grandest changes upon your planet. So that the idea of extraterrestrial awareness, so the idea of disclosure, so the idea of contact can actually come forward. That is how it works. That is how it operates. Everything in regards to reality is permission, invitation only. And so you have to forge the invitation to at least a 2/3 majority collective vote. And that is what's going to bring forward more opportune aspects of contact as it relates to extraterrestrial revealing. We thank you very much for the opportunity of this interaction today. I am Adronis of Sirius, sending love, appreciation, and gratitude to you all. We now return to the conduit. One moment, please. All right, thank you guys. All right, so that was Adronis. And if you guys do have questions, because we're going to move into the Q&A section now, if you guys do have questions specifically for Adronis, then I can easily bring him back in, and he can help provide some insight for your questions. Otherwise, I'll be happy to take some questions as well. So, Jonah, if you want to pop back on, then I guess we should go ahead and take Q&A.
Absolutely, yes. We have about 5 minutes left, so we don't have too much time.
Okay.
Sue asked, are there incognate beings aware that they are those types of beings? Are there any that have forgotten or are unaware?
Yes, these would be known as walk-ins in that particular way. So the walk-ins in that sense are a type of incognito being in that way. They have basically put their own particular host body in stasis and have actually projected their own consciousness here and are actually operating this particular avatar, this particular remote body itself that represents the human being. Now this represents a type of oversoul experience, is that the host, be it ethereal, be it essence, be it again another entity, is putting themselves in a point of stasis and projecting their own consciousness onto the planet, into this particular body, and operating in this way. Now, memories in regards to the state of that existence varies based upon the host body. So many of these could be referred to as the walk-in phenomenon.
Do you have any self-care recommendations for channelers?
Yes, I basically go through what's known as the 3 key fundamental. That represents the idea of openness, trust, and interpretation. So the whole key here is being able to keep yourself open. Create a nice space, a space that you feel is sacred, is loving, where you'll be able to concentrate without the state of disturbance. Being able to open yourself up to whatever particular type of energy would like to communicate with you, be it your own spirit guides, be it extraterrestrial contacts, or what have you. Being able to form a relationship with the energies that you are feeling as they come through. As that energy is coming through openness, you want to trust the process. You want to trust the energies that's coming through because you are starting to form a relationship. Obviously, if you feel that there is an energy that is not too polite, that is not too commonplace in regards to your own harmony, you can always tell that energy to withdraw. But it's all about being able to work together in a very loving frequency vibration. As that happens, you are now inviting, by invitation, the idea of those beings that corroborate that vibrational energy that you're putting out. And so as you're putting out that frequency, these energies that are corroborative to the coherence of that vibration will therefore come through. And now they'll start communicating with you, be it through dream state, be it through thoughts that you're getting into your mind, be it through visualization, however it may apply. But again, just being able to develop relationship and trust the process of what you're receiving. Sometimes you can be in an automatic writing state, inspirational writing. You're just writing something down on a notepad. Sometimes it can be on a keyboard. Sometimes you're just being able to speak it. Sometimes you're forming a type of mediumship around it. And thirdly is all about the idea of interpretation. So however you want to interpret that energy. Again, automatic writing or otherwise. So basically, as long as you're able to stay open, to develop relationship through the idea of trusting the process of the energies that's coming through and being able to interpret that information appropriately, you're starting your own beginning phases as becoming a channel.
We don't have much time left. We have a bunch of, not a bunch of questions, but a few questions. This one is from Brandy. Does Adonis say anything will get much worse, meaning famine, drought, sickness, etc., before things start to get better?
That basically depends upon the collective, is realizing that all these extremes are happening because it's all part of Mother Earth invoking everybody to come together. So I feel that there's a very large shift of unity happening here upon the planet, and so I do not feel that things need to get worse. I feel that people are actually starting to realize that they need to start taking responsibility for themselves. However, that's not discounting the idea that there may still be some for certain forms of earth changes. There may be some shakeups, there may be certain things happening politically, on a monetary level, etc., that may still be happening, because all of this is happening in regards to us becoming a unified people, realizing that we're all in this together, that we're coming together in that particular way. And as there is unity and workmanship in that idea of a collective intention to work together, that I feel is going to lessen a lot more of the heavy nudges that the earth is attempting to give us. So all of these aspects of conflict and chaos are happening in the attempt to bring people together, so that we realize that the people themselves are the governors. They are the ones that are attempting to work and be the caretakers of the planet and being able to change everything around. As that happens more, the idea of disasters or chaos in a sense will lessen a lot more. But I feel that there still will be some shakeups and some intense changes between this 8-year span of change between 2016 and 2024.
Another question, if the sun is not hot, why do we feel the heat from it?
It's not to say that it isn't hot. There certainly is, in that sense, certain forms of coronal mass ejections that happen. But the whole idea in that sense is if you're actually looking inside the sun, it actually has more of a liquid or fluidic aspect center. And that the idea of the heat in that sense is brought forward through different types of plasma. So it's basically the plasmatic aspects that are happening within the interior constructs of the sun, which again represent more of a honeycomb that creates this particular type of fusion. And so we're actually looking at it more of the plasmatic aspect of heat rather than anything that we would consider to be just a hot ball of fire. So again, there needs to be a lot more investigation looking into that, but that's what's being received in regards to the idea of the sun being a honeycomb and actually having much more of a fluidic core, where all those particular forms of plasmatic energy are working together throughout the surface, creating this intense heat in regards to bringing life throughout all the planets.
And Rachel asks, do we have at least 50% of the consciousness ready for contact?
That's hard to say. I think all of us really have to do a meditation on it. I think maybe within the years to come that there certainly is that. I would basically guesstimate right now that I think we're about 15 to 20, maybe optimistically 25% of the way there. So there still needs to be some time for people to become more aware of this. And the more that we're able to spread this awareness, not just me, but all of us here today, have the ability to spread this awareness and really show that passion and saying that this is something that is truly something to consider. And I feel that that's something that can shift probably within the next decade or two. But there's still a lot more work for us to do here in just being able to spread that awareness, which of course will take time.
Another question, is there anything we can do to see through these veils or hologram projections to see the truth?
Meditation, again, can be one particular way. It's all about being able to go into your own center, discovering your own inner work and being able to see what you can move past, because drama is what keeps us isolated in the idea of a grounding experience here in life. The more that we project ourselves outside, that we give in to a lot of these temptations externally, that we buy into a lot of these aspects about what's happening externally, the more that we start to get more heavily involved and less in regards to the idea of observation. So the more that you can tune into the mind and listen to your own infinite intelligence, being able to connect to that inner beingness and realize that everything that you're experiencing pertaining to the drama of life is all part of the mechanics of your own reflections. And I feel that's something where that's going to make headway, where a lot of these veils and holograms will start to dissipate.
Excellent. Another question from Brandy. Do you have a book or information on clearing karma or clearing old family karma?
Yes, I actually do have a session on my website, which is known as Family Ancestral Clearing. So that's something I can actually personally work with. I do talk about this a little bit in one of my new books, which is called Rainbow Wisdom. It's available on my site, but primarily I would recommend the Family Ancestral Clearing because I do help people out with that. I also do intuitive readings. I do channel readings with Adronis as well too. I do Akashic readings. I do a lot of healing, known as light circuitry. So there's a lot of stuff that I do. So I'd recommend just checking out my site, realitywhisperer.com.
Another question. I have the intervention fleet signal taped on my wall. Will they come every night or only the day I ask for a revisit?
I can't tell you because that's up to them. Again, it's all about the type of contact that you may receive. and the differences that you may feel. Again, they have a hands-off policy, which means that they're not going to be elaborate when they show themselves, when they show up in that way. So if you decide to utilize that particular symbol when you're meditating on it, or again, writing it down or drawing it out rather, it's all up to them in that sense to respond. So I can't guarantee what they will do, but it's all part of what is appropriate for you, what you're going through in some state of urgency or just through a state of a scan, and it's up to them. So I really can't comment on their behalf of that.
Another quick question. When is the galactic plague supposed to arrive? Any information on that?
I have no information about a galactic plague, no.
Okay. And so someone wrote, so destroying one of the crystal buffers is a bad thing?
Well, basically all of the buffers themselves are appropriately coordinated. So again, these are what Adronis refers to as prisms, representing these large spheres. Some of them can be crystalline in nature. Some of them, again, can be other different forms of unknown substances. Some of them, in that sense, can actually be liquid in that way, forming into a solid. Some of them, in that sense, can simply exist in different temporal dimensions. So basically, in that sense, to destroy a particular buffer, in that sense, hasn't actually been able to be done yet.
And another one from Philip, a question, what is a Syrian light warrior, and could one have dropped off in Canada 63 years ago?
Well, I'd say that there's a lot of Syrian light warriors here. So basically to focus on one really isn't the way to go. It's about looking into the idea that a Syrian light warrior, if one's looking in that way, has some particular type of connection pertaining to that being that is a warrior of light, which means that they are here to fight for the aspect of knowledge to be preserved. So they are preservers of knowledge, and that they will contest the idea to where they oppose corruption. And so looking into the idea of a Syrian warrior of light in that sense is something that many of us have connections with. And I believe a lot of this has started definitely within the post-atomic era, starting with the idea of a first wave. So many of them in that sense can come here. There's also going back hundreds of years, just depending upon the individual. So I wouldn't say looking at it as one, but looking at it as many.
Excellent. All right. Well, that's all for the questions and the time that we have. And Brad Johnston, thank you again so much for your service and for everything you're doing to bring this consciousness to the planet and answering everyone's questions. Everyone has Brad's information. And we thank you again for coming on. I thank Portal to Ascension for putting this together, Neil. And we hope to have you back on another webinar soon and download of information. And thank you for everything once again.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Namaste, guys. Take care.
Okay, and with that, we are going to jump to our next guest.
Well, I'd like to thank all of you for coming here. I'm sorry about the technical problems, but I am in Peru, which after all is a third world country. Fortunately. But I have the best Wi-Fi. I'll show you a presentation of slides about the elongated skulls of Peru and Bolivia. And the interesting thing about them is that they are related in many cases quite directly with megalithic structures that are also found in this area. So you see the cover. I'd like to dedicate this talk was an expert on what is called the Paracas skull. Disappeared 2,000 years ago under mysterious circumstances. So here is Senior Juan holding the skull of a 22. Hopefully you can see the baby has an blondish red hair. In studying elongated skulls, and they believe that 100% of them, every single one, was the result of cranial deformation or headboarding. And so here you see three different examples of how headboarding was performed by many different ancient cultures. But there are some examples in Peru.
Excuse me, Brien, you're really hard to hear. Brien?
So with these...
Is there a way you can get a direct connection, a plug-in? Because every 30 seconds or so, you lag for about 10 seconds, and it's breaking every other sentence up you're saying.
No, I'm sorry. I have the best connection possible here.
Okay. Okay. Then please continue.
Okay. So you see here are examples of different cultures that performed cranial deformation. On the left is a woman from the jungle of Peru. In the middle is a Native American woman. And on the right side is literally what's called, or what these people were called, Flathead Indians. And cranial deformation was performed in ancient Peru. Here you'll see examples of different techniques that were used in order to perform that on the right side. And then you see the shapes of two different skulls. And here again, depictions of ancient cranial deformation that were done in Peru and actually around the world. You had the Maya, the mound builders, the megalithic builders of Europe, the Han, other people around the Caspian Sea, people in Melanesia, and the Andeans, and I'll be talking mainly about the Andeans. So in Peru, there are skulls of different shapes and sizes. As you can see in this picture, you see the small one in the back that is unlikely an example of cranial deformation. And the great god of the Andes and Andes area was called Viracocha. And he sent disciples called the Viracochan, who are said to have been much taller than the local people. They were light-skinned, and they were great teachers to these people. It's on the Atlantic or the Pacific. And there is a carving, which is 500 feet tall on the side of a mountain in Peru that shows the profile of the head of Viracocha. It may be difficult for you to see, but you can see that he clearly had a beard and almost like a lizard-like eye if you see the slit. Now, there was a great road system that the Inca did not, in fact, build. It's thousands of years older than the Inca, and it covered about 25,000 miles through the Andes area and the Pacific. And if you see here, this line called the Capacñan, that is the Andean Highway. And along this road, which is also an energy line, we find almost all of the famous megalithic sites in Peru and Bolivia. In Cajamarca, in Cusco, Machu Picchu, Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo, Tiwanaku, etc. And at each one of these locations, we also find elongated ancient skulls. So here's a more detailed display of it. Again, you see it goes from northwest to southeast: Ollantaytambo, Cusco, Rachi, Pucara, Tiwanaku, Oruro, and Potosi. And it even goes farther south than that. And then you'll see a diagonal line that goes from northwest to southeast. And on the left side, you'll see the name Paracas. And also we have Nazca. So the oldest of the elongated skulls are found in northern Chile and along the coast. And these people had connections with Lake Titicaca and also the ancient site of Tiwanaku. This people were called the Chinchorro. They lived up to 8,000 years ago, and this is an example of one of them with an elongated skull. And then here again, we have another elongated skull, but it's horizontal. It looks similar to some depictions of Egyptians, especially during the time of Akhenaten. And then here we have a very strange shaped skull from this culture. You see how elongated it is. It's very unlikely that this is an example of cranial deformation because of the very bizarre shape. If we follow the this line or path of Viracocha, again that goes from southeast to northwest, we reach this mountain which is called Tanupa, or the Mountain of Creation. And at this location we find caves that have elongated skulls, but they're not extremely elongated, but they're certainly not normal shape. And in the same area, there's a small museum that has some partially elongated skulls in it. And then our next stop is a place called Potosi, or Potosi, which was literally a mountain of silver. And so at this location, which is very ancient, examples of elongated skulls have been found. And again, it's on the path of Viracocha. Then as we go farther to the northwest, we go to where the Wankarani culture once lived. And you see that this is a very large and very elongated skull. It's unlikely that this is an example of cranial deformation. And next, we reach Tiwanaku. And Tiwanaku, conventional academics say, was built by the Tiwanaku bronze culture about 1,000 to 2,000 years ago. But it's highly unlikely because whoever did this work, aside from the carving, was a highly evolved technological civilization. But at this location, several elongated skulls have been found, and some of the stone that is at the site was brought from more than 40 miles away. And we're talking thousands of stones that weigh thousands upon thousands of pounds, several tons, up to 40 tons. Also very strange sculptures of people who seem to have turbans, which is not typical of the cultures of this area. And again, very advanced technology being employed, in some cases, technology that has not been replicated in the 21st century. So this place is very mysterious, and archaeologists refuse to look at the idea that this could not have been done by the ancient primitive culture called the Tiwanaku, who at best had bronze tools. This is an example of one of the quite massive stones, heavily eroded, probably not 2,000 years old, but more like 12 to 15,000 years, a true lost ancient technological site. And this is one of the skulls located at this site. It's quite massive. Again, unlikely that it was the result of cranial deformation due to its shape and its size. The cranial capacity of this skull is likely 25% larger than a normal human. You can change the shape of a skull through cranial deformation, but you cannot change the volume. And these are some attempts at rebuilding the facial structure. And what you'll see is that they actually do not look like normal Andean native people. They look like they're very much of a mixed race of some kind. And now we're on the island of the Sun, which is in Lake Titicaca. There are some megalithic remains here, and also elongated skulls have been found in this vicinity, such as this one. Again, you see it's quite deformed in shape. And of course, no DNA testing has ever been done of any of the skulls located, ancient skulls in Peru and Bolivia, yet. This was also found near Lake Titicaca. It's a baby, likely between 1.5 and 2 years old, and you see the extreme deformation of the skull. It's unlikely that this was the result of head binding or any other kind of cranial deformation. And then next, still following this path of Viracocha energy line road, we come to Silustani. And at Silustani are these amazing round towers claimed to have been built by the Inca, but they could not have been built by the Inca because the Inca were a Bronze Age civilization. This stone is basalt, which is at least twice the hardness of bronze, and therefore you can't cut stone with a tool that is softer than the stone itself. And in this location as well, we find more primitive looking towers. Archaeologists insist that these towers were built first and then these ones built later, but in fact, these towers were built first and these ones were built later. But we find many deformed skulls in this area. All of those that I've seen appear to be the result of cranial deformation. And farther to the northwest, we go to the Peruvian city of Colca Canyon. And at Colca Canyon, many elongated skulls have been found in funeral towers. And then we reach very close to the city of Cusco. And near Cusco, there's a village called Andahuaylas. And this skull, or skeleton, in fact, was found there named Waiki. And the intriguing thing about Waiki is she was found in a royal cemetery. So she had to have been of nobility of some kind. And notice the size of her eye sockets. They're massive. And also her head is the size of her torso. Here is a profile view. Again, you can see the size of the head in relation to the torso. This is not an example of any kind of disease like water on the brain or hydrocephaly. It appears through medical examination that Waiki was in fact born this way and died under tragic circumstances when she was probably 2 years old. And we can tell the age because this is the fontanelle on the top of the head that is not closed. The fontanelle normally closes at about 2 years of age, so Waiki might be slightly younger than, or was slightly younger than 2, if she in fact was a normal human, and I don't think she was that at all. Here again you can see the size of the eye sockets in relation to the size of the skull, and also in the dentition. Dentists have looked at Waiki with me personally, and they believe the dentition or teeth to be that of probably a 7-year-old. So Waiki does not fit the basic pattern of a Homo sapiens sapiens. Her head is way too big in relation to her body. Her eye sockets are too big. Her tooth development is far too advanced. So we're likely looking at, if nothing else, a subspecies of human being. Also in this area, mysterious hieroglyphics have been found. As you see here, they're only located within about 100 square miles of this location, and no one has been able to decode them, but they're likely at least 1,000, if not 2,000 years old. In the same location and the same ancient cemetery, this 15 to 17-year-old royal princess was found, and her head was reconstructed, and as you can see, her head is quite large, and it's because of the shape, it's unlikely that she's the result of cranial deformation, because cranial deformation tends to be the flattening of the skull in the front and back, and her head would appear to be natural, as in it's possible that she was born looking like this. Now, as we get even closer to Cusco, then we find this gate. And if you look at the gate, you see the stonework is of two kinds. The upper stones are inferior to the lower stones. The lower work is megalithic. The upper work is Inca. So the upper work is between 500 and 1,000 years old. The lower work could be several thousand years old. And then we enter the land of the Inca, or the capital city of the Inca themselves. And it's known through the Spanish chronicles that the Inca royal family had not only elongated heads, but they also had red hair or even blonde hair. So genetically, they don't make sense in terms of being indigenous 100% to this part of the world. It's likely that some of their ancestry came from some other part of the world, which we will get into. And in Cusco, many elongated skulls have been found. These were found at a site called the Coricancha, and they have been dated at 1438 AD. However, they have not been radiocarbon tested. They have not been DNA tested. So academics, without performing those tests, cannot tell us how old the skulls are and from what culture they actually come from. This is the skull of a baby that is supposedly Inca, but you know, notice the enormous size. The baby died at about 2 years. You can see the eye sockets are quite large, and the overall shape of the head, it's very unlikely that this shape could be produced through cranial deformation over the course of 2 years, because altering the brain that rapidly would probably kill a child. Maybe the child died as the result of cranial deformation, but I sincerely doubt it. And then we travel towards Machu Picchu, the famous Machu Picchu site, and we see this place called Ollantaytambo. This was an Inca site, but also has megalithic work as well. The top of the hill in the middle is in fact megalithic, with some blocks weighing 60 to 67 tons. And the quarry for this site is across the valley behind it and on top of the mountain. There's no way that a Bronze Age culture like the Inca could have harvested, moved, and set into place 60 to 70 ton blocks of granite. And also in this location, where we find the face of Viracocha, we find elongated skulls. Now, this is not a great example of one. Many of the ancient tombs have been plundered over time, but this, if you see on the right and also in the middle to the left, are two massive elongated skulls. These are unlikely, again, the result of head binding, because the size is too big in relation to the body. And now we've had a radiologist from the United States start to look at these skulls, and he declares that they cannot be human beings. So in this same area, other museums, of which there are quite a few, have elongated skulls on display, but actually likely many more which they have in their warehouses. This is another example of a baby that may have been 2 years old, and you can see the shape of the skull is quite massive. and this is unlikely the result of cranial deformation. Now, I've made no mention of aliens yet. It's because I come from a scientific background, but I do not reject the idea that we may be looking at human-alien hybrids, but we need DNA testing and other tests in order to figure such a bold statement as calling them aliens or alien hybrids. We need much more information to be able to make such a declaration. Also in this area, we find ancient plumbing systems made out of basalt. It's unlikely that, that this was done with primitive tools. This site is called Wari, which is more or less in the Cusco area. And here also, the wall behind me was made by what was called the Wari culture. They lived between 600 AD and 900 AD, but these massive slabs were likely on location here long before the Wari ever existed. And when they moved into the area and occupied it, it's likely that they found these slabs and other examples of lost ancient high technology and simply decided to use them. Now here too, if you see in the center of the photo and bottom left are two more examples, and the bottom center, of elongated skulls, quite different in form to the other ones in this collection. These ones specifically are a display of cranial trepanation or trephination, which is a doing operations on the brain. And again, we're talking at least 1,000 years ago. And then, of course, also elongated skulls. We found that many of the elongated skulls have had brain surgery performed on them. We're not sure why, whether this was a problem as the result of cranial deformation, or whether they were actually trying to alter how the brain functioned, because there is a possibility that the original elongated skulls of Peru and maybe Bolivia were a distinct subrace of humanity that wound up breeding with so-called normal humans. As the normal human DNA began to take predominance, then the size of the skull and the advanced capabilities of these first ancestors would have been reduced. So maybe that it is that the brain surgery was done to try to trigger psychic centers and other higher abilities. Here is another museum in the area with more elongated skulls, or at least one reasonably large one that I'm pointing to. And in this area, we also find strange cutout shapes in ancient stone, heavily eroded, not done by the local indigenous people, and so possibly an advanced race lived in this area. Perhaps they had elongated skulls and were able to do not just simple works like this, but massive structures like those we find in Cusco that could not be performed with 21st century technology in some cases. Such as here, again, you see the crude stones piled on top of more advanced work. The crude work was done by the Inca, who found this site destroyed and abandoned, and therefore they rebuilt it, but they did not have the technology that the earlier people / beings had. And curiously enough, at this location, an elongated skull is on display, and people to this very day are still venerating them by putting, as we see here, water and an orange and cigarettes and other objects of worship. And then as we start to move westward towards the coast of Peru, there's a museum that has some truly amazing skeletons that are mummified and actually are in quite good condition. This, as you can see, is not your typical child. This is not the result of any kind of known disease, and the head is almost the size of the body. So again, it's very likely we're looking at a subspecies of humanity, or possibly, I will entertain the idea of a human-alien hybrid of some kind, or an ancient race of people that died out, likely as the result of being murdered by us, as in Homo sapiens sapiens, because we are the most destructive species the planet has ever produced. Here's a close-up, and it would not be unique if there was an ancient sub-race or subspecies of human being that died out, because of course we know the famous Neanderthal of Europe and the Eurasia area. The Neanderthal were wiped out by Homo sapiens sapiens, as in us. Also, there's another sub-race that has been found in Asia called the Denisovans. They too were wiped out by us. And on the islands of Indonesia, the so-called Hobbit people, who when they were mature were approximately 3.5 feet tall, were also a subspecies of human, and they were wiped out by us. So it could very well be that there were many sub-races of humanity in the distant past that were all exterminated, possibly by natural cataclysms, but more likely by us. And now we get to the most interesting culture as regards elongated skulls or heads in the world, and these are the people called the Paracas. We don't know what they originally called themselves. Paracas comes from the Inca language. The Inca moved into the area in the 15th century. The Paracas had been long extinct by about 1400 years before that. And Paracas means the place of raining sand. And so it's an Inca name, not a Paracas name. We don't know what the Paracas called themselves. We do know, though, that their language was likely called Puquina. And Puquina is now extinct, but was the language of the royal Inca family. They used it as their secret language, whereas their general main language is commonly called Quechua, but in fact, in their language, it's called Runasimi. So since the Inca had a secret language that they used to speak among themselves, it's likely that they have some ancestry from the Paracas. Julio Citeo was the great Peruvian archaeologist who was the world authority on the Paracas. But unfortunately, his work there stopped in the 1930s or 40s before carbon-14 or radiocarbon dating existed, and also long before DNA testing. So even though people regard him as being the expert on this culture, he lived long before proper scientific analysis, which is what we're now getting into in the 21st century. He believed that the Paracas descended from an older culture called Chavin from the central highlands of Peru, and he based it on pottery, by comparing pottery. So here we have pottery from the Chavin culture, and then we have pottery from the Paracas culture. And I don't think the two are that similar. It's quite possible that the Chavin culture had diplomatic ties and cultural artistic influence with the Paracas, but I don't think genetically they had anything to do with them, because the Chavin did not have elongated heads. So here we have a classic Paracas. As you can see, it's reasonably different than a normal human skull, but it's not what I would call a classic Paracas, because the classic Paracas were larger, and also the characteristics were quite different than a normal human being. It's believed from studies done, archaeological surveys done in the mid-19th century when the first Paracas tombs were found and plundered, that their stature was quite taller than any other indigenous people. They seem to average about 6 feet tall, whereas the average people of the area were about 5'3". So that shows that just one aspect of the fact that genetically they were different. They were taller in stature, they were very well developed socially, and we'll get more into that. It's my belief that the Paracas did not originate on the coast of Peru, that they didn't originate in Peru, and that they didn't originate in South America, but they came by sea from another part of the world, likely by a more primitive people, and we'll get more into that. So this is where Paracas is. It's 4 miles drive south of Cusco, and it's the largest natural bay in Peru. That would be the perfect location if you were a seafaring people fleeing oppression and wanting to find a new land to inhabit. And on the coast of Peru, there is plentiful totora reed that grows. So once they arrived on the coast of Peru, they could easily have built ships or very large boats to do further seafaring, and natural cotton grows in the area, so they could have grown and made their own sails. So that they came from another part of the world that had a seafaring tradition. Also, in the archaeological record, we see plentiful examples of this shell, which is called spondulus. It's only found off the coast of Ecuador, and it's unlikely that the spondulus floated from Ecuador down to Peru. It's also unlikely that people traded them by walking from Ecuador to Peru. The coastal currents off of Peru are predominantly from the south. So the Paracas could have easily sailed north shells and then waited for the wind. Just one example of out-of-place objects that don't really belong in the Paracas area. The 500-foot-tall, what's called the candelabro, it's part of the so-called Nazca geoglyph and line system, but it was not made by the Nazca. Academics in general believe that the Nazca were responsible for the construction of all of the lines and geoglyphs, but it's more prominent and possible and likely and actually obvious that the Paracas were the pioneers of making these. This again is 500 feet tall and can only be seen from the ocean. I believe that it was a celestial symbol that represented the Southern Cross, and it was used as a navigational tool to guide the Paracas back home from seafaring. Now, there are distinct shapes of the skulls found in the Paracas area. This one to me very much looks like it's natural in shape. I think this person was born this way because you don't see obvious headboarding or other signs of cranial deformation. To me, this looks quite natural. And notice the reddish hair color. This is a different shape. And again, it's unlikely that this is the example of cranial deformation because it's so rounded. If the forehead was flatter, and if the back of the skull was flat, then I would say that's an example of cranial deformation. And this is approaching a more normal shape of of the Paracas, more closely resembling a natural human. So what we find is different head shapes were produced for different social classes. But then we have this example, and this to me is, and the radiologist from the United States concurred. He said, there is no way this is a Homo sapiens sapiens. In other words, this is not a human being you're looking at, because a human is Homo sapiens sapiens. So he, being of an open mind, agrees that either this is possibly Homo sapiens paracus or Homo paracus, or he is even entertaining the idea that this could be an alien-human hybrid, especially when we do a comparison between a normal human skull of the coast of Peru on the left and a royal paracas on the right. There is a profound difference, not only in shape, but also cranial volume. The one on the right has a cranial volume 30% larger than the one on the left. And then when we look at the cranial plates, this is what your skull looks like. You have these two suture lines, and so three major plates. You have the frontal and the left parietal and the right parietal. But on the classic royal paracas skulls, you only have one suture line. And this is in all of what I would call the natural shaped paracas, or the ones that I believe were originally born with elongated skulls. They only have one suture line. And medical professionals who have looked at these say that is impossible. Medical professionals are used to looking only at normal human beings. And then for them to say this is impossible clearly means that this is something they did not study in school. This is not a disease, etc. Also, in our lower jaw, we have holes called the mental foramen. These are for blood and nerve flow. And then also we have the infraorbital foramen right below the eye socket. Those again are for blood and nerve flow. So these are natural things that evolution has created to make us who we are. But in the paracas, classic skulls, there are foramen in the back of the head. And so my theory about this is that these holes, again, are for nerve and blood flow, and the reason why nature produced them is because of the cone head shape of the skull. It's so far away from the normal blood and nerve systems that nature created these two foramen in order to feed the back of an elongated head. Also, I forget what this is called, but where the arrow is pointing, that is where muscle attachment is for your neck, where your skull and your actually shoulders and neck interconnect with muscles. But in the paracas, as you can see, it's quite a bit larger. So that was probably a natural adaptation through evolution, unless they were alien, of course, to accommodate for not only the skull being larger, but also the weight of the back pushing backwards. And so you would need a much stronger system of neck muscles in order to be able to comfortably hold your head upright. Also, if we look at the underside, this is what a normal skull looks like. So you see the distance between where the vertebral column and spinal cord enter. This is what a natural human looks like. And in the paracas, it's quite a bit farther back. And that, again, is probably an evolutionary adaptation to the fact that the skull was taller and tended to weigh more in the back. And so this foramen magnum nature moved it backwards in order to accommodate for possible imbalance, because our heads are pretty well rounded, but these people were not. Now, the end of the Paracas came in about around the 1st century AD. And this is an example of genocide. So in this cemetery, you don't find people who were buried normally. You find a mass burial. Every skull was broken, probably by a blow to the head. And the likely culprits who did this were the famous Nazca people. The Nazca moved down from the north. They were more or less primitive hunter-gatherers and reasonably good at agriculture, but their area began to turn to desert. So they desperately moved south into the fertile lands of the Paracas. And you can see that in the background, the lands are still very fertile today because the water for this area comes underground from the Andes to the east. There are subterranean streams and rivers that come down, and that's why to this very day, agriculture is still very productive. So the Nazca were forced into the Paracas lands. The Paracas were masters of agriculture, and I believe that the Nazca murdered the royal class of the Paracas and took over their territory. They also did some of the Nazca lines as well, but they were not the originators of that system of lines and geoglyphs. Academics will agree, for the most part, that the famous astronaut that you see was not made by the Nazca, but was made by the Paracas. And he is the most curious of the geoglyphs because he's on the side of a mountain, whereas the rest are on the flat Nazca plain, and he appears to be waving to someone in the sky. Now, whether the Paracas did this because they were wanting to wave to their gods, or whether they were waving to their ancestors, there is a theory that the Paracas were extraterrestrial, that their ship crashed, they were left with nothing but the clothes that they were wearing, and maybe this is a distress signal back to their relatives on in another star system to come and save them. The design and execution of the astronaut is completely different from what the Nazca themselves made. This as well is a Paracas creation. The Paracas tend to be very fanciful and playful things, including anthropomorphic characters with what may look like antennae coming out of their heads. We simply don't know because the Paracas and their traditions died at the hands of the Nazca 2,000 years ago. Now, the Nazca were very adept at making what are called the runways and the famous figures called, for example, the hummingbird or the spider or the dog or the condor. This is the Nazca plain itself, but the figures and lines extend all the way from Nazca to Paracas. So that's from the southeast to the northwest, a distance of more than 150 miles. There are geoglyphs located and lines all the way along this 150-mile line, which also corresponds with the path of Viracocha, not the same location, but the same angle. And actually the largest adobe city called Cahuachi was made beginning by the Paracas near the Nazca area. There are 35 hills, which are in fact pyramids or pyramidal structures started by the Paracas themselves and later extended by the Nazca. Only this one has been excavated. The others just appear to be natural hills, but are in fact pyramidal buildings. And from the archaeological record, we find that the Nazca revered the Paracas that they had exterminated because they used their skulls as trophy skulls for divination. This is an example of a Paracas that likely was killed or murdered or died, and then his or her head was later exhumed to be used for divination. And here we have a Paracas culture depiction of one of themselves. This is made out of a combination of wool and cotton. And then we get into other characteristics of the Paracas, and that is, for example, the hair. You can see the auburn color of the hair. This is natural. This is not the result of age. It's not the result of exposure to the sun. This genetically is what they looked like. They had red hair. Red hair is not indigenous to the Americas, as far as we know. It's certainly not indigenous to Peru. And here we have a comparison between the skull on the left was that of a 16-month-old human normal child, and on the left, a 20-month-old Paracas. So not only is the skull on the right much, much physically larger, but of course it's very elongated. When the skull was exhumed about 1.5 years ago, it had strawberry blonde hair. Unfortunately, a mold was made from it, and the whole skull was sprayed with an adhesive and acetone, and that destroyed the original color. So rather than going from dark to light, it went from light to dark. But I was there when the archaeologist opened up the mummy bundle, and this Paracas baby had the same hair color as a California surfing kid. Also, it's depicted in the art form, the red hair. Of course, this is not really direct evidence because it's an artistic expression, but we see this in many instances where they show flying people with red hair. I believe the red hair actually depicts the Paracas genetic red hair. And there are many other examples of babies from this time period or the early Nazca period where you have what is declared to be natural red hair. Here again, this auburn hair, red hair does not come from Scandinavia. It does not come from Ireland or Scotland. It originates in the Middle East. There are still descendants to this day of the original red-haired people who live and lived in Iraq, Iran, and Afghanistan. So most people think that red hair is Irish or Scottish or Celtic. It's not. It's much older. It comes from the Middle East. So it is possible that the Paracas originated in the Middle Eastern area and sailed the Indian Ocean and then the Pacific Ocean and finally wound up in on the coast of Peru. But if we explore Polynesia, there is an old bloodline that still exists there on a limited basis, which is pre-Polynesian, and those people had light skin and red hair. So it could be that the ancestors of the Paracas interbred with people in Polynesia on their way to the coast of Peru. It's a possibility. Here is an example of a blonde Paracas. So I have not personally seen one of these or this specimen, but Senior Juan, my teacher, said that he saw examples of this in the past. Unfortunately, there are more elongated skulls from Paracas in private and public collections and museums in different parts of the world than there are in Peru, but that's typical of any culture or country. The wealthier countries have had and still have a tendency of appropriating ancient ceremonial objects and human materials from, let's say, poorer countries. And there are vast collections of Paracas elongated skulls in different museums around the world. Now, as regards the hair, actual physical analysis was done by hair experts. And as you can see, what it says, the size of the cross-section area, she states, was on average 30% thinner than typical Native American hair. And this is from a sample of 10 Paracas mummies. The average is about 30% less and seems to be wavy, reddish, or even blondish, and is either of European or Middle Eastern origin. And here again, from the examination of a large number of mummies from both Egypt and other countries, this person declares that hair does not go under any marked change post-mortem. The hair of wavy remains wavy, straight remains straight, black remains black, red remains red, blonde remains blonde. All it does is it becomes more crisp and brittle. And since most of the ancient Paracas that have been found have been exhumed, they haven't, of course, been found on the surface. Usually they go into collections quite rapidly, thus taking them away from intense sunlight or other weather or climatic conditions that could possibly make the hair lighter. But the experts who have written about this state that black hair cannot become red. And this again is another example where it was even declared that the hair of the Paracas is very similar to delicate Anglo-Saxon hair. So of all of the people who are of 100% pre-Columbian Native American, whether it's North America, Central America, or South America, all of these people, it's been found, have haplogroups, and that means your genetic background of either A, B, C, D, or possibly X. That is it. The prevalent theory is that all people who are Native American and ever were Native American crossed the Bering Land Bridge from Siberia to Alaska and then made their way southwards and eastwards by foot. And most academics still believe that. There are theories that other people sailed from Europe. Of course, the Vikings did, we know, before, at least 400 years before Columbus. Of the United States and Canada. There are some signs that the Chinese made voyages from China to California, possibly as far south as Peru. There are also other theories. I've been sailing for most of my life, so I've studied the winds and currents of the Pacific and Indian Oceans. And again, it's my belief that following the winds and the currents, it's quite possible that different peoples traveled from other parts of Asia other than the Bering Land Bridge, possibly from the Middle East or even Europe, either through the Indian and Pacific Oceans or even across from the Atlantic. And here again we have this is what the baby looked like when it was freshly taken out of the bundle. Reddish blonde hair, died at 20 months, very large head for that age of a child. And we did DNA analysis of this baby, and only one haplogroup turned up, and that haplogroup is U2E1. And U2E1 is only found in Northern Europe. So this means that 2,000 years ago, this baby had a heritage from Europe, not from crossing the Bering Land Bridge. Then the example on the left is from a location in the center of Peru to the east of the capital city of Lima. And it died about 800 years ago. The only haplogroup extracted from this one was T2b. And T2b is European and or Middle Eastern. So 300 years before the Spanish arrived on the coast of Peru, people were living in Peru that had European/Middle Eastern ancestry. Of course, people ask about alien DNA. If there is alien DNA involved in any of these people, it would not show up, because all that the geneticists can do is compare DNA they find with DNA which is in a facility called GenBank in the United States, which is a depository of all known human DNA. So alien DNA, as far as we know, is not in that facility. All that the computer program would do is it would simply bypass that DNA, or it would list that DNA as presently unknown. So this is where T2 or T2b is located. We see Scandinavia, we see Italy, we see the Iberian Peninsula, we see the Caspian Sea area, but not Eastern Asia, and not, excuse me, not haplogroups A, B, C, or D. Now, another one was DNA tested. This one died approximately 2,000 years ago, with red hair, with a very elongated skull, which to me appears to be normal looking, or sorry, natural looking, normal for the Paracas. And its haplogroup turned out to be H1. H1 is prevalent in the same basic area as the R2B1, as in the British Isles, Scandinavia, Western Russia, and the Iberian Peninsula, possibly a Basque connection. And finally, a fourth one was studied, and this is the one on the left. That which you see on the right is actually the baby Paracas still bound in its textile, and thus hopefully protected from any damage as regards contamination. The first results that came from the baby of U2E1, I personally could not accept, so we asked the laboratory at Lakehead University in Canada to do a second test, which they did on the coast of Peru at Paracas.
Okay, well, it seems like Brien is having some connection issues. He's in Peru. Brien, you still there? It sounded like we may have dropped him. Okay, so until we get Brien Foerester back, people do have any questions, please put it in the Q&A box, and hopefully we'll be able to ask Brien if we can get him back. And Neil's working on that right now. He's there. Okay, well, he's back on. I don't hear him.
Hello?
Okay, there we go. I hear you now.
Okay, I'll see if I can. I don't have much as regards the slideshow. I've got a few more. Maybe it's better if we just open it up to questions and answers. I only have maybe 6 more slides. Yeah, take some questions. That's the best idea.
Okay, we're going to open it up for questions now. If anyone has any questions for Brien, you could put it in the Q&A box. And Brien, can you hear me clear? Okay.
I can hear you perfect.
Okay. Could you elaborate a little bit more on the DNA find and what it means?
Yes, you're coming in like a bell. Yeah, well, like I was saying, people were hoping for alien DNA to show up, but there's no way to register that. All you can do is compare a DNA sample with what is known, and of course, if there are examples of alien DNA, it's in that we know of. probably Area 50. The DNA testing can't say this is alien DNA. It can simply say this is unknown DNA. And so that is a problem at this point. But the fact that we found a connection in Columbian times of a reasonably advanced society with skeletal characteristics which are claimed by many doctors and nurses, as well as at least one radiologist, as not being a human being, then that at least gives us a start that we're looking at something quite fascinating.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Also, are there still elongated head people being born today?
No. My wife and I did actually see someone when we were in Egypt 3 years ago who had a very elongated head, but we only had like Cairo. But the Paracas themselves died out 2,000 years ago, I still believe, at the hands of the Nazca. The Nazca were very nasty people. They actually wound up destroying their entire environment and had to flee Nazca 600 years ago. So the Paracas are a more fascinating culture, and if there is any connection between ancient aliens and the southern coast of Peru, it would be between the Paracas and those aliens, not with the Nazca, because the Nazca built maybe 15% of the lines and geoglyphs. The Paracas made the vast majority of them.
Okay, and the next question is, what is one of your next steps in your work that you're most excited about?
Well, attention. We've had to approach the Peruvian government with their Ministry of Culture and ask for our ability through a Peruvian archaeologist, and we have a leading one, to be able to take multiple samples of the elongated skulls to 3 laboratories. One of them is in Canada at Lakehead University, and 2 are in California. And for us to be able to do a much more extensive amount of DNA testing, because 4 samples that show 4 different results, even though they're showing European and Middle Eastern, that's not scientifically very interesting. It's intriguing, but we're asking to have at least 10 or 15 more individuals DNA tested, and then we'll do a cross comparison between what we have and what we're going to have, and that could very well open up the door for maybe 50 or 100 individuals being DNA tested in the area, and then start going to other parts into our papers, and we're hoping to get with the next major round of.
Okay, excellent. Again, thank you, Brien, for joining us from Peru, and for all the research and work you're doing, and for the vast amount of information you shared with us today. And sorry the connection wasn't strong enough and in and out a little bit, so hopefully all the participants at least got to see the slideshow and got most of what you said. And if you do have any questions, you would also can contact Brien through his website. Brien, you want to give out your information for everybody, please?
Sure. My website is hiddenincatours.com. hiddenincatours.com. It's a massive website. The tour part is only a little piece of it. I have 850 YouTube videos, articles, interviews, photo sets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's a massive database. So it's, of course, free for everyone to access, and I hope that people will.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you again, Brien, and good luck with more research in Peru, one of my favorite places. And thank you again for participating in this amazing 4-day webinar event. And hopefully we will see you back soon.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry about the connection. We actually have state-of-the-art for Peru 4G, but sometimes it just doesn't work. Oh hell.
That's all right. Well, thank you again, Brien. You have a great evening.
Thank you.
All right. And with that, just wanted to talk about a few upcoming webinars. We have Giants, Fairies, and Strange Archaeology coming up on 8/28 this year. We also have the Ascension Online Conference coming up on 9/3/2016. We also have the Sound and Vibrational Awareness Ancient History coming up 9/10. Meet Your Galactic Family on 9/17. Sound, Frequency, and Quantum Healing Conference on 9/24. Very busy month. Angels, Anunnaki, and ET Visitations today on 9/25. And also, of course, check out portaltoascension.org. Thanks again to Neil for putting this together and pulling the strings in the back end. And thank you all for being part of this and for doing all of your work, all the participants, everyone here today, from whether you've never heard information like this or you knew this information, for participating and holding the light and at least being open-minded and taking what resonates with you home. And that's all this is about. Get out as much information as we can. One by one is how we awaken. And just by listening and being open is a huge step that everyone has taken with this webinar and should take. And of course, starseedradio.com, where you can find me, contact me, or on starseedsociety.org, our nonprofit. And also, Portal to Ascension is now offering membership for the entire year so that you can view all the upcoming webinars and all the archives as well. So that's also a new thing that Portal to Ascension just launched. So check out portaltoascension.org and you could become a member, and then every time we do a webinar, you'll have free access, as well as some of the amazing webinars we've done in the past. And with that, we're going to close it out with thanking everyone once again, all the participants, and Krista and Anna in Costa Rica and other people out there. Thank you all for joining us, and Brandy, Neil, Eric, Morgan, Krista, of course, Star Sister in Sedona with Arcturus Ra. I know you had a question, Ra. Sorry I didn't get to it. Next time, homie. But love you guys. Light and love. Keep spreading the truth. That's all we can do. One by one is how we awaken. We are love and light. Never forget that. And we hope to be with you soon. Blessings. Safe journey.